In 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to hand things over to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer in just a little bit. Hey, quick update. We didn't headlines, but quick update. Up in Cleveland, they've still got roughly $170 million worth of cap dollars allocated to Deshaun Watson, spread out over God knows how many years, with voidable years and everything else. Yeah. They did a little restructure over the last few days. Here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network.
Week as it pertains to their quarterback position, agreed to terms with Deshaun Watson on an adjusted contract. No, he did not give up his $92 million fully guaranteed. What this did was ease the cap burden in a couple years in the event he is no longer the quarterback for them. But what this really did was make sure everyone knew Deshaun Watson will be back in Cleveland next year. I would expect some competition, though. Wouldn't be surprised if it's veteran competition. Aaron Rodgers, if he's not on the Jets, would be one potential option. Kirk Cousins, Rich, another one.
I am so here for Deshaun Watson competing for a starting position in the NFL next training camp.
I mean, you know what though? Maybe, who knows? Maybe that'll end up being what's best for him.
It might be.
There is still, if I'm in Cleveland, you got to talk yourself into things, and that there's a high ceiling with Deshaun Watson. Somewhere in there is the guy who is still young. He's still young, that has had a lot of promise and played really well in a lot of regards in 2020. But where the Browns are right now with him, yeah, if they could, they would. If they could part with him, they would. But you know what this is, Sean? This is like trying to get divorced. Remember, the divorce rates just plummeted, and it was like because there's so much stuff going on now. A lot of seeds were planted for getting divorced in the future, I'm sure.
And they will get divorced in the future as well.
Yeah, right. But during COVID, I mean, people were like, the finances were dicey. Yeah. It was hard to even schedule an appointment with anybody that could help you get divorced. It was just, the divorce rates plummeted like 54%.
Yeah.
And then they rebounded very quickly post-COVID. But yeah, that's where they are. They're in the middle of a bad marriage in the middle of COVID, and the finances just won't allow them to divorce. So they got to try to make do and just not murder each other because they're trapped in the same room with each other for however long the Deshaun Watson contract's pandemic lasts.
Deshaun Watson's contract is a pandemic, is what it is. It's a pandemic. Yeah. And so without getting into the nerdy details of what Cleveland and Deshaun agreed to, none of the overall money changes. He's still getting his $92 million that he's guaranteed. Not a penny more, not a penny less. They just kind of spread it out differently. Texans Cap sent me a long summary of what it all means. And basically it means they're going to be together for another couple of years because it's impossible for a team to take as big a cap hit as the Browns would take to get rid of him. But when the time does come to move on, unless he plays well in 2025 or 2026, maybe he does. Maybe he gets right. Who the hell knows? But if this is all going the direction we anticipate it's going, the eventual release of Deshaun Watson, while painful, can be at least spread out with some June 1st kind of stuff and things like that. 27 rolls around. This is the worst contract in the history of team sports. It's so bad. And they've handled it so bad by jamming so much of it into the future.
The Broncos giving all that money to Russell Wilson was weird, and it was bad, but they could recover from it.
They have.
Whereas this one, right, yeah, obviously. No, well, from the financial side, they're still suffering the ramifications of it, but still, they were able to move on within a couple years.
They're winning games,
Right. Where this is just it's impossible because it was all guaranteed. It was a bold move, and it just blew up in their faces spectacularly.
It was a bold move
for now. We'll see.
You never know. You never know.
I'm not Sean. I'm not going to be sitting here and acting like, nope, Deshaun Watson's all washed up, no chance, and then the Texans play them next year.
Right.
I got no taste for that.
Throws for 350. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. There's still that Deshaun Watson is in there somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. There's it's like Darth Vader. There's good in him still.
Yes.
So D'Amico's meeting with the media today at 12:30, I believe. He's going to get asked about CJ playing in this game. What do you think the answer is? Do you think?
Oh, he's going to hold it close to his vest and not say anything. Yeah. And then they're going to have given the dirty eye to Aaron Wilson, waiting
for asking a question,
waiting to see.
For breaking the news.
Just waiting to see until he breaks the news or whatever. Now this one, maybe they won't play it super close to the vest, just because you don't really gain anything from winning or losing this game. So they might for. If CJ doesn't play in this game, I'm guessing he's going to have to be talked into it. Mm-hmm. And I saw this clip of Ryan Fitzpatrick this weekend, and I tried to go back and find it this morning, I couldn't. But he was on Andrew Whitworth's podcast, and Fitzpatrick was talking about a time where he had tried to play through a rib injury, and he just didn't want to come off the field. He felt he owed it to the team, and it was his responsibility to play. And he said in hindsight, he realized, all right, at that point, I was hurting the team. And it sounds like a weird thing to say, but I kind of hope CJ is really banged up right now, because that is an explanation, at least, a partial explanation for how bad he was the other night. Yeah. And that it's the best thing for the team for him to get as healthy as possible. So if they go out there and he says it today, it's just like CJ can be at peace with it, not have to worry about it, not have to lie to the media about it, just roll into this whole week making Davis Mills the guy.
Yep, we'll see. 12:15, by the way. 12:15 is D'Amico Ryans today. I'm sure you'll hear it, at least portions of it, right here during In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Seth, we got to hand it over to John and Mark. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you as well, and I hope you don't get divorced during the next pandemic.
Should not, but I think I'm in good shape, especially after Christmas. I think I'm doing good.
Good. Good job.
Thank you.
Big spender.
All right. We are done. We are out of time. Thanks to Jordan for producing today. Seth, we'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, they're up next. It's a Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Fellas, those little blue pills for ED.
Yesterday's news.
Sometimes. Epic. Our proprietary one-of-a-kind treatment has no maybe, just a 95% success rate, and the only clinic to offer a 100% ED satisfaction guarantee. So stop letting your ego block your happy ending. Call us at 713-828-1476 or online at themensclinic.com. That's 713-828-1476 or themensclinic.com. The Men's Clinic, where confidence starts and the old pill days stop.
At Twin Peaks, we're proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selects that are hand-picked and bottled.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
We're going to get into what's happening, not what happened, as we are live from the Hyundai Texans radio studio at NRG Stadium. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. And if you're watching on YouTube, I'm adjusting all the levels right here because they're kind of weird. Say something, Johnny. Say hello.
Say hello to the people on a Monday morning.
Can you hear yourself okay?
Yeah,
we're good. We're good. It's like a live mix.
It's bassy. Like,
See,
ooh, I feel like
good, huh?
Barry White.
Good.
I feel like I should
So headline, my phone's not working.
No.
It dropped, it didn't work, and then it started to work again. And when it started to work again, I felt like I discovered fire.
Mm-hmm.
It felt so good.
Yeah.
You know, when you have something simple taken away, and then it's pretty simple. Take it away, then you get it back. It feels great, and now it's gone again. So, IT, I'm going to be contacting you again, just to let you know. It's totally my fault. Nobody's fault but mine, but this happened.
When you lose your phone, in any way, shape, or form.
It's like losing an organ.
I mean, I
cannot locate my spleen.
We're in New York the Wednesday night before the Jets game, and Dre and I are trying to figure out how we're going to pay for the taxi, and I must have put my phone down. And I walk out like 5 seconds later. I'm like, "Oh, my phone!" And Dre turns and sprints and goes and gets my phone. And I'm like, "Oh!" All night I just had this feeling like I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone. I'm like, "Oh my god!"
He sprinted after the cab.
4:340. Got to the cab at a red light. Got my phone out. It was
surprised he didn't pull something.
I know, and he's been having some back issues, and
the Heisman was 35 years ago. But
I know
he still got the goods, and he'll join us at 8:28 this morning. We'll have the full Texans Monday program for you. Jordan is producing for us today, and ND Kalu's going to be out a little bit later on. John McClain. So the gang's all here now. The show is really based on. Played a Texans game the previous day. Played a Texans game on Wednesday. We don't need to relive too much of that.
A long time ago,
but there's a lot to fix up. Right? It's a big fixer-upper right now as you get into the postseason. And the regular season finale is Sunday at noon. Game scheduled now. As your schedule indicated, it was going to be either Saturday or Sunday. What we kind of felt this one was going to be Sunday because it had no bearing on anything.
Right.
And the league set it up perfectly, I think. I don't think they could have done any better. There's no Thursday night game this week.
Correct.
If they wanted to play a Thursday night game, they could have set up something pretty juicy with not that juicy, but with the Ravens and the Browns. I think whatever game was going to go first was going to go first regardless, right? Yep. Ravens, Browns, because the Ravens still have to win in order to clinch the AFC North.
There's still a possibility that the Ravens could come here.
Yes, right.
There is a beautiful, Tom Pelissar put this out, and it's every AFC playoff seeding scenario.
Oh, nice.
Every single one. So it is down to 3 teams the Texans could play. It is down to Pittsburgh, Baltimore, or the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay, let's
one
vote.
of those 3 teams.
Let's just send it to the selection committee, you and I. We are the selection committee, and we get to vote on the Texans' opponent in Wild Card Weekend. And I vote for, among those 3, the Pittsburgh Steelers, ladies and gentlemen. Big surprise there. And I can't believe I'm saying that because a few weeks ago, if you had said that, you'd say, are you nuts?
Give me the Chargers.
You'd
3
say,
weeks ago.
Give me the Chargers.
Give me the Chargers.
But the Chargers are piping hot right now.
Hell no.
Piping hot.
Lad McConkey is running all over the place.
Yeah. Don't Ravens
killing it. Ugh.
Not anytime soon, anyway. We'll leave that for later. Don't want to see them for obvious reasons. And I think the Steelers, look, there's no guarantee that they're still going to be reeling by the time they get in here. They could get well against the Bengals, play well. At any time, things can change in this league. We've seen it all the time, right? But the Steelers, so it's Ravens-Browns Saturday at 4:30. The Saturday night game.
3:30.
Oh, sorry, I said 4:30. 4:30 Eastern, Johnny.
Yeah, 4:30
I'm looking
Eastern.
at NFL's website here.
Yeah.
But you're right. Steelers and Browns at 7 o'clock Central. And Steelers and Bengals, rather. And the Bengals, after putting up that Saturday showdown, that performance, are going to be in Steel City, still alive. And the Bengals, if they win, they're not in necessarily. They need help the next day, but that's why the league set it up this way. The Bengals are playing without knowing their fate, and they will play the Steelers, who will know their division fate. They'll know if they have a chance to win the division or not at that point.
The Steelers?
Yeah, the Steelers. What did I say? Did I say?
I was just making sure,
Steelers. So that's Saturday evening. And then we begin the Sunday nooners. And the Texans are playing the Titans in Nashville to conclude the regular season. And the big talk is, should they or should they not play the starters? Who should play if some starters play and some don't? Because you can't rest everybody because you only have 53 men on the roster and you have some practice squad elevations and that's it. So how are you going to field a team if you rest every single starter? You can't do it. So who's going to rest if anybody rests? Does D'Amico announce it? Let me start here. Does D'Amico, he's going to have a media availability today, a press conference. We'll have the D'Amico Ryan Show, 5 o'clock today, right here. Does D'Amico say if he's going to play starters or not?
No.
He leaves it vague.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
there's no reason to say it.
Why announce it?
Yeah.
But
why announce you're going to put it left guard and right tackle? I mean, why announce it? Don't tell everybody. Oh, wait, he didn't do that. Sorry.
He didn't do that.
But the point being, why say it? I mean, I know the game is.
Why announce that you're going to play Lassiter at nickel?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't. I guess the point being, why would you tell somebody that? Like, why you come out and say it? To me, you go through your typical, here are your starters, here's your 48-man game day roster, here's what we're anticipating. Which of those guys is most banged up? Which of those guys would you want to have the rest? Again, you said it. You can't rest everybody.
Yeah.
We've been through this scenario against Tennessee before. We've been through this scenario with Tennessee before in Nashville. This is the third time now it's happened, 16, 19, and now 24, where we're playing Tennessee.
With the Titans, yeah.
With the Titans in game in that case, week 17, week 18. Doesn't matter.
It's the fourth time it's happened, Johnny.
Fourth time?
Not in Nashville, but in 2011. You played the Titans.
Oh, yeah, 2011. Yeah,
Didn't need the game.
Yeah, 4 times it's happened with Tennessee. Where the last game of the year doesn't matter. And here's number one. I think one guy absolutely does not see the field. Put him in warm-ups, put him in a winter hat, and let him sit on the sideline with the earpiece on, helping Bobby Slowick or whatever the case might be. I don't want to see 7 play at all on Sunday. I don't. I love him. I don't want to see him play because the game on, presumably, Saturday, January 11th is that much more important. He needs rest. He needs the rest. He took a beating against the Ravens. He came out of that game. He talked about it briefly in his post-conference, his post-game press conference, talking about, he's banged up. And then he said, that's a terrible excuse. He caught himself. And so, well, that's a terrible excuse. And it is because he's not a guy that would normally use that excuse. So I think of anything else, as much as I love watching him play football, I do not want to see him on the field. He can come stand next to me and spot for me. I don't care.
Here's the other argument. And, look, we'll give both sides of this thing. The argument to have them play or have several starters or all the starters play is they haven't played well offensively.
I understand.
They need to get in rhythm. They need to do something positive, put something good on tape, not for the opponent necessarily, but for them, just for their confidence. Right. They need to find a stride before the postseason, and you just play. If some guys are going to play, all the guys have to play. We're a team. That factors into it as well, that side of the argument. And, look, I could do a debate, and they say when you're in debate club, you should be able to handle it. I can handle that side of the debate.
Both sides. I can understand it. Totally.
And that's what he might decide, Johnny. D'Amico might decide to do that. In fact, I would think D'Amico would lean more toward playing these guys.
It's not guys. He can play everybody else.
You don't want to see the quarterback.
It's just that CJ right now is probably the most banged up that he's been. He needs the rest. But I'm not talking about everybody else. Right. I'm talking about that guy.
I see.
One guy.
Well,
I'm talking about him.
If you're going to go there with him, I got another guy to join that party on the sideline, and that would be Joe Mixon. I don't need to see Joe Mixon in this game either if I'm going to not see CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And now I start going down the line, and there might be a few others because they have all the information on the injuries. We don't.
That's right.
Right? So anybody you hear debating this thing this week, they don't know. Right? Now, there will be an injury report Wednesday. They're going to practice today. It'll be, I would assume, a lighter practice today, but who knows? based on the time of the media schedule, it's not going to be that extensive. But anyway, they're going to have a practice today, and then Wednesday you'll get the first official injury report of the week. C.J. Stroud has not been on the injury report, right?
He has this year, yes.
Well, I mean, this recently, though.
Recently, I don't think so. I don't think so.
But
he's been on there with a
banged
hand
up,
or shoulder,
banged up, limited.
No, we haven't had an injury.
You say banged up on the injury report? That would be.
But we haven't had an injury report since the game against the Ravens when he went out of the game and it was clear that he was leaned over. So we haven't had an injury report since then. My whole point is, I want to go beat the Titans. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I want to go into the game against the Steelers, Chargers, Ravens in the playoffs as close to 100% as you could possibly be. So I'm talking about one guy. I'm not talking about anybody else. You're going to have to evaluate everybody else, but you have to look at that one guy and think, okay, I don't need to see him take a shot from Jeffrey Simmons. I don't need to see him get landed on by Tavondre Sweat. I don't need to see him hit the ground at all. Like, I don't need that.
Yeah.
We don't need that. So I'm talking one guy right now. Now, I start evaluating, you said, Joe Mixon, Nico Collins. Do they play?
What's another one?
You know, do I even give a shot? Now, you got to look at your depth at those positions and what you've got in-house, and can you handle 60 minutes without them on the field and feel confident about that and feel good about what you can do? Who's to say? I remember in 2019 when we played the Titans here, A.J. McCarron took over, and we scored a touchdown on the first drive of the game for the first time all year.
Yeah.
So you still have to have the majority of your roster ready to go for that game. But there's one guy that you just have to pull out of there. And look, quarterbacks have to be considered different from everybody else. It just is that way.
So does Nico Collins, though.
Right.
And Joe Mixon.
But in particular, the quarterback.
I got it.
To me, that discussion is just it's easy.
What about this side?
CJ playing Sunday? Hell no. What about the others? We'll talk about it.
Okay, let's talk about this. Offensive line, the starting five they are.
Mm-hmm.
Does it help them to go out there? Do they get better by playing against Tennessee and executing better, whatever the game plan might be?
Yes.
Tennessee's got – is Simmons still playing? I haven't even looked at them yet, honestly. I mean, I saw glimpses of the game
Simmons
this weekend.
Playing. They lost to Jacksonville.
Simmons, Tavondre Sweat, as you said. Some of the other guys
Sweat will play.
Yeah, he's a rookie. He's going to play.
I don't know about Simmons.
Maybe he wants to play. Maybe they want to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
they lost to the Jags yesterday.
I mean, they're in a weird spot. They're kind of like we were in 2022.
Do they want to worsen their draft choice? They got a break, so to speak, yesterday with the Giants winning against the dreaded, hated, despised Colts.
And what separates the Titans and Patriots right now is the fact that the Titans won in overtime when they played in Nashville. So they've got kind of a tricky situation going on, too. So they've got some decisions to make as well. So it could be a second half kind of preseason game like, in a sense. Like, you don't know who's going to be out there.
Well, that's the other side of this. Do you play him for a series or two? Now, the Texans did this in 11. It was a different situation because they had a rookie quarterback. That was the year of the quarterbacks going through the various layers of the depth chart. T.J. Yates needed to play well going into the postseason. So they play him on the first drive. I think he went 4 for 4, and they pull him. Jake Delhomme plays the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not comparing Stroud to Yates. Don't get me wrong, folks. But I'm just saying, would you consider that?
No.
Play him for a couple of series?
Nope.
Yeah, what good does that – let's say he looks great. So what? You're going to go play next week. Do you get out of rhythm? I don't know. The Chiefs are going to rest their starters, and they get the bye.
Right.
So that means they played Wednesday also.
Right.
So they get this past weekend off with the mini bye. They get next weekend off, the starters.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put that in air quotes because they can't rest all their starters. And then they get the next week off.
Right.
So will they be in rhythm by the time they play in the divisional round? In other words, the next time the Chiefs play, it could be when the Texans go up there after winning wild card weekend here.
Yeah, I mean,
that's who you're going to play.
Again, I don't need to see CJ at all. If CJ were 100% or close to 100%, then I would probably go with your thought. Give him a series. Kind of just make sure that they.
If he were 100. So yours is
100%.
Entirely based on.
Yes.
Okay.
He's already beat up, admittedly. he admitted it in the press conference. He's beat up. And if he's saying it, he's probably worse off than he actually is.
Because he let it slip.
Yes.
To a degree.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying, and I know, look, I'm not trying to poo-poo anybody else's injuries on this particular roster or whatever the case might be.
Because there are many.
Because there are. There absolutely are. For example, I saw Aziz the other day in the hallway. I talked to him for a little bit. I play Aziz. I absolutely play Aziz.
Really?
He's been off for 3 weeks. I think you got to get some of that. Again, it might be a half.
Want me to give you the counter to that one?
Quarter?
I'll give you the counter to that one. Christian Harris didn't play for a year, and he looked pretty good against the Dolphins. I think Aziz will look fine in the playoffs. I don't need to play. I don't want us to get hurt, especially against the Titans.
I mean, I don't either, but, I mean, he hasn't played for 3 weeks, shake off some of the rust for a couple series.
Yeah.
And then let some of the other guys in. Like we said, there are only so many guys that you can, like, if you do the math on this, there's only so many guys that you can, you've got a 53-man roster, and you've got 2 call-ups from practice squad. You've got a 48-man game day roster. So do the math on it.
Yeah.
They're in a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah.
You only carry 8 offensive linemen to the game, right? So if you're going to rest Laramie or Titus or whomever, you can only do 1 or 2.
Yeah.
You know, so there's not a whole heck of a lot.
I might let those guys play even if Stroud's out and Mixon and Nico, I might let those guys play a couple of series and then sub in as you go, right? Maybe I do that. And that way one of them can come back if you get banged up with the reserve position. That might be a way to handle it. You got to be careful here, though, because, look, for the 8th time in the history of your franchise, you're in the playoffs.
Right.
And it's, as D'Amico would say, an op. This is an op that you have next weekend, a week from Saturday, we think. The Texans will play in a playoff game here at home. This is a rare opportunity, and you must, despite everything that's happened, you've lost 31-2, the offense not doing well, whatever, you're going to have an opportunity. And you're right. If you can hit that starting line as healthy as possible, you got a chance to win that day. You're here at home. I don't care who you're playing. You got a chance to do some damage. Get through that. Get up for that as much as humanly possible, physically, mentally, all of it, and go take it to them. And maybe you find your way into the divisional round, and who knows what happens after that.
Let me present to you the other side of this, the so-called, well, you got Blake started. Let me give you one name. Tywan Jones. Tywan Jones. 2019, we play that game against the Tennessee Titans at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And at that point, Carlos Hyde and Duke Johnson, I don't think, played in that game.
In the final.
In the finale against the Titans.
Yeah, I know.
So they played Tywan Jones.
Yep.
And Tywan got the football for the first time all year, and all of a sudden we're looking around going, hey, this looks halfway decent.
Fresh legs.
Fresh legs. So fast forward 1 week.
Yep. He makes one of the greatest plays.
Who's on the 53-man rosters? Tywan Jones gets out on the field and ends up making a couple of huge plays in that game. He makes the biggest play, arguably the biggest play in the history of this franchise, outside of a few others, but in the playoffs, one of them. And you don't even know that you're going to do that because the week before, he impresses them so much when he gets the opportunity. Talk about ops.
Yeah.
The op can come for some guys in this last game where you open the eyes of the coaches and go, hey, wait, what do we have here? And Tywan Jones is a perfect example of that. So whether you start or don't start, whomever, whatever, there's a feeling of, okay, let's get through this game. But the guys that do end up starting and playing in that, have an op to do something and get themselves in front of the coaches and, man, holy cow.
Yeah.
Like the other day, I think it was a great example of against the Ravens. Jake Hansen went into the game, I think for Christian at some point. Jake made a number of plays. Now, we've seen Jake make plays over the years.
Right.
He played, I thought, really well against Green Bay. When Aziz was down and we had no Christian and Henry was with the concussion, they played Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen against the Packers. And they played a really good ball game, both of them. So Jake gets in the game the other day, and I don't know how many times I'm spotting for you down there, and I'm like, Hansen.
Yep.
Hansen. This is one of those games where Jake Hansen starts against the Titans. He can rack up double-digit tackles, and all of a sudden, before you know it, he could end up doing something, pretty significant in the game for you against whoever you're going to play in the playoffs. I just think it's an opportunity also for those guys. And here's the other thing, and the other side of the CJ argument, whether CJ is going to play or not, or whatever the case might be. You haven't had Davis Mills take a meaningful snap, a game-meaningful snap since preseason. So with CJ banged up, you don't know when you may need Davis in the playoffs to come in and not just hand the ball off.
I think
you've got to get Davis a significant number of snaps that matter, where he can read a defense, where he can execute the offense, where he can throw the football against a pass rush, throw it to whomever is catching the ball. You guys, I think you've got to get Davis Mills some reps at quarterback as well. Look, you don't want to go to that. You don't want to. But if you have to, you're not throwing Davis in there. He hasn't taken snaps since the Rams preseason game. Now,
that's why I was hoping they would let him throw the ball around a little bit against the Ravens.
I felt the same.
They were handing off at the end of the game. They wanted to get out of that game, but I thought, there's an opportunity to throw the ball. I know it's prevent at that point. They're way up on you, but, just to get the arm, get the wing loose.
And this is a place where Davis has won before? It's a place where Davis has won before.
Wait, what's his AFC South road winning streak, Mills? Ooh. It's at least 4, right? He won all 3 in 2022. He won the last one in 2021. It's 4.
On the road, yeah.
So in his last – so wait a minute. In 2022, he went 3-2-1. Was that what it was in the division? 3-2-1. 3-2-1. So he's 4-2-1 in his last 7 AFC South games. Bang! How does that taste? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Not that great, but
and there's a part of me too that wants to see what Davis. Davis signed his contract for next year. He'll be back for another year in 2025. So, but I want to see. I want to see what he can do, and just give him the confidence that if he's got to come into a playoff game. I mean, how many times have we seen backup quarterbacks have to get into a playoff game, whether it's scheduled because the starter got hurt at the end of the year, or something happens as a starter in a playoff game and you got to go in.
That's just an added. That's an added element. Yes. That's not the prime motivator.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. But I get it. It's another point. If you're taking all the different items into account, those are definitely ones you take into account.
Okay, let's get Andre Ware into account next, and we'll get ND Kalu a little bit later, 9 o'clock. John McClain at 9:30. It's all happening here. Texans Monday is brought to you by Houston Methodist, and getting sick, not an option for you, right? And not an option for the Houston Texans, especially this time of year. 24/7 on-demand video visits are available through Houston Methodist. You get video care. This is amazing stuff. Same-day sick visits and quick access to primary care doctors. Log on to houstonmethodist.org/care options. Check out the website. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Ashley is proud to present the kickoff season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
So let's go. Your Houston Texans are now AFC South champions and heading to the playoffs. Get your tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets. Plus, never miss a game next season and become a season ticket member. Join our priority list for the 2025 season now to be the first to know when tickets become available next year and receive incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to playoff tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texas Team Shop and NRG Stadium, and more. Get playoff tickets or join our priority list now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Texans fans stand for the heart of a champion. That's the desire to be the best. Folks, this is D'Amico Ryans. Desire is at the heart of your best in Texas Ford dealers to make it easy and affordable to buy a new Ford. Easy to own one too, with Ford mobile service and pickup and delivery. Services that come to you and help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Houston 48. 3 receivers left after motion. Wide side of the field. Here's pressure. Stroud stands in. Fires the ball downfield left. Has Nico inside the 25-yard line, out of bounds there as the coverage was by Hamilton, but got there late. And the Texans have the ball near the red zone. Something brewing here with 4:37 to go in the third. Down 31-2. 30-yard gain to Nico Collins. Okay, good. The levels are weird this morning, okay? We're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Got a lot of things going on, like my not working. It went off, came back on, now it's off again. The black screen of death on my phone. I'm just sharing my personal experience because that's what you're told to do in radio.
Yeah.
Be relatable.
Personal experience.
Share your personal experience. Help! IT. Anyway.
Did you email IT?
I did.
Well,
they're sick of me now, Johnny, because I emailed them this morning and I said phone problem, blah, blah, blah. Then it came back and I said, hey, false alarm, guys, everything's fine. And I emailed them again. They think I'm wacko, but they might be right. Let's get to Andre Ware here. Is Dre with us on Texans Monday? Not after a game. The game was Wednesday, but we're looking forward to the finale and the playoffs. Dre, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, great to have you with us. Okay, so tell me, first of all, Trey, we're going to start backwards here. How has bowl season been for you? And I know you're going to be at the Kinder's Texas Bowl tomorrow, but tell us how it's been because I know you've done a bunch of games so far.
Yeah, I think overall it's not what I'm used to in terms of, just from a participation standpoint. Stars are opting out, playing a half. It's something unlike things I've never seen before. So it's the new way of life in college football and something that I'm going to have to adjust to fast and get used to because this is the new norm, so to speak. And, you just don't know why for certain reasons. Guys are, opting out to get in the portal. Guys are opting out to go to the NFL. And, everybody wants to do something fast, and it's just amazing to me how the climate has changed in such a rapid period of time.
Okay, Dre, I'm gonna put you as NFL GM of a team that needs a quarterback this year. So Titans, Giants, whomever. Okay, you are the NFL GM for those teams, and you're considering Cam Ward, I just want to get your thoughts. For those people that don't know, Cam Ward, Heisman finalist from the University of Miami. He's from West Columbia High School, Roughneck. And he went to Incarnate Word. He went to Washington State, did great things at both places. He goes to Miami, sets all kinds of records. He is 3 touchdowns short of the all-time touchdown record in football. So he plays a half of the bowl game, of the Pop-Tarts Bowl, but then sits the second half and doesn't play the second half. They let the backup quarterback play. So one of the debates that I ended up seeing on Twitter, social media, was, NFL scouts and GMs are going to be furious with this. And then some others thought they won't worry about this at all. If you were an NFL GM with an opportunity to take a quarterback, how would you feel, to your point, about Cam Ward playing a half and then completely just opting out of the second half? Would that bother you in any way, shape, or form? Or would you ask questions about it? How would you feel about something like that?
I think I would prefer that he finish the game, but Cam Ward's played a lot of football. There's a lot of film to look at. There's a lot of things to consider, and when you're talking about a potential first overall pick, there needs to be something given to the fact that he played in the game at all.
Right.
And at least started the game and got to halftime and then opted out to play the second half. But, that as far as how I'm going to evaluate him, how I'm going to look at him if I'm a scout or whatever, GM type, that's not going to bother me one bit.
Dre, I'm watching Atlanta and Washington last night, and I'm seeing Michael Penix, who I know you are very fond of, and the guy looks really great. And Jaden Daniels looks really great. And all the talk on Twitter about these rookie quarterbacks, and I'm thinking, like Lee Corso would say, not so fast, my friends, because we all know that the learning curve in the NFL is not just 1 year, it's many years. As we're seeing here up close and personal with CJ, I want to talk about those other guys, but talk to me about CJ here in year 2. Here we are down the stretch, and you still have a tremendous opportunity. You're in the postseason. It hasn't gone that well, to say the least, lately offensively overall. And it's not just him, it's a collective thing. But what's your take and input to C.J. Stroud kind of turning things around, just upping his game in the moment and moving forward into 2025?
Yeah, a lot of people are, hey, the jinx and all of that. Well, you can have a junior jinx and a senior jinx if you're not getting protected up front, and it all starts right there. And you look at the running game. For some reason, it's not what it had been. Joe Mixon seems to be kind of, if he's earning 7 yards, it's because Joe Mixon kind of got there, and it's not because there was this huge hole. So there's some things up front that need to be addressed as well. When you talk about CJ, weapons, 2 main weapons, and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs are no longer in the fold. So there's not a whole lot of options that are going to take the top off the defense, are going to get themselves open underneath a lot and always. And that was Diggs's kind of role with this team, because Nico and Tank could take the medium to high throws and do well doing that. So there's a lot of expectations on it, and I know the finger gets pointed at the quarterback all the time. He is big enough to accept those responsibilities and that type of criticism. But you have to know that you're only as good at that position as the parts around you. And when you start subtracting those parts, it takes away from the quarterback's game as well.
All right, Trey, we were talking about this earlier, and I'm relatively convinced that I don't need to see number 7 on Sunday against the Titans because he's been banged up. I would get him rehabbed to a point where he could play in the playoff game at 100%. I probably shouldn't even said that because I don't know if I'm, changing your answer in some sense, but what would you do, especially with CJ on Sunday against the Titans, given the fact that a win or a loss doesn't really matter as far as seeding goes. You know, you're the 4th seed. I know we don't want to lose to Tennessee twice in a year, but I'm just talking CJ in particular. Other guys, we'll leave them out of this for a second, but just CJ in particular, and really only because he's been banged up. What would you do with CJ on Sunday?
I'd play him. I'd play him until the game is out of hand and in favor of the Texans, and then I'd sit him and go to Davis Mills. But there's no way I wouldn't play him because, you know, you get stale sitting fast at that position, and you go through a routine every single week. When that routine is broken, it takes time to get it back. Sometimes it's hard to get it back. So I would let him go through his entire routine, start the game. If, you know, I may Cam Ward him and play a half, but I would certainly play him at least that much in this game.
Okay. Well, I don't believe, you guys know me, I don't believe in bye weeks. I don't believe in sitting if you can play and you're healthy. It's just from a personal standpoint, sitting does nothing for me. And all it does is make you stale and get you out of your rhythm. And I know if you ask CJ, he's going to want to play.
My only thing is the health aspect is how healthy is he right now.
So you're saying if he's 100%, Johnny,
I said it earlier. Yeah, if he were close to 100%, I think he should play. To Dre's point, absolutely, because you get out of rhythm. I just worry about how healthy he actually is right now, and is playing going to exacerbate any of those issues. You know what I mean? That's my side of it. Other than that, I'm with Dre. I think dudes have got to play. I don't like it when guys don't play in the preseason. I think they get rusty. We've talked about this a lot during the preseason. If you can play, you play. But I think
there's been by the time we get to Sunday, there will have been 11 days that have gone by that you have done very little, if any, football stuff, and then you come back and you start to prepare for the game. Hell, there are guys that have gone to different countries during this time period, and I only know that because they're dumb enough to tweet about it. So, so you've got 11 days of rest, and are you resting or are you partying? What are you doing? You know, and if I'm CJ, I'm taking the necessary rest to get myself healthy. I'm getting treatment during these 11 days so that I can get back to 100% or as close to it as you can get at this point in the season. But I think 11 days of rest is enough to give. So you're talking rest him in 11 days, rest him again for another week. How rusty is he going to be when we get to the playoff game?
Well, you have a max of one game with Deontay Johnson in the fold here, and no one's looking at him as the savior necessarily, but he's going to help this receiver group, you would think. So what do you expect or hope to see out of Deontay Johnson added to the receiver mix, Dre, with just one game max, and then you have the playoff game to start things out?
I think there's a package that will be put in for him. He's got a while. He's been in town now for a while to have learned and picked up the system. Hopefully he didn't take the 11 days to go somewhere else, but spend it in the building trying to learn the offense so that he could contribute to a playoff team. And I think if he learns the majority of what's going on offensively, he could certainly help this team in a lot of ways. He is dynamic when he's right, but we've also seen when he's wrong, and hopefully those days are behind him and he's ready to contribute to the Texans. And, you know, you're looking now at your future. So hopefully he's approached it that way in terms of being able to have a place to come back to in 2025.
Yeah, no doubt. Dre, I want to ask you about somebody we saw in week 3. That's Sam Darnold. Because I remember in week 3 we were watching him, and he played a solid ball game against us. He was good. It was more the defense that dominated us that day and giving them, short fields and all that kind of stuff. Mark and I talk about this, on air, off air. We talked about it with you, the expiration date of guys that have not been starting quarterbacks. And we kept saying, okay, Sam's getting near the expiration date. And then he never got there. Not only did he not get there, he's gotten better and better and better. And I know he won't win the MVP because that seems like it's a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson conversation. But he probably should be in the mix What do you think this says about Sam, his opportunities for next year? If you're Minnesota, what do you do about Sam Darnold going into next year, knowing you're getting a quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, off an ACL or a leg injury or whatever it was? What kind of you think is the future for Sam, and what do you think about what he's done this year?
I don't know if he qualifies for comeback player of the year, but certainly that would be, he would be there for me. He's had an outstanding year and an outstanding season. One thing about NFL coaches is they're going to go with the known commodity. They don't mind having taken J.J. McCarthy and giving him an entire year to get his knee right and back to 100%, and then wait some more. Jordan Love waited 3 years. Aaron Rodgers waited 3 years, and it's working out for them. Who knows how much when that expiration date comes, or if it ever comes for Sam Darnold. The thing about playing quarterback in the NFL is that it's all about timing. Right place, right time, right coaching staff, right offense, the right fit in terms of play caller, all of that stuff. What's around you? He's got everything he needs to succeed, and other places may not have been presented that type of situation. You get drafted high because you're going to a bad team. It's a bad team. It's going to be a reflection on the quarterback if it doesn't work out. Look at Fields in Chicago. Same exact things happening to Caleb Williams. It's just a bad situation in Chicago that needs to be righted somehow, some way. And you can look in Carolina, finally turning the corner with Bryce Young. So that's happened. It took a couple of stops for Sam Darnold, but I think Minnesota signs him to a deal somewhere in the 4-year range, maybe 3 to 4 year range, and it's going to be a significant amount because I think to franchise him, it's somewhere around $40 million a year. So he's going to have a huge payday from the $10 million that he's making already. And quite honestly, he's kind of earned it, staying in there, delivering the ball. You could tell he's playing with a tremendous amount of confidence. Why would you ever mess with that? If you're a good football team and they're on pace to be the number 1 overall seed, that could happen for them this weekend if certain things bounce their way. But you don't mess with that once you have it. And I think JJ's going to have to sit for a couple of years before he sees the field as a starter in Minnesota.
That's exactly what I would do.
Yeah,
I would. You keep exactly what I would do.
Franchise him.
Yes, absolutely. You keep Sam Darnold around that place. He'll have a great influence on J.J. McCarthy and the way
Why do you want to go through rookie quarterback when you have that 42? And the league set it up beautifully because Sunday night is for the top seed in the NFC with the Vikings and Lions.
You're the 1 or the 5.
And how about this? I forget what Twitter account had it, but they had a picture of Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold together in Panthers uniforms, and the caption is, "This was just 2 years ago." 2 years ago, they were both there. And then the Panthers mortgage everything to get Bryce Young, and I get that, but you had them right there, but it backs up
and
your
both
point
guys
there.
are now playing some really good football. Baker is playing football, they lead in the NFC South and kind of control their own destiny as well. You look at what Darnold has done; they're already a playoff team. Yep. So it just goes to show you, going to certain places that don't really have things in check, can situations like this can occur.
I was thinking of you, Dre, because you and I have talked about this before, how in certain broadcasts, like if you're not feeling well, like you get up and you're kind of sick, but you do the game, and sometimes you have your best broadcast. I was thinking of the Raiders. The Raiders plane was delayed many hours. I think they got in the middle of the night or something into New Orleans, and they played great against New Orleans. Not that New Orleans is great, but the Raiders are not good. But they played a kind of masterful game, and I was thinking of you. The focus sometimes gets sharp when you have something negative happen to you, and you have to just completely dial into the situation.
That's exactly right. I mean, when you're sick, you know that you've got to focus, and you're playing the neck up more so. And when the focus is there, because you know that you're not 100%, sometimes those are the days that you have your best performances. And so when the situation wasn't right for the Raiders, getting in late, things of that sort, they knew they'd had to get as much rest as they could, then get to the field and focus. And everybody kind of took part in that game in terms of having an effect on the outcome. It was a hell of a game to watch, and I'm happy for Antonio Pierce. The more games they win, because I've met him, I've talked to him from a broadcast standpoint when he was at Arizona State. I really like the guy. I'm pulling for him, and so I'm hoping that he at least gets another year and gets a quarterback that they can consistently put under center and win games with.
You know who did that? Kirk Cignetti. Cignetti is a guy that has his team, even with an 11 o'clock game the next morning, he has them show up at 8:30 or 9 o'clock to the hotel, grab a snack, go to bed, get up and play.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He gets them there. I think they played UCLA maybe.
But you flirt with disaster.
Yeah, you almost do. But
well, I always hated sitting around all day waiting on a game. And the more you can just kind of time it where you get there, get some rest, get up, get on the bus, get dressed, get on the bus, and let's go to the stadium and get in the routine is the best thing for you. And so I think he has won so many football games. He's won everywhere he's gone. The job he did to Indiana, that was like looking at the schedule. Oh, yeah, that's one. Check it for a win.
Yep.
But not anymore. Not with him being there and having won as many games. He has got a recipe for how to win, and he took it to Indiana, and it's working there as well.
All right, so, Dre, you get to pick the opponent for the playoffs, and here are the possibilities. It's only these three: the Chargers, the Steelers, and the Ravens. Now, we won't get into what has to happen for any one of those teams to visit. Now, the Steelers might be the obvious answer the way they're playing right now, but they bring their fans with them, and they tend to pay top dollar for the tickets and invade your building. The Ravens, we just saw them. The Chargers getting kind of hot right here. They'll close out with the Raiders, but they want to close out with the win and become the 5th seed. So your thoughts, you get to pick the opponent.
I can tell you this: there's no way I want to see Baltimore anytime soon. after what they just did this past week or last weekend, or in the middle of the week. So no, I don't want to see Baltimore. So then it boils down to Pittsburgh and the Chargers. And so the Chargers are playing some good football. I would actually think it would be Pittsburgh, because there's some kind of uncertainty as the season comes to a close and the playoffs are starting to ramp up, and that's the conversation. They're not playing really good football right now. So that would be the team, I think. Just if you really, you want someone's best, but you also want to advance, and the Chargers that would be a tough out. Even in NRG, that would be a tough football game. A lot tougher than I think the Steeler game would be.
Okay, now we know that Buffalo's locked in as the 2.
Right.
You're Buffalo. You have the opportunity to see 3 different teams. Now, one of them has a very small percentage chance, but it's probably the one you don't want to face. Which team would you not want to face? Denver, Miami, or Cincinnati?
Ooh. Cincinnati. It would be Cincinnati. That's an easy one for me. Cincinnati, because Joe Burrow has played out of his mind. And when you get the type of quarterback play that Cincinnati's getting from him, even with the type of season that they've had, to even be in the conversation of making the playoffs is outstanding. And so when you get him and he's hot and he's playing well, that would be a tough football game. I would probably prefer Miami, because they just don't play well in the cold, and they got to come to you. I know they're in the division, but coming to Buffalo, I think that's happened already, and they've skinned the Dolphins already. So I don't think that Miami can go to Buffalo and win a playoff game.
All right, Dre, I know it's a big night for Brothers in Arms, or a big day at the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Tell us a little bit about that before we let you go. Yeah, glad you asked. We're going to announce our class for this coming year. They'll be on the field, and we'll get a chance to have all of them spend some time. We also get other classes that come back for this night. So we'll have just about everyone. I think
will be back for this one. And it's just a good time for the kids. We'll participate in some things on the field, myself, Vince, and Warren. And then at some point, I'll have to scurry to Atlanta to call the Peach Bowl with Anish on radio, Texas and Arizona State. But I'm excited about tomorrow night. I'm excited about the kids coming in, the new ones, seeing some that have already graduated. We've had a couple that are coming in that are close to graduation. So it's always fun to see it. It's a small family that we've built with Brothers in Arms. The kids are close. They're close with us. It's just taken on kind of a life of its own. And every time we get together, it's a lot of fun. So we've raised money for scholarships for single-parent kids that grew up the way we did. And like I said, it's just a bunch of fun. So I'm thankful to the Texans and Lone Star that we'll get a chance to do this during the Texas Bowl, and looking forward to a great game between Baylor and LSU.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome stuff, Trey.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Thanks, great work you guys do. Brothers in Arms and Kinder's Texas Bowl tomorrow. Kickoff at 2:30, right, Johnny?
2:30.
And you're on the call for that one.
Yeah,
this is going to be awesome.
610.
Right here. All right, Trey. Thanks a lot, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, coming up, well, we'll get to ND in about 10, 15 minutes here. Johnny, I continue to go over the playoff picture, how that affects your Houston Texans. It's coming up here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee. It's our roots.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best grills at the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales. Just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
The excitement is building for
the 2020 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Hello, Mark and John with you. As we just had Dre on, we'll get ND Kalu in here soon enough. I'm dealing with life without a phone.
I mean, you're miserable without it.
I'm telling you.
It's amazing.
It says something about modern society, how inept you feel without your phone, how empty and lost you feel without your phone. Because my laptop this morning felt like a rotary phone, compared to actually not having my smartphone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, this thing is what is this capable of? Oh, I can send a message via email on this. I suppose I could have gotten up all my social media accounts, but I really don't have them on the laptop much because it's just such a pain in the butt to keep signing in and out. I just use it on the phone, right?
Yeah.
You do everything on your phone.
Everything.
Absolutely everything. It's like part of my brain. Like you removed my medulla oblongata this morning. I don't have it, and it stinks. Anyway, enough about complaining. This is a luxury problem, by the way. I understand this.
But what's fascinating is I have found that you think, the Gen Z got their phone in there. Man, it's the boomers and the Gen X that are lost without their phones when they don't have it. Completely lost.
You know what I was thinking about the other day? Like in the 90s, way back when, I used to book hotels for road trips for doing games and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, how did I book a hotel in Cincinnati? There was no internet usage. I'm talking like 94.
How did we do
How did I do that? I didn't have the yellow pages in Cincinnati handy, right? Because I didn't live there.
Right.
So what did I do? I don't even remember how I did that. Do you just call a national chain like, do you have a hotel in Cincinnati? Yeah, that's what you did. It's crazy stuff. Anyway.
So many things that we look back and go, how did that happen? I don't eat at a restaurant now unless I have 500 reviews on Yelp of a particular restaurant.
Walk into a restaurant without references?
I mean, come on.
We're gonna do that?
What are the hours for a particular store or restaurant?
Yeah.
You look it up. It's the way it goes.
It's amazing. So the playoff picture, obviously you're in. You play next weekend, wild card weekend. Next weekend meaning a week from Saturday, probably. In all likelihood, against either the Steelers, the Chargers, or the Baltimore Ravens. So the Ravens have the Browns on Saturday afternoon this weekend. You presume they would take care of business there, but nothing's a given in the NFL. Now, the Ravens, should they lose that game, are they still not guaranteed to be here? Because if the Chargers win, let's see, the Chargers, what are they at, Johnny? They have 10 wins, right? The Chargers have 10 wins. So they need to get to 11. Do they win the tiebreaker? Didn't they get boat raced by Baltimore? Didn't I see that? So let me pull that.
So Baltimore can be the 3 or the 5. That's it. That's it. So if Baltimore loses to Cleveland, Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati. Pretty simple one there. Then Pittsburgh wins the division. Baltimore falls to the 5. But that's the only spot. That's the
only spot they can go to.
So Baltimore can be the 3 and the 5. Pittsburgh can be the 3, the 5, the 6. The Chargers could be the 5 or the 6.
And remember, the Texans are going to play the 5.
That's right. They're going to play the 5.
4 and 5 matchup. Then if the Texans win, they'll go to the 1, which is Kansas City, which will rest starters this weekend. They've already announced that.
Yep.
So they're going to they'll be ice cold, baby. They'll be just frigid. Hopefully the temperature won't be by the time the Texans get to Arrowhead Stadium. Look, I'll sign up for that right now. I'd rather go there than Baltimore or Buffalo at this point.
Yeah, now, let those two teams beat the hell out of each other. And then, you go into Kansas City, a place. I know, like I was talking to you last week about the similarities to 2012 and the fact that, we talked through everything, but one of those was you played late in the year at a particular, Super Bowl championship team. You didn't play exceedingly well in 2012. You played a little bit better in 2024, but you don't win the game. You have, obviously, the Tank Dell situation in that game, and that just kind of left a pall over it. But then you go back in the playoffs. Now, you've done that in 11, where you played the the Ravens in Baltimore earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Then you went back there.
Yeah.
2016, we played the Patriots in week 3. Went back there.
2019,
we did the same.
You beat the Chiefs up there. You go back.
And you go back there.
It doesn't go well.
So, 2023, you lost to the Ravens week 1. You went back there. So there's a part of me that thinks, okay, if you win, you're going to end up going back. You're going to go to Kansas City. The only way that you could not go to Kansas City is if you have 2 massive upsets in Buffalo versus and then presumably Baltimore versus. If you get 2 upsets there, then you would host a divisional playoff round. But we thought that last year, same sort of thing. We played on Saturday.
No,
we won.
You're not going to host no matter what.
No, you could.
No, because the 1 gets a bye.
Hold on. If 6 and 7 both win, 1, 4, 6, 7.
Oh, they get the lowest seed.
Yes, you host a divisional playoff game. But
they
you got to have Buffalo
seed.
and Baltimore lose. We had that last year. We were the 4.
Oh, yeah,
we won. And we're sitting there cheering for the Steelers and I can't remember who else it was to win.
That's right.
Because we would have gotten a divisional playoff round.
You're right. Okay. So they'll get the lowest seed whoever's left over.
But I don't think a 7 has ever beaten a 2. And it's happened with the 6 over a 3.
Look, if a 16 can beat a 1 in the NCAA tournament, anything's possible.
So what you're saying is there's a chance. Look, you just have to take care of business that opening weekend, and then just more than likely you're going to Kansas City.
All right. Very likely we get ND Kalu in here next. A little bit late, but better late than never. It's not his fault. It's ours. We're going to have him next and discuss the entire situation here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too, with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K. And enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid, a mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2024 season tickets have sold out. If you're not a Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to 2024 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hi, I'm Whataburger's Breakfast on a Bun, or Bob. And I'm Bob Ranchero. We're brothers. We've both got signature sausage, fresh egg, and melty cheese. And I've got picante salsa and pickled jalapenos. I'm the spicy one. And I'm the reliable one. And I'm reliably spicy. No, being reliable is my thing. Right, and I'm spicy. Right. Reliably spicy. Oh my gosh.
Whataburger's Breakfast on a Bun, Bob Ranchero. Served 11 p.m. to 11 a.m.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, Spend with all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Take your fandom to the next level and experience the most chances to win like a Texan. Sounds pretty good, right? Join the Stampede, a Houston Texans e-newsletter for the best fans in the NFL. Stampede members will receive the latest in Texans news, upcoming events, and contests. We're talking lots of contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
All right. Mark and John with you. Good morning, everybody. We are getting ready for the regular season finale on Sunday, noon kick. Schedule out late last night following the Sunday night showdown between Washington and Atlanta. It was an amazing game. Man, the league had at least two totally fantastic games, national windows. Bengals on Saturday.
Oh, Bengals-Broncos game. Fantastic.
So good. Doing what they did, even though they screwed it up at the end of regulation. My gosh.
Screwed it up.
It's clock management, awful. And then last night, Washington-Atlanta was as good as you could want it to be. I mean, Penix was great. And
controversy at the end.
Jaden
clock
Daniels.
management messing up, so you've got things to talk about the next day.
Oh, yeah, Raheem Morris. Come
my
on.
God.
You got to call timeouts.
Please.
And get the ball closer. 56, you can't settle for 56.
No.
You got to try to get it closer, especially when you have time.
I didn't watch any of the game last night because I went to bed early, and I was just like, you know what, I'll watch it. And then I wake up and I hear about Raheem Morris's bad clock management. I'm like, okay.
Since you've written a book about it, literally.
So I'm like, okay, what happened? And then I see what happened, and I'm in studio. This is before you got here this morning. I'm screaming. Call the timeout.
No, that's what you wonder. Like, isn't there a guy? I got to have a Madden nerd in the booth saying timeout, coach.
So I saw on Twitter somebody said, just hire a Madden player, bro. That was literally a tweet.
Well, you made that point a long time ago.
But they know. They do know. Absolutely.
Let's get ND Kalu in here, who I doubt plays much Madden, if ever. I mean, ND, do you play Madden at all? Have you played it? You must have played it, but were you ever habitual about it? Good morning.
Good morning. You know what? Obviously, I did play it in college. When I was in college, that's when the NCAA college football first came out. So that's right. You have to think, to be able to see your number and your likeness on a game was like everything, especially at a small school like Rice. So I played that. Then when I got to the pros, Madden was big, but I just wasn't good. I was never that good with video games, and I just felt like I was wasting time. So I never really got into it like some of my other teammates and friends.
We used to mess with David Anderson about his rating. Like, you're the lowest rated DA. Like, he hated hearing that, so we would always mess with him about that. Were you aware of your rating, ND? Were players acutely aware of whatever their rating was on Madden when they played?
Oh, guys took it personal. I was definitely aware. What always bothered me, they always had my speed below what I thought it should be. Like I understood the strength and, you know, even the overall rating. But I think at one time, they had Hugh Douglas faster than me, and Hugh loved that. He would always throw that in my face, and that really pissed me off. Like to the point where I was boycotting the game, like they care. Like Madden cares that this backup defensive end is boycotting the game. But then another thing was funny about Madden, it puts your name out there. I'll never forget when I first signed on with the Texans. I was year 10, 11 at the time. And a lot of the younger players were like, oh, man, you know, I love using you on Madden. I used you for the last 8 years in Madden. And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. So, no, guys definitely take it personal, and it adds another dynamic to this thing we call the NFL.
ND, tell us. Everybody's got an opinion. D'Amico Ryans, his opinion is the only one that really matters here. But we'll play, quote, the starters. Now, you can't sit everybody, but key people, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon. Would you sit those guys in a, quote, meaningless game in Nashville, or would you play them trying to get some rhythm for the postseason? What are your thoughts?
It's funny you asked that, Mark, because I've evolved. If you would have asked me that question 4 or 5 years ago when I had my own radio show, I would be pounding my fist on the table saying you absolutely play everybody. The game matters. You're trying to win. You want the momentum going into the playoffs. But watching this team over the last few weeks, I treat this game, I treat it like a preseason game. I'm now my offensive line, obviously with some of the guys that haven't been in there all season, I want them to take the majority of the snaps, but I'm resting Joe Mixon, I'm resting C.J. Stroud, Dameon Pierce, I'm giving you the rock 30 times a game. If Fadukasi is healthy, I'm telling him wait one more week because I want him when it counts in the playoffs. But I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm treating this like a preseason game.
I mean, it's tough because it is the Titans, and you don't want them. And I mean, I know streaks and all that kind of stuff shouldn't matter. You got a streak on the road in the division. You can get to 10 wins, and I know that's very important to certain people that need to be over 9.5 wins. So 10 wins is pretty important for a lot of people, Indy, at that point. But what about outside of CJ? And I know CJ is a little different this year, I think, because he is banged up. And I know he was banged up, last year. And that's also one of my reasons, too, is he was banged up last year, then had a concussion against the Jets. He he got well over 2 weeks, and then came back and played his best football, I thought, of the year, the last 2 games against the Titans and the Colts. So that's part of it. But anybody else at that point, Andy, are you absolutely just no way? And you can't rest anybody. So is there a line at which you draw, like, okay, these guys got to play, these guys don't? And have you ever been in that situation as a player where week 16, week 17, whatever it was, just wasn't going to matter because you had to get ready for the playoffs?
Yeah, I've been on both sides of it as a player where it was the years that I was starting and we were in Philadelphia and the last game, quote unquote, didn't matter. And they rested the majority of the starters where, I didn't play that game. We didn't even practice. Like, we didn't watch film. The starters watched film on the 2 teams we thought we were going to face in the playoffs. So for that whole 2 weeks, we were prepping for whatever team we might see in the playoffs. Then on the flip side, when I wasn't a starter and I backed up, I think it was Hugh Douglas at the time, the last game didn't matter. So they were starting a lot of the backups, but that was our Super Bowl. Like, this is our way to, one, get some film for free agency and try to, prove our worth, and 2, to prove that we should be on this roster and continue to get paid. I mean, it's all business before it's anything else. So it's not like you're going to see a product on the field. I brought up Dameon Pierce. If Dameon Pierce gets the nod or Dare Ogunbowale, they want to show people like, hey, I'm a starter in the NFL. I can be a starter, or I can at least be a valuable backup to not just this team but other teams out there. So there's a lot to be playing for. Davis Mills, I mean, this is a guy that, when it's all said and done, I think he's going to have one of those 10 to 15-year careers, mainly as a backup. But this is where he could get some more film to put out there. So it's going to be important for those guys, but it is definitely a different approach. Like Laramie Tunsil, I want him studying up on whatever edge rusher he thinks he's going to face when the playoffs come. Danielle Hunter, I don't even want him putting on any pads for the next 7 to 10 days, but I want him to watch film on the offensive tackle that he's going to face. But like you said, you can't sit everybody. Henry To'oTo'o, hey, you're going to get some snaps. Even though you're a starter, you're going to get some snaps. Kalen Bullock, you're going to get some snaps. But I'm definitely treating this like a preseason game.
Andy, what about confidence with the team? They're coming off a 31-2 loss on Christmas Day, and we all know the NFL is a week-to-week thing. You can reinvent yourself almost, not entirely, but you can basically reinvent the situation, if you will. It's 0-0 in the next game, and the next meaningful game is a postseason game. So what about being able to erase the memory of the Ravens, try to make whatever corrections you can, and know that, hey, this is a remarkable situation, an opportunity for you to advance? What are your thoughts on the mindset of the team as they embark on that?
And I thought about that as well. Now, of course, if you're D'Amico, and like you said, that's the only opinion that matters, you're not going into a game. But I thought about, why not play the starters and get that nasty taste out of your mouth? Because That was an loss against Ravens. What if you lose to the Titans? What if you're going into the playoffs after a loss to the Titans? At least with your backups, you're like, you know what? We're just treating it like a preseason game, so we're going to be all good for these playoffs. And again, part of me is joking, but it's still the NFL. And what do they say? Any given Sunday. But I just think right now, this is a time where you rest. And the Titans are so bad. I mean, they just lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are also bad, thankfully in the same division as the Texans. I think you could even expect to beat the Titans with Davis Mills and a bunch of backups out there. But for the players, for them to feel confident, for them to feel comfortable, I really think some time off is really going to help them.
So, ND, Mark and I were talking about there are 3 potential playoff teams. One of them, I would think, highly unlikely, the Baltimore Ravens, because they've got to beat Cleveland at home to win the AFC North. So let's put them aside for a second. The Steelers or the Chargers could be the 5 seed coming in here, more than likely Saturday, January 11th. Don't know that for a fact, just going off recent history and, well, organization history. That Saturday afternoon seems the game. That said, Chargers or Steelers, which one would you want to see? Which one would you not want to see?
Wow. That's tough because you can make a case for both of those teams being dangerous. And again, of course, it's the playoffs, it's the NFL, so any team you throw out there. To make sure that I answer your question, I will say the one that I don't want to see, something about those Steelers. You know, even with the way Justin Herbert's playing and with what they're doing with Coach Harbaugh, and they just blew out the Patriots. It's something, I know they're riding high right now, but there's something about those Pittsburgh Steelers. Russell Wilson, I feel like he's going to get back into playoff mode, and Mike Tomlin and T.J. Watt. I mean, that team scares me, the Pittsburgh Steelers, a little bit more than the Chargers.
Okay. Well, we won't get into any other possibilities here, but I do want to get into this. Kenny Pickett had a shot to the ribs before the game and at the half, right, Johnny?
Yep.
He had 2.
He took a huge shot.
No, I'm talking about a shot, like a painkiller.
Yeah.
Toradol.
Yeah, so thoughts on that? Because you've talked about this before. That cannot feel good later. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's why you take the shot, because it doesn't feel good before or after, but during the time that the shot is doing what it's supposed to be doing, plus adrenaline. You know, as tough as we try to act like we are as players, we take a lot of meds to cover things up. So it's not like guys are just out there, you know, feeling the pain and fighting through it. You know, thank the good scientists and doctors out there that come up with these things, but it's after the fact. Like right now, Kenny Pickett is probably feeling it more so than he was when he was on the field against the Cowboys. But credit to him to, you know, put his body through that and do it for the team and do it for the love of the game when it's all said and done.
I'm glad you brought up the Eagles. I want to ask something, because Eagles fans take all kinds of hell. They booed Santa Claus. They're, you know, always negative, et cetera, et cetera. But I saw a video yesterday, Andy, of an Eagles fan who caught A.J. Brown caught a touchdown from Tanner McKee. Tanner McKee had never thrown a pass in a game, and he throws a touchdown pass. He threw 2 of them. So A.J. Brown, not thinking, just fires the ball up in the stands. So the Eagles fan, so Big Dom, security guard, walks over, and the fan walks right down, hands it to him. Like, here you go, take it. And it got me thinking about Philly fan in particular. Andy, you played there, and I know it can be tough and they can be tough. But what was it like playing in Philadelphia for the Eagles? I mean, how were you treated away from the building when people saw you out and about, the fact that you were an Eagle? Like, what was that like, and what did you feel like playing for the Eagles? And what was the fan base really like?
First of all, they're very passionate, like you mentioned. They do get a bad rap, and a lot of it's deserved, but they're very knowledgeable. Well, one thing that really caught me off guard, my first year there, I'm a 5th-round pick out of Rice University, and during mini camp, you know, not even training camp, we're there training, and we go to the mall, and some guy was like, "Oh, you're Indy Kalu from Rice, 5th-round pick." I'm like, "How do you know that?" I look in the mirror sometimes, and I don't even know who I am. And they're just so passionate about their football team. The city itself, yes, they have the Phillies, they have the Sixers, but other than that, they don't have much going on. So it's just about their sports team, and They love their professional sports teams. They're not much of a college town. Temple doesn't get much love. All that attention and motion is directed towards and it's the football team. Like, say what you want. It's all about the Philadelphia Eagles. And when things are going great, it's great. When things aren't going so great, they'll let you know. They'll let you feel it. And a lot of the pressure you feel is we have to win this, not just for the team, but for these fans out here, because there's some rabid fans. But there's no other place like it. I've played in 3 different places, Washington, Philly, obviously Houston. And I'm not saying it's better or worse, but they're just in a whole different tier. They're a different kind of fan base. And when things are going great, it's a lovely, lovely place to be.
And, D, I want you to weigh in on the psychology and maybe just the general situation with the Indianapolis Colts, who go into the Meadowlands yesterday, still mathematically alive for the postseason. Anthony Richardson not playing, but I got to believe that the locker room feeling isn't that, oh, we have no shot without Anthony Richardson, because Joe Flacco can make some plays for you. But they give up 45 points to the New York Football Giants, who really could not score points previously and were on a tremendous losing streak. What do you think happened there? It feels to me like there was a lack of belief, to say the least, with the Indianapolis Colts going into that game, even though they still had a chance mathematically at the postseason. Thoughts?
When you have Joe Flacco under center, you're going to get some confidence. You're going to have confidence thinking that, hey, you know what? We saw what Joe Flacco did for the Cleveland Browns not too long ago. They handed the ball off to Jonathan Taylor. So you're right. They're not going into the game against the New York Giants thinking we don't have a shot. But I do feel like the way the season went or has been going for the Indianapolis Colts, Mark, that a lot of those guys just mentally checked out. Like, yeah, we have a mathematical chance to get in, but what's going to happen once we get in? And I'll say this, and man, I'm turning into the person I despised when I was a player, because I never liked talking body language and trying to get in someone's head without knowing. But I saw Anthony Richardson before the game, smiling and chucking it up, and it just didn't sit right with me because the way his career is going. Yes, I know that it could be bothering him away from the camera, but I don't want to see you missing another game, a game that matters for your organization. You're that high of a pick, and you're all smiles before the game. It just didn't give me leadership vibes. So I do think with the Colts, again, before the game, I'm sure if you ask Michael Pittman, hey, what are you expecting? I'm expecting a win, and we're going to go in the playoffs, and we're going to, shock the world and go to the Super Bowl. I think that's what they'll say, but I think subconsciously, Mark, just the way they looked against Drew Lock and the New York Giants, I think they just mentally checked out, and the majority of those players are just getting ready for the offseason.
2019 Denver at Houston, Drew Lock showed up. 4 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating 155, 309 yards. Unfreaking believable.
Okay, so Mike Freeman, you guys may know Mike Freeman, has covered the NFL media. He tweeted this: been covering it over 30 years, and I've actually rarely seen a team or unit quit. I know there's always narratives out there about teams quitting, but it actually almost never happens. The Colts defense yesterday, they quit. They were like, I'm out, bye.
Wow.
That's what he tweeted.
The tackling was horrendous.
It was awful.
To the point where they're questioning Shane Steichen's future today, and I don't think that was going to happen last week because there's a lot of grace with the quarterback situation that they have. But and we'll talk to McClain about this. True or false, Johnny, the Colts are a good quarterback performance away from maybe back-to-back division titles here.
Yes.
I mean, possibly.
Absolutely.
Look at the way things are going here. And, you had that showdown last year in the final day, and they had a chance to go into the final weekend and maybe tie the Texans in record, even though they got swept in the season series.
Absolutely. That's what they needed. They needed to have a leader at quarterback that wasn't 41 years old or whatever Joe Flacco is, and they needed to show up and play. They had the Bengals could have, whatever. We got such a slim chance to get into the playoffs. Let's just pack it. Joe Burrow instead just puts up almost over 400 yards and goes nuts on the Broncos. Yeah. Indeed, this game is so much about pride and whether you've got it or not, and you get tested in so many different ways along the way. I mean, it's incredible, but how many times when in the NFL did you look across at a team and go, oh, they've quit? I mean, do you guys recognize it? I know it's hard in the media to say, oh, they quit, because that's tough to say. But have you noticed it?
I don't know if it's that black and white, because that's one of the worst things you can say about a player. Right. You can say about a team that they quit. But I mean, watching that game, and when you think about the New York Giants, who never even scored 30 points this entire season, putting up 45 on you, come on, and it may be subconscious, John, because it's hard for me to think that DeForest Buckner puts his hand in the dirt. And for those who don't know, great defensive lineman for the Colts, and in his mind, he's thinking, I don't care about this snap, or I don't care about this play. But I do think they lose motivation. They lose confidence. They don't really believe that the leadership, the quarterback, the head coach is going to lead them to, or, put them in the right place to get to the promised land. So, yeah, there's a bit of that. And I've been on some teams. I've been on some teams where mathematically you had a chance, but you were playing so bad. Your quarterback was hurt. You knew that everything had to go right for things to go your way. But I've also never seen a player or heard a player just say, man, I don't care about this game. I'm just going to go through the motions. Now, they may, a la CeeDee Lamb, just say, I'm just going to take the remainder of the season and rehab my shoulder. But typically, once guys step on that field, their competitive juices just take over.
ND, Kinder's Texas Bowl. Let's go Bears. What are you thinking?
I'm pumped. I mean, Baylor, one of the hottest teams in America right now, riding that 6-game winning streak. But I'll say this, myself and Drew Doherty, we had a chance to MC the games, and that's where the players from each team, they compete in different rodeo events, and LSU dominated. LSU dominated the boys from Texas, so I was a little surprised at that, but I will say this, LSU came to compete, so I'm looking forward to how this game's going to go down Tuesday.
And Johnny and I will be at the chairman's reception tonight. 5 to 7. So the D'Amico show will be a hybrid. You'll hear from Coach Ryans, but you'll also hear from people at the chairman's reception as we talk Kinder's Texas Bowl. Andy, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
All right, y'all keep up the good work.
All right, Andy Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, the General. His thoughts on the situation. What do you do about Sunday in Nashville? What about the Colts? What's going to happen around this crazy league? It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Are you an annoying know-it-all? Answering questions no one asked of you? Do people often ask you, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts specifically trained to help with the right mattress, so anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store website for details.
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hi, Lady Texans fans. Want to take your fandom to the next level? Join the Battle Red Ladies, presented by Ashley, for free and enjoy endless, exciting opportunities. Together, Lady Texans fans chat about football at in-person events, enjoy exclusive contests, have the chance to be the Battle Red Lady of the Month for additional prizes, and so much more. Let's get together. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, you may have noticed that NFL players are big and strong and that playing football requires them to be pretty tough. But that doesn't mean they haven't had to deal with bullying before. If you or someone you know is being bullied, be yourself, use your voice, leave, and look out for others. Join Toro and the Texans take the bull out of bullying. Presented by NOV. For more information, visit HoustonTexans.com/bullying.
Houston, gear up for game day with One Medical. We work with your insurance just like any other doctor's office, but we offer so much more. Get in-person and remote care from compassionate providers whenever you need it. From same or next day appointments that start on time to on-site drop-in lab services, we make it faster, easier, and more enjoyable to look after your health. We have also partnered with Houston Methodist for easier access to specialty care. Experience exceptional care for the entire family with One Medical. To learn more, visit onemedical.com today.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
All right. Mark and John with you as we are preparing for the playoffs. Playoffs? Yes, that's right. They're in 4th seed against either the Steelers, Chargers, or Ravens. Most likely, as Johnny said, the Steelers or the Chargers. And we'll all find out this weekend what happens. Texans at Nashville against those Tennessee Titans, losers to the Jags yesterday. Look, if Mac Jones and company can beat the Titans, you can go in there with a lot of reserves, Davis Mills and company, and you could beat the Titans.
That's
and
right.
I want to see it because, look,
Absolutely.
I don't care about 9.5, all right? I really don't because I don't participate in the dark arts, as Sean Pendergast would say. But I do care about 10 wins. I want to see a 10
wins,
spot.
yes.
Because you know why? It doesn't mean anything, but guess what? It kind of does. Because years from now, people will be saying, well, you only won 9 games. No, I want to win the 10th. I really want this one bad, but I want next week much worse. Let's get to the general. John McClain joining us on Texans Monday. Good morning, John. All right. Like I started out with ND, we asked Andre, nobody's opinion matters but D'Amico Ryan's. But would you play starters? You can't rest everybody. Would you play starters against the Tennessee Titans Sunday at noon? Good morning.
What is it people are going to say about 9 wins?
Yeah. Something like that.
That's not exactly the way you put it. Happy New Year, guys. The team has been playing so bad. I can't imagine they want to go into the playoffs on a 3-game losing streak and losing to getting swept by one of the 2 worst teams in the league. But D'Amico knows the team. He knows the injury situation. There would be no question that the players would fit if they had played on Sunday. But the fact they played on Wednesday and had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that's even an extra day from a Thursday night game. And they are playing so poorly on offense, and then the defense was terrible against the Ravens. Do they need confidence? Does C.J. Stroud need confidence? It looks like he's lost some confidence, and he made mention after the game about being hurt. And you can't get hit as much as he's been hit and not be feeling it. So maybe the extra time would do him good. So I'm guessing he's not going to play. There's no need to play Joe Mixon. Joe's taking a beating too. And so I'm thinking that D'Amico, and I doubt seriously he's going to tell us that because he's so super secretive, but I think that he's going to rest a lot of starters, play Davis Mills. Davis has won in Nashville before against better Tennessee teams than they are this season. And they need to be great. The best possible scenario would be go in there when they're wearing Columbia blue. And I just got off a talk show in Nashville, and they asked me about that. I said, nobody here gives a rat's you-know-what about them wearing Columbia blue. They did last year, but they don't this year because they got their own issues. And so the best thing to be, of course, is to win, get the victory. Teams always want to win. Then you wouldn't have that 3-game losing streak going into, I'm guessing, this, of course, you said the Steelers or the Chargers. It's not going to be the Ravens again. And But I'm guessing a lot of those starters sit, especially like Will Anderson Jr. He's been hurt this year. Danielle Hunter has been great, and he's played every game. I would think that he's another guy we could be seeing backup defensive ends. So I can't wait to see how it plays out because, we're all ready for the playoffs. But when they play the Titans, it's always, to me, a little bit extra because they are the Titans. You certainly want to beat them and get a little bit of momentum for the playoffs.
You can put those jerseys back in the trunk where they belong.
Andre Ware. 2023.
Something along those lines, paraphrasing, but it was something, put them back in the trunk.
Yeah.
Those jerseys. But we'll see them Sunday, and that's fantastic.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, it's fine.
What if you go there and beat them and Davis starts and you beat them with backups?
I can't say I fully expect to, but
much more.
That's great. Let's go.
Yeah, that gives them a better draft.
We'll see Pastorini tonight. Let's start him.
Yes. Put Dante in there at quarterback. That would be fantastic for the Titans. General, what's the vibe in Tennessee right now after losing to Jacksonville again? Is it all about draft position? What's kind of the vibe in Tennessee right now with no real quarterback? I mean, I guess they're going to draft a quarterback. Maybe they sign one. I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers. Apparently on McAfee the other day, he was talking about how much he loved the state of Tennessee. What are your thoughts about, and what is the vibe you got from the people we were on with them?
It's all about the quarterback. Do they draft a quarterback? And the guys I was on with saying you don't because none of them are great prospects. And I said, guys, scouts don't care what they do in college. They care what they do in shorts. After the Senior Bowl workouts, they care about what they do in shorts and T-shirts. And so a guy like, say, Jalen Milroe, I threw him out there. Jalen Milroe could light it up with his arm, his mobility, his personality, and all of a sudden he's a first-round pick. And, of course, Cam Ward, Shadur Sanders. When people talk to Shadur Sanders, they may expect one thing, a mini Dion, and they may get something else. And so it's just way too early to try to rate quarterbacks based on what we're going to find out at the Senior Bowl, at the Combine, the Pro Days, private workouts, lunches and dinners, the 30 visit in which you can fall in love. Anthony Richardson is the greatest example. A guy that started 13 games in college, looked like Superman at the Combine, 4th overall pick. He's been a disappointment. They're already talking, not the Colts, but fans and media up there about, well, who the Colts going to get for quarterback next year. First of all, Sam Darnold is not leaving Minnesota. They're not stupid. Sam Darnold will be kept on the franchise tag for about $40 million, or they will sign him to a contract and let J.J. McCarthy watch and learn like Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love did. But I told them in Tennessee they were talking about Sam Darnold. I said,
Forget about it. Wait, back to the Colts here. I'm looking at the numbers from yesterday. Taylor runs for 125. Pierce, 6 for 122. Pittman, 9 for 109. Everybody's got touchdowns galore. Flacco's playing. He throws 2 picks. But the defense hemorrhages. And I'm thinking, I said this in the last segment, I'm thinking if the Colts had a good quarterback these last 2 years, they could win 10 apiece and be talking about possibly back-to-back division titles themselves. But it's been that rough with Richardson, with whoever the backup is. Minshew last year, he did fine, but they could have won more. And this year, obviously, with Flacco, they have got to figure it out at that position. And I don't know if they can afford to go into next year thinking Richardson's the only choice.
Did y'all see what Pat McAfee, who lives in Indianapolis, of course, he just trashed that organization like you don't see many people trashing an organization about undisciplined, players being late to meetings, players not doing their rehab when they're supposed to. That is a terrible, terrible indictment of GM Chris Ballard and Coach Shane Steichen. And, of course, Richardson has been a big disappointment. They're wasting Jonathan Taylor. But I think, truthfully, Mark, you could say that about other teams if they had a really good quarterback. Then they could have been better. But it's a fact. The Colts reached on him 4th overall, and I guess they give him another season to prove himself. But, man, they might think. Flacco started, I think, 4 games. It was terrible. Whether it's Flacco or somebody else, you've got to get a proven backup quarterback in this day and age. And they're a great example because Richardson, how many times has he been hurt his first 2 years? And, of course, his accuracy is terrible. If you take away his first game against the Texans last year, take those touchdowns out, he didn't produce at all.
Yeah, he's not been tremendous. Let's put it that way. Okay, General, next Monday, while maybe we're on the phone with you, we could see some things happen around the league. I'm going to hit you with a team. You tell me what happens with the head football coach, okay? Cleveland, Kevin Stefanski, staying or going? If they lose, they'll be 3-14. Staying or going?
Staying.
Oh, okay, good. Mike McCarthy, 7-9, could win and go to 8-9. Doesn't look like Washington needs the game other than seeding, so we'll see. Dallas finishes 8-9 at best. McCarthy, going or staying?
Going. A week ago, Jerry Jones sounded like he wanted to keep him badly, and McCarthy has been forced to use his backup quarterback, but Cooper Rush has played just as well as Dak Prescott did, and I don't think you could sell that team to the fans and the media if you bring back Mike McCarthy, even though he is a really nice guy. So I'm going to say he's out.
Jacksonville, Doug Peterson,
Gone.
They take on the Colts. Gone. Shane Steichen, Indianapolis Colts, they lose and finish 10. Ooh. Shane Steichen, staying or going?
He's staying.
Ooh. Chris Ballard, staying or going?
Staying.
Okay. The New England Patriots, Gerard Mayo, going or staying after just 1 year?
Staying.
New York Giants head coach Brian Dable.
Staying.
GM Joe Shane.
Staying. They're back.
Wow. Okay. Saints, we already know. Houston, Tennessee. Brian Callahan's going to stay, right? There's nothing there.
1 year.
It's 1 year. It's 1 year. Staying. Antonio Pierce, Las Vegas Raiders.
It's interesting. There were reports yesterday he's out. So now he's won his back-to-back games, and if he wins the next one, he will have 3 consecutive wins at the end of the season. But considering the division he's in and the other coaches he's going against, they should have hired Bill Belichick. So I'm saying he's gone because Tom Brady is a heavy influence with Mark Davis right now. And I can't imagine that Tom Brady thinks Antonio Pierce can be a great coach, especially stacked up against 3 coaches that'll probably be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, last one, and this is for both of you because you both know this individual. I wouldn't do it, but the writing, I don't know. He's done very well against teams under 500, but teams over, not so much. If the Miami Dolphins lose to the Jets, the Dolphins will be 8-9 and out of the playoffs. McDaniel, staying or going?
Staying.
Yeah, I think he stays too.
I think he stays too.
Be careful what you ask for.
I know.
Because I think he's pretty good. I just think.
Stephen Ross.
Well, nobody's getting any younger, especially him.
Yeah.
So, and Jerry Jones too. And these guys want to see big results, and they're not getting it. I mean, the Dolphins' last playoff win was over 20 years ago. Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was living in Miami. In fact, Howie Deneroff, I saw him in the booth on Christmas Day, and he said, didn't you call that game? I said, no, I called Dolphins-Ravens in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I called, my first NFL game was that playoff game on Westwood 1, and it was after their last playoff win, which was against the Colts. This is absolutely insane. General, Deshaun Watson, the restructuring, does that mean they cut him for sure this offseason?
No, they will not cut him this offseason. He's set up to be cut next offseason. And by the way, Chris Greer, the GM, could get fired in Miami. It's not Mike McDaniel or Chris Greer's fault that Tua Tagovailoa has averaged like 11 games and gets hurt every year. He's been out twice now. So it's not their fault. I think that McDaniel for sure will come back. Mike's really respected around the league as an offensive coach.
So they're bringing Watson back in Cleveland, but they're not going to play him? Thoughts?
I don't know about that. If they play him, everything up there that happens with Watson is because of the Haslam's, not because of Kevin Stefanski, even though he takes the heat. So they did this restructure to help ease the burden when they get rid of him, so everybody up there thinks he'll be allowed to compete with somebody. You know, they might be in a position to draft another quarterback. You know, they're going to draft high, and if they get that pick as high as it will be, and they like a guy, they have to take him and keep him for a year, whether they play him or not. I can't imagine Jameis Winston's going to be back or any of those other guys, DTR, who they're playing. But also, if the fans don't want him, the media doesn't want him, they say a lot of people in the building don't want him. And if you trot him out there again as your starting quarterback, they're going to look at it as hopeless.
Take me back to the Giants. Why are you so sure Dable and Shane are back? I mean, after this year's performance, I know they looked good yesterday, but really?
Because John Mara has told people, based on everything I've heard and read, is he changes them about every 3 years. He wants to give them a chance to get their own quarterback. You know, they were using Gettleman's quarterback, and so Gettleman. And so, yes, and I think they're a package deal. A lot of people think Shane should be fired just for letting Saquon Barkley go, but also Xavier McKinney left in free agency and went to Green Bay, and he could have done things to keep those guys. Plus, John Mara got embarrassed on Hard Knocks. I'll guarantee you no team's going to want to be doing off-season Hard Knocks anymore.
Ooh,
although the Giants had to approve that. So and Mara's, he doesn't want to be quick on the trigger again. And I think people, if you draft a quarterback high, it gives you at least a season in which people are understanding. And he was coach of the year and then had 2 bad years. So it's not like he's an imbecile.
Something worth watching also, whoever wins the NFC South, the Texans are playing that team.
Yeah, that's right.
They are playing that squad, and they're going to play them at home.
Play them at home. That's right.
Okay, so
play
it
them
could
at
be
home.
Tampa
We got
Bay.
9 games this year.
Could be
9
Tampa
home
Bay.
games.
General, what do you have going on HoustonTexans.com?
I'm going to be writing about the game and D'Amico's decisions, about the players, just the things we talked about. And I do appreciate it very much, as always. And I'll talk to you guys Thursday. And sick 'em Bears.
All right, Baylor Bears, that's right.
There we go.
Oh, man, we have so many prominent Baylor alums.
No.
Like Greg Grissom, the president of the Texans, John McClain, N.D. Kalu, not an alum, but he's a Baylor dad, so there's that. Thank you, General. All right, coming up, who's got to be smoking hot this weekend against the Tennessee Titans? And let's assume that they're going to rest people. So I've got a few smoking hot predictions here. Let's go! It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today. Visit Houston BMW Dealer.com.
Long week? It's time for a smooth Tito's handmade vodka cocktail. Staying in or going out, serving cocktails for 2, or mixing drinks for the party. Barbecuing in the backyard, or snagging your favorite bar stool. No matter the occasion, just add Tito's to kick off the weekend just right. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, 40% alcohol by volume, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Turo's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Turo's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and more through football examples. The program has proudly reached over 1 million students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Sign up today at HoustonTexans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
Amagi Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together
to put the thinking, growing, and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Houston's hospitality market is on fire, and with Bayou Hospitality, your official partner of the Houston Texans, you can invest in hotels in the Houston area. Enjoy a 12% targeted return with opportunities starting at just $25,000, something you definitely won't get from your bank. It's a smart, exciting way to grow your investment in a thriving city. Visit bayou.fund to get started today. Investment subject to risk. See website for details.
Oh, phooey! Tickets are almost gone for the Kinder's Texas Bowl Showdown happening on New Year's Eve at 2:30 p.m. inside NRG Stadium. Do not miss out on the Texas-sized matchup between the Baylor Bears and the LSU Tigers as they battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown. Included with your admission, you'll enjoy free country concerts, tailgating competitions, exclusive events, and more. Visit KindersTexasBowl.com for tickets and group discount opportunities now.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Yeah, final segment here of this program before we give way to In the Loop. And they'll have plenty to talk about as we have.
Oh, I want to read the Pat McAfee diatribe. But I don't want to, though. I mean, I do, but I don't.
No, can you read it for me, please?
I mean, I did during the break.
No, but I want to hear it again, Johnny. Because,
I mean, it's fantastic.
For people know over the years how I feel about the Indianapolis Colts and the carnage that has happened over the years at the hands of the Colts, although lately it is so good because DeMeco Ryans against Indianapolis is 3-1, and he's on a 3-game winning streak.
So I read the first part?
All right, read the first part.
Okay.
This is Pat McAfee.
So this is Pat McAfee in response. A fan wrote in and said, I hope Pat takes the Colts to task tomorrow on his show today, meaning today. This is what he responded to that with. I've said what I believe to be the truth about this team. And a bunch of Colts fans, he put in air quotes, on the internet were trying to get me booed out of the city. Current players who have won nothing during their entire 10 years started using me and my face to try and paint me as the enemy in the city I've committed my life to. And in the end, everything went just like I bleeping said it would. In the biggest moments, everybody with a brain knew they'd crack, and they did. And then he went into this. A blind person could see the red flags on this team. Work ethic questions never happen on good teams. Preparation, commitment questions never happen on good teams. Late to meetings never happen on good teams. Late to / skipping treatment never happen on good teams. Then he goes, the franchise quarterback tapped out of a game on 3rd down in the red zone against the division rival, I'll throw in, because he was tired. Never happened in the history of the NFL. And he went on. He said, that's literally the only thing you need to tell someone who knows ball, and they can tell you everything about this team. And then he had this little role play. And in the end, he said, as a multiple-year season ticket holder, not renewing, and someone who has actively daily attempted to be an additive to this beautiful city, I hope they become a good franchise again. This city deserves it. The OGs in the Colts building deserve it. Equipment managers, trainers, ticketing, PR, sales. And on the flip side, the players / coaches in that building deserve whatever happens to them. Your unwarranted arrogance, laziness, and lack of professionalism has led you to another early vacation, which is probably what most of you entitled bums have been hoping for. He wrote that.
I love it.
You entitled bums have been hoping for. But you know what? This last offseason, Anthony Richardson, he's the truth. Yeah, just watch him. Just wait for it. I got to have a game, and he can't be on the field because he's injured.
Yeah.
He goes out of our game because he's tired.
Yeah. Listen, you know how I feel about them. So to hear that, I mean, the meme would be that happy dog looking in the sunshine, you know. I'm just so happy.
I see the face. Yeah.
Just so good to hear that about the Colts and McAfee just going off on them. And after all the terror, all the years, it's so good. Look, I know things we have to focus on ourselves here, but allow me to enjoy this moment.
Yes.
But we have a lot of issues here we got to correct going into the postseason. We all know that.
But we're in the postseason.
In the postseason.
And we've won 2 division championships. What's the last one those jokers won?
2014. The Colts have not won the division since 2014. It doesn't feel that long ago, but it was.
Yeah.
Now, they've made the playoffs, and they actually beat the Texans in a playoff game in 2018 in this building. So that's hard to stomach.
6 years
ago. And that
ago.
contributes to my hatred of them. So to me, I just feel so good hearing that McAfee went off on them that way. And for the Texans, like I said earlier, you have the op. There's an op here, an opportunity. Yep. You're going into the postseason, get as healthy as possible, start over. I know you can't reinvent the offense exactly, but you can play well. It's in you. You can do it, and we'll see how it goes. A week from Saturday, regular season finale Sunday at noon. In the Loop coming up next. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, ND, John McClain, Andre Ware, John Lopez, and Reggie. They are on the way. Thank you, Jordan, for producing. Have a great day. We'll have the D'Amico Ryan Show live. He won't be there, but we'll have excerpts from him, and we'll be at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl from 5 to 7 tonight. Go Texans!
This is Texans Radio.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
There you go, Colin. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and we got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. He's got the rest of the week off. He's cruising into the new year, spending some time, with the family, with the folks. I think with Action Jackson. I don't think the dog's gone back yet. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on a Monday. I don't know. Does it count as a Reaction Monday?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, why not? Right. It's and we're back, baby. We're back and happy to
I guess, yeah, probably should start there. Yeah. Been gone for a little bit. Been away. Shout out to the fellas that held it down for us. I know Bijani, Creighton did a decent amount of the work, keeping it on the air, responding to Texans and such, which, hey.
There's a lot to respond to.
That was a job and a half last week, wasn't it? Yeah, man. It's good to be back.
Kind of glad I missed it in a way.
In a way.
Kind of glad I'm not.
I'm glad you said it first.
Yeah, kind of sorry I missed it, and kind of glad I missed it.
Oh, absolutely sorry I missed it. There was definitely some therapy to happen.
Yeah.
I hope that the fellas absolutely gave you a little bit of that. But we're happy to be with you fine folks. Get involved with the program because we always want that. There's a few ways to do that. Text line obviously always open, 713-572-4610. Shout out to the folks in the Twitch. There's actually folks popping in the Twitch. You got Hugh Dab, Black Bassmaster 420, Poor Marine, a whole bunch of people in there.
YouTube as well, man.
And the YouTube, of course, always going as well. So that's Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. And like I said, 713-572-4610 if you want to text in. And I feel like this is going to be a little bit of therapy as well, right? And, of course, I'll pull the curtain back. I never feel like, pretense is the way that I want to go, whatever. We ain't been on air for 10 days. Like 10 days was 10 days ago was the last time we did this radio show, and that was headed into a Kansas City Chiefs game.
Oh, the hope we had.
There was definitely some hope that you could have had. There was definitely some hope that you could have had there. And, of course, you could have even had a little bit of hope after that Kansas City Chiefs game, saying that, all right, you play with them. And then Christmas came.
Yeah.
Then Christmas came, and that was atrocious. And sitting during that game, which I did sit all the way through that game box. A few of us, I think some of the other folks was down in the suite, but I know I was sitting next to Sean Bijani and having the conversation with him. I found myself kind of talking almost as if these last two games that you were certain of, right? Week 18 in Nashville versus the Tennessee Titans, and then the wild card round, which will happen at NRG Stadium. Those are the two that you're guaranteed. And I was talking almost as if they were a foregone conclusion. And I caught myself at times like, yo, that's kind of crazy. And so I kind of want to know how people feel about this team now after this stretch of 3 games in 11 days, and you get through this, and now looking at the way that this team is after getting absolutely pummeled on Christmas. Like, what is your general feelings towards this Texans team at this moment?
Well, it ain't great. I mean, let's be very, very honest here. A lot has I was going to say a lot has changed. I don't know if the direction has changed, but anything that we hope for has gone down the tubes. There is a feeling all of a sudden of resignation with this team. Now, that's not to say that it's absolutely going to happen. We talked a lot about the 3 games in 11 days, and this team was just really, really. It looked and sounded like a team that needed a break, that was gassed, that hadn't had. They had the off week late, but then they all of a sudden just looked like they were not themselves. I think there's a sliver of hope, but I'm with you. After this game, I'm feeling as if this team. I'm resigned to the fact that this team, and we brought this up not too long ago. That wasted is was this a wasted season? It's looking as if this is not going to be. Much less than that. I mean, it's going to be a season that just was completely unfulfilling, and I'm right there with you on that.
Yeah, I find it incredible because I don't think that I had like super high expectations of the Texans once we've gotten to this place where we're in this run out of the bye week. I was like, hey, this is an opportunity or an op if you want to be like the Texans, right? Where at any given point, can I stop and say real quick?
Stop saying op.
I mean, you don't have to stop saying it, right? Who am I to dictate to anybody else how they ultimately talk? I will say, the fact that they keep shortening an opportunity to opt mildly annoys me. Mm-hmm. And that's not, I don't even have a good reason for that to be the case.
Sure you do. Sometimes some of those things are just irritating.
Yeah, I guess so. But that one comes to, but you had an opportunity to at least maybe try and exercise some of your demons, specifically offensively. And it feels like everything went the other way with this. Obviously, you see the way that, C.J. Stroud was bad.
He was bad.
Bad beyond being able to even cope. Bad beyond being able to find excuses, if you want to call them that, if you want to call it reasons for it. It was flat out, and I'm just like, man, I'm in this place where it feels like a foregone conclusion that they whatever happens this week, which we'll talk more about as this week goes along, heading into Week 18. By the way, Week 18 game has been fully officially scheduled out, and you do know that
buried nicely in the noon window.
Noon on Sunday, baby.
Nice, comforting little bury there at the noon window,
as everybody expected. But yeah, there's that, and then it feels like whoever you match up with. There was a point in time where I was still like, all right, these games are important. You try and move up. You can maybe get a matchup. Or do the Chargers, are they a better matchup? Are the Steelers a good matchup? Would you want to see the Broncos? All that.
Yeah.
I don't care who, at this point, sincerely, I don't care who they match up against. This feels like it's all about the Texans themselves, and in a way that makes me feel like the Texans themselves are not going to stack up.
Well,
and people are talking about it that way.
Yes.
You got broadcasters out here these teams, and I guess the Texans over there, basically.
No, look. I'll give you the sure sign that this team this season kind of seems like it's a done deal. It's a foregone conclusion, as you put it. Teams are posturing to play the Texans in the postseason. That's a sign right there. The Chargers want to face the Texans. The Steelers want to face the Texans. That's one sign right there. Another sign of the current playoff teams, the Texans have beaten exactly one, and that was the Buffalo Bills, who have in fact flipped the switch.
Yeah, they've got
So other than that, they haven't beaten a playoff team. Even the candidates that are left to make the playoffs, the only team they've beaten is the Dolphins. Teams are posturing to face you. You haven't faced a playoff team, and you're playing your worst football of the year. That's inarguable right now, isn't it?
I think that's all laid out very cleanly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is really, I feel shame.
Of course.
It ain't to be his place. It's with all of the goodwill that this team had built. And I think the thing that, it's not the most important thing of this that kind of frustrates me, but a thing that does frustrate me is I do know that there's going to be some people that go, all right, same old Texans, and then this is out.
Yeah.
Right. I do think that sucks. And I found myself being very, very negative in this way. So I do want to circle back around, Lopez, here. Are there any things that you still feel excited for about this Texans team? Right. Because I know that, for one, just kind of for me personally, what does Deontay Johnson bring? The possibility and the mystery of what does that look like? Because obviously you get him off of waivers mere days, what was it, Sunday of last week, mere days before you're set to face off against the Ravens, and it was just going to be impossible for you to get him in, get him acclimated to what you're doing. But I am interested in what does that look like? Can he be some level of facsimile of what Stephon Diggs was doing for this team, of what Tank Dell was doing for a moment before, unfortunately, you lose him for the season, right? Which is a whole nother thing of this, right? That just the amount of injuries and
possibly next season.
That is true. Yeah. That is absolutely true. Thanks for bringing that mood down for me as well. But the Deontay Johnson is probably the first thing. I'm hey, what does that look like within all of this?
Look, I'm telling you right now, your question of what are you excited about? I guess you could talk about that, Deontay Johnson, but how successful were you? Because he's a good route runner. There's no question. He's known as that. He's just really is tough to cover, especially obviously in man-to-man coverage. I guess you can be excited about that, but how good was it when you had a guy that had been here since training camp? You had guys that had been here since training camp, including Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, and the offense was still struggling. That doesn't make me excited. It really doesn't. Yes, he's good, Yes, he could be that role, but we've seen guys in that role that were good route runners like Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs, and that not succeed. Like everything I'm excited for is beyond this season. Like after this season is everything that I'm excited for. Like what currently could maybe flip that switch that we've been talking about forever? Not Deontay Johnson. I don't think that's it.
No, I think that's fair. Like, because obviously you still would have to. CJ would have to be playing well enough to be getting into football, and it seems like at least if you want to look at trends, right? We know that he has it within him to be the quarterback that gets his wide receivers the football. We know it. We've seen it before. However, as of late, if we're going to talk about it, just the general form that he's been in of late, you ain't seen that, right? And then you talk about just the offense in general. It's always something. There's a breakdown somewhere at any given time, whether it's offensive line, blocking on the edge, what have you. Like, there's always some level of breakdown. So I guess if you wanted to be a cynic, you could also still come around to the place where, all right, Deontay Johnson is cool. Are you going to be able to get him the football within the entire – is everybody going to be able to execute and pull in the same direction on a play, talk less of a series of plays, talk less of a full game where you're able to get the football to where you want to go and be progressive? Yeah, man, I really do hate because it does get to this place where I don't have that expectation. I don't have as much of that excitement. And you say you can't find anything.
Well, the one thing that you could maybe look at, I think, has been you still might be excited about it, but it's been dampened down a little bit, and that's the defense. And the reason it's been dampened down is Again, they've beaten one playoff team. That's not a small thing.
Yeah, but that's not inherently.
It's not necessarily just on the defense, but the offense has been so bad the last week, or the last 10 days, or the last whatever, that it's affecting the defense. I mean, you lost 31-2. You lost 31-2 to the Ravens. Even the defense is starting to not hold up as much as you would hope for. Now, the turnovers, yes, that would be the one thing if they can all of a sudden ramp that up, where maybe I'm a little excited again for that. But that's about it for this season.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's talk about the defense because 832 on the text line comes in with a good one. The prospect of seeing Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris play next to each other.
Yeah. That could be part of what you're excited about with the defense. Also, the fact that you're getting a long break here. Because let's be honest, you really should not. I know it's kind of a quandary, it's a pickle, it's whatever you want to call it. You really should not play your starters, your star players against the Titans. I get it, it's the Titans and all that stuff, but you really should not play them. So you're gonna have a long break here. You shouldn't show a lot either against the Titans. You should ramp up for the playoff game, and so that might be the only thing that you can get excited about.
Okay, so we'll talk more about this. Should they play or should they not? Because I am of two, and I guess let's have the conversation. One of the minds is I understand where you're coming from, where you're like, hey, man, this team has been ravaged by injuries. I think they're one of the teams that has had – they're not at the very top of injuries or, games lost to injury or production lost to injury, but they're not at the bottom by any stretch, right?
Yeah.
Like they've definitely suffered a great amount of injuries to this team and at places that matter for them. And so you want to make sure that you're as healthy as possible. Football has always been and probably always will be in some part a war of attrition where if you can stay as healthy as possible, you give yourself a significantly better chance of doing this at a high level. That being said, right, so I understand that you need to do that. One, you can't rest everyone because there's just
I'm talking about your key starters.
And then also I keep coming back to this idea that, hey, man, that's another opportunity to maybe put some things in the right place. Right, it's just one more game to maybe put some things in the right place. And I recognize I'll be talking out of both sides of my mouth here because I don't know how many things you could put in the right place that would then give me that confidence that in the playoffs where you're playing against one of these actual good teams. Because that's the thing about the playoffs. We kind of sort out the chaff, right? And now it is good teams in theory, ostensibly. It is good teams in the playoffs that you're playing.
Yeah.
So it would not be the likes of the Tennessee Titans. It would be, teams that have played well and earned their way into the playoffs that you would be facing off against. And yet still, there's something for me where I look around and I go, this team has not put a full game on paper. Maybe you go, okay, the New England Patriots game. All right, cool. Is there another one that you go, hey, full game on paper, particularly offensively?
Yeah.
Right? I haven't seen it. So another opportunity to get all those things together, but then I have to stop and say, yeah, however, what is the likelihood that they do that? And then what is the return on investment there? What's the risk there? The cost-benefit analysis of the possibility that you get everything together or the possibility that you lose another person to injury.
You just said cost-benefit analysis, and that's why I 100%, with no qualms about it, no doubt, no question, do not want to play, nor should they play their star and key players against the Titans. Because it's two questions that you need to answer. If you do, what are you going to show? What are you going to show in that game against the Titans? And do you want to show, some of the things that maybe you can use moving forward against, the Steelers or the Chargers or whomever? And number two, what does it prove? Like you talk about like maybe they can finally get going. We've been saying that for a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah.
So like if it could a game against the Titans that really doesn't matter, that you really probably shouldn't show a whole lot of what you're going to do in the postseason. What would it prove? What would it prove if you have a good game against the Titans offensively?
Nothing to me. Nothing to me.
Nothing.
Like, nothing to us.
Nothing.
I do wonder what that could do for a team, though, right? That I think you could. They might not say it out loud. I have a feeling that dudes in that locker room have concerns about what's happening. And it would be asinine to imagine that they did not have some level of concerns within themselves about how this thing is going. If you get out there and you put it together and you play a good football game, like the looks good, feels good, plays good kind of aspect of this, can that help you carry forward better play?
I think that's the question, and I think the answer is no. It's the Titans. It's a meaningless game. Maybe you put together a good game, but in the backs of your mind, even in that locker room, like you pointed out, they have some doubts and they want to get some affirmation and confirmation that they can maybe turn this thing around. They also know, man, we haven't done squat against these last two games against teams that are going to be in the playoffs. I don't know if it really proves anything. I think it comes down to what do you show? You can't show a lot, even with Deontay Johnson and the running game and all this other stuff. Do you really want to put that out there, for whomever you're going to face? And then, the other question of what does it prove? I don't think it proves a whole lot. I really don't. Absolutely don't play them.
Yeah, I really do hate the way that I feel about this Texans team at this moment.
Yeah.
I really do. But, shout out to the folks who are on the text line saying that, and there are some people that are saying, I haven't given up on this team. The defense is the only hope, which it still exists there, even though now you have more injuries that you're working through. And I guess one of the things you're excited about is Kamari Lassiter, right? Kamari Lassiter has shown that, he will try and play that role in kind of the nickel in some ways.
Yeah.
And, he's capable of playing at a high level, and in addition to having your defensive player of the year candidates on the edge that can go and get at the quarterback and create havoc and the turnovers that you can see on defense. Like all those things still exist and absolutely show up, right? But defense is only hope. Maybe MVP CJ magically shows up. I'm glad that you have that hope, dear Texter. And here's the thing that gets me, right? The idea of the sit or play. Titans about to sweep Hannah in particular.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
I get it.
713. And
that hurts.
Yes.
That hurts. But at what cost? Because like another texter said, they should absolutely play. They need to fix a lot of things. But that goes back to my question. Okay, let's say they fix a lot of things. What does that prove going into the postseason? What does it prove? Like if they roll up 380 yards or 400 yards or whatever.
That they're at least trying to put their best foot forward.
I guess. But does that prove anything?
I don't know if it proves anything, but these football seasons, man, like year over year, you can't guarantee things, right? Year over year. And, with any given season, it's really short, really quick. Like you have to take the opportunity while it's there, and I'd like to see them be their best version of themselves. But I guess ultimately the thing that you're asking is, does that help them be the best versions of themselves? And I don't have a great answer for that because
By the way, D'Amico Ryans might have that answer, and you're going to hear him live. They're going to ask him about that today.
Oh yeah, we'll get. Well, I was going to say we'll get some insight into this team, but sometimes when you hear from D'Amico, it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, but they're going to ask him about the starters, and he'll have to say something about that.
They will. That'll happen probably. 12:15 thereabouts is what it's scheduled for. We'll have that live for you right here on Sports Radio 610, your home of the Houston Texans. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hate to start in a negative space. I really do, but
this is where we are.
That's where we are. That's what's been sitting on me for these 10 days, not being here on air with you. And I was interested in gauging how everybody feels. And it seems like there is some of that. Apathy is not the right word, but a little bit of disappointment, a little bit of negative sentiment.
Resignation.
Resignation might be a good word for it. All right, coming up next in the loop. let's also, I guess, from negative to, I guess, a way that you could view a negative. It's a good Rockets team. Don't get me wrong. But it was a weekend of giving up the game. Let's talk about what's happening with the Rockets late in games against Minnesota and against who they played last night.
That would be the Heat.
Oh, goodness. We'll do that next.
It's a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. As you heard Big Voice Man say, Lopez is with me. I'm Reginald Atatula, and we got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig, who's got the week off. Appreciate you guys rocking with us.
He told me that he got tired of y'all, so he needed a break.
That's possible, too.
Very possible.
Well, hold on. Let's examine that. We were just on a break.
That's right.
You need a whole nother break? All right. How about let's talk about these Rockets. The Rockets still a very, very good team, all things considered. I want to start there because I've been trying to be a little bit more positive, and we came in hot with the negativity, right, on this specifically on this Texans team. But if you look at the standings, this Rockets team is still up there. They're currently third, half game back in Memphis, for who has second. But they're coming on. They've lost 2 games in a row this weekend, both of which they had leads in relatively late. Mm-hmm. One of them is good as high as 16-point lead, and they let the Minnesota Timberwolves walk them down. And then last night, you had a game against the Miami Heat, again at home, and you let the Miami Heat come back and get you, not scoring, I think, all of like 2 points in the last 8 minutes of basketball. And, of course, there was that thing where, biting and judo flipping folks and getting ejected. And we'll get to that. But I kind of want to get to, like, the heart of the basketball issue, which is, I don't know, do you call it a short-term trend or whatever, having these 2 games where you're not able to close out pretty good teams, maybe not great teams. Minnesota is probably closer than Miami is to some level of bar greatness, but like solid competitive teams, not being able to close them out. What's the issue here? Like, or is there an issue here?
Oh, there's an issue here,
okay.
and I think you can talk about the Minnesota game on Friday. Gave up a 15-2 run to lose that, and then you had the Miami Heat 17-2 run. Let's not look at the 15 and the 17. To me, you look at the 2. the offense is the issue here. 2 points, and you gave up 15. Then 2 points, and you gave up 17. That's where you have to look at this Rockets team and realize an ongoing theme. We've talked about it with Adam Spillane. You and I have talked about it with Figgy and our listeners. It's the ability to score when you need a bucket, and even just a couple of buckets in those games, and you win. So I think it's not so much like, hey, can they close? Well, part of closing is putting the ball in the hoop. I think that's what the issue is, getting a scorer, calling a play or a player that can get you the buckets when you need them. I think that's the biggest issue here.
Yeah, but I think one of the things we know about this Rockets team as currently constituted is that they don't have specifically that guy that you can roll the ball out to do that. And that's one of the reasons why Pete Rock organization and more maybe folks in the NBA sphere that are not local continue to look at the Rockets with all of the assets that they have, all the picks that they have accumulated, the young talent that they have, and say that they have a possibility of consolidating and going and get a star to try and impact that. The Rockets have been very clear on the idea that they are going to be in more of a wait-and-see approach, see what these young guys can do. But in the meantime, you got these basketball games to play. And so I hear you on that, like scoring the basketball. I think that pursuant of that or trying to get to that place, some of that is like this has to be a team that remains patient, right? There's a very relatively narrow path for them to get wins. And I don't say that in judgment. It just kind of seems like it is what it is, right? Yeah. Defensively, you were going to be stout. And there were times where, you kind of allow people to get into their bag at times. I know Anthony Edwards had a tough shot late, and I know Tyler Hero had a few instances where he was able to get downhill, things of that nature. Not to say that that's the absolute, but more importantly, rebounding, like especially offensive rebounding, getting multiple shots, and then really just working for a really good shot. And one of the things that felt like in that Heat game, and tell me if I'm wrong here, felt like they got a little too, and relatively early in this game, they got a little too comfortable taking an earlier shot in the shot clock instead of like really working it and trying to find as good of a shot as they can get, considering that you're not scoring at a high clip.
If you're not going to have a guy that can score by just giving him the ball and setting him up, then you have to move the ball. It's a simple concept that goes back to middle school. If you don't have a guy, and that's what you're talking about with, perhaps they have assets that they can go find that guy. If you don't have that, then you move the ball to find the best shot for everybody at late. Now that might speak to closing out games. It might speak to, coincidentally, as we were just talking about the Texans, the concept late of your offensive approach. But I think it also speaks to just being able to focus on offense and the proverbial, it's a cliche, extra pass and getting the easy shots that you can. That's offense. That's what you need to get done. And let's be very clear about this. I don't think, speaking for you, maybe I shouldn't. I don't think anybody here is down on what the Rockets are this year.
No,
not even in the least bit. Like, I'm very optimistic about the Rockets. But if we're talking about, okay, what are the hiccups right now? I think that's it. It's offense and using the ball to find that offense, not a player.
Yeah, and some of it was just like simple shot making. Yeah, and this is why I was like hesitant to go like straight into this is an issue, because I think you had some really, especially with the Minnesota game. Fred VanVleet I think took a little bit of a beating in some ways amongst fans over the weekends, and that might be too harsh of a way of putting it. And I apologize if that feels like it's an inaccurate description of what happened. But he took quite a few shots in that game, some of them deep, but they felt like not particularly bad shots.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like they were good shots, but they were, in certain instances, was that the best shot? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and some of it is like shot making, and you'll hope that some of this like regresses to a mean, like in a positive way. Do you think that there's anything that needs to shift with like the lineups of this and the way that they close? Because I know that we started getting to a place where, particularly in the Minnesota game, the conversation came up that, hey, when you had Deshaun Tate out there and you decided to allowed the kind of play to go, thinking, hey, we've got a matchup that we like. We're going to go quick, especially in those instances where half-court offense can be a little tough. Try and go out and get some transition. Like, do you feel like, hey, do you have the right guys on the floor closing these games?
Well, that's part of the reason why I'm not down on this squad. In fact, I'm very optimistic about the Rockets. It's just not quite what you would expect a contending team to have late in games. But that doesn't mean I'm down on them. But to that point, I think Ime recognizes that. Like he knows it's not breaking news. He knows he doesn't have a guy that can just go get it. So what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to play defense and get those transition buckets. It's like basically the only path. You said that earlier. The only path to get those points, and it's just not working right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to be in a place where this could be an issue, but like having these two back to back makes, I think, a couple of poor shooting. Well, one was, I think Minnesota was more of just shot making. One of those things where you go, it's a make or miss league, and you probably just kind of let that one rock, although it's a big lead to give up. That Miami game yesterday left me a little bit unsettled, and I can't really put my finger on it perfectly, but it just felt like, all right, God, discipline needs to remain there, and I wonder how much of that happens because you lose Fred VanVleet, although it's really late in that game.
Yeah, it was.
Ejected.
Yeah.
But sometimes I wonder, like, do you have enough, and I guess this is part of being a young team, do you have enough of that, especially when you have such a narrow path? You have the discipline to make sure that you hit the path. And that's probably unfair because they've done it more often than they haven't, right? They're 21-11. So I do want to give them that credit. But, like, especially once you get to the upper echelons of this, which is that fair? I don't know, right? Depending on how much contention you expect in this year. But when you get to upper echelons, you kind of need to hit that mark even more, oddly enough.
Like what does that upper echelon do late in games? They're able to go back to what we're talking about here. Find the points when they need them from particular guys, and it's only those guys. So I think I think right now the Rockets are in a place where this is the path, and this is what they're going to stay with. Now, here's the question: how sustainable is that over the course of an entire season when teams are, obviously fatigued, but everybody is, but also when other teams are able to exploit you defensively, even by just if you're just a half step late. And I think that's what's happening in these closeout situations.
Well, defensively, I think they're still holding up, right? Miami scored 104 points. Like, that's one of those.
But late in games.
No, I hear you. Like, even late in games, I think you hold up. Like, you pointed to it. Really, it's finding the enough offense late in these games, especially when things kind of tense up, when things slow down and grind to a halt. Can you get those? And that's the thing that, unfortunately, I don't know that there's a good answer to at this moment. Like, those are the things that you're trying to see, and that's why I think it's
but you're finding out. Stay the course.
Inevitable that you need to get to a point where eventually you have that guy that you can roll the ball out to. whether it's Jalen Green or honestly, for me, more likely another star player should that guy come free at some point. And I mean, I know De'Aaron Fox is one that a lot of people are interested in. I'd be interested in that, but I think this team is still in the place where it makes sense for them to wait and
that's
see.
what I'm saying. Find out
for somebody to pop open. So weird weekend of kind of giving it away, but I'm not willing to jump out the gym on this one, even though I think you said definitively it's a problem, which does make me want to ask. Like, do you feel like this is something that
late in games?
Yeah,
because of the offense. Yeah, I mean, because you've got to be able to find those points. And you can't find them right now. But I'm not saying I'm down on the team. It's kind of a weird dichotomy. Because,
that's what I'm trying to suss out for you.
Yeah, because it's a weird dichotomy because I don't necessarily think you get desperation mode here. Maybe a player comes open, as you just mentioned, that can help. But short of that, I don't think you make that big move by any stretch.
So it's just try and hit the mark a little bit cleaner?
Find it, because they're making progress.
They absolutely are, right? Like, they're consistently in these games. Only thing that's frustrating is, like, getting a lead, like, finding the way to hold it. And I guess one of the things that you could ultimately land on here is this is part of the maturation process of a young team, right? Like, getting the leads is kind of the hard part. Now learning how you hold on to the lead, that's part of developing into a championship.
Keeping the lead.
Yeah. Novel concept, huh? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. 281 says Tate needs more playing time. He's buried on the bench. Yeah, I'm not fully sold on that. I think I'd much rather have the likes of, Amen or Tari, which, by the way, that also made this a little interesting. Tari, we'll have to talk about that.
Yeah.
He's just consistently been in this place where, he's day to day and they're, having a game time decision. Is that concerning? We'll get to that at some point. But right now, let's turn it over to the question of the day. Our question of the day, we do it every day. Today is, what do you think CJ Stroud got his offensive line for Christmas? Wrong answers only. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
What does D'Amico want to see from his team after an embarrassing It's a Shopper's John Deere. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day. It's the giving season. Of course, we just passed Christmas and all that good stuff. Quarterbacks love giving their offensive line gifts. And y'all also love
had some good ones this year.
Yeah, there definitely were some katanas. Who got their line Toyotas.
That was Burrow, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Burrow.
No.
Burrow got the katanas for his offensive line.
That's right.
I can't remember who. One of these dudes got, was it Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy got his boys.
That's right, because he didn't get paid enough. We talked
Toyotas.
about that.
It's like, oh, man, that's real pragmatic,
Patrick Mahomes with those sweet gift bags.
Yeah, man. And
gift Yetis.
Y'all also very much like wrong answers only questions. So let's go ahead and pair those up. What did C.J. Stroud get his offensive line for Christmas?
What did he?
Wrong answers only.
Before we get into the wrong answers only,
I don't know that I saw anything.
Do you?
What?
You have to get him something, right? That's an obligation.
I mean, you don't have to do nothing, right? Like in theory.
God, that would be a shot, man.
I feel like CJ feels like such a nice, upstanding young man, and he might have been busy during this time period to actually execute it.
Gift cards.
He got them straight cash, homie. That's what he got him.
Gift cards to what exactly?
I know. Hey, well, maybe that fits in with the wrong answers only.
Yeah, I guess so.
But the thing is, like, as I'm looking at this question, I'm also thinking, well, he had to get him something.
I feel like he did. I feel like he had to, and we already got people coming in.
But what are the wrong answers of? How about gloves that match the color of the opposing jersey, so they can hold a little more?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That was. I remember that being a big talking point. Man, we've had a season. It's not over yet, but boy, yeah, that do not match. Although they have gotten those penalties under control. Like you've not seen nearly the same amount of penalties that you did earlier in the season as you have compared to more recently. But yeah, no, y'all definitely got to these bad places here. Somebody said Midol, of course. Kleenex comes in on the text line or on the Twitch chat. I appreciate that. I did see this when somebody said, "Stop playing, Reggie." You know he got them boys monogrammed Bibles.
I mean,
I could absolutely
maybe,
see CJ
maybe.
Like, look, just like in the Patrick Mahomes way of I got you like a gift basket.
Yeah.
In addition to that, here, take this New Testament Bible, right?
Yeah.
Like take this. I don't even remember where, but like people have like handed out those like little pocket New Testaments.
Oh,
have
yeah.
you ever gotten one of those? I feel like just in the basket somewhere, just in there, just a pocket New Testament. And CJ's looking out for his homies, trying to make sure that they make it to heaven. What's your answer, Lopez? What do you think, CJ?
I would say either those gloves or some of those signs that you get at TJ Maxx that are sort of inspirational. Like those corny, you see them at TJ Maxx all the time. Like
you go to TJ Maxx a lot?
No, God, I do for sure for clothes. It's actually a very underrated place for clothes.
Colin, I'm gonna call you in here. I just need your confirmation here. He said no, and then he said I do for clothes, as if that's
sometimes.
Not what
sometimes.
Okay.
So it's either a yes or no. There's an absolute there. Somewhere.
No, they got furniture. They have those stupid signs.
Are you talking about the ones with the corny pickup lines?
Yeah, not just that, but the ones that say like gather, and all those stupid.
Oh, the one with the cat hanging off that says hang in there.
Yeah, all that stuff. They get them those corny signs at TJ Maxx.
Live, laugh, love.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, all that stuff.
Very good. My immediate thought was: have you ever seen a particular pair of glasses, peripheral vision glasses? They got like they're operated in such a way where you can kind of see to your size without turning your head.
Yeah.
I feel like CJ. Go ahead and get you 5 pair of those and hand those up on, because that's the thing that drives me nuts is seeing these dudes miss these defensive line stunts and just not see these dudes next to them. I'm like, hey, here, let's get you some glasses to where you can see this side to the corner of your eye. Like you can see the people over here, and you can pick that block up and stop letting me hit my ass.
Man.
You know what I mean?
Our listeners are just nonstop. A book on how to lead softly. That's a shot at CJ. A gym membership. How to block for dummies.
Somebody said ankle weights. This one was crazy from the 409. Roughnecks tickets, season tickets at that.
Oh my!
Wait,
God.
what, Chuck? What you think they're gonna see? What do you think is happening there? Let's see some other ones that have come in. He sent them to his Dr. Bill's. What is happening there?
I don't know what that is.
Watches.
So they can keep time.
Yeah.
And you go to 3,000. 1,000. Count to 1,000, and you give me the time. Sweaters with the number of sacks they're giving up. Yeah, okay. I don't know if that's going to motivate them or not.
Yeah, somebody said, and just keep it simple, right? When it comes down to it, got them cold. Just got them boys cold. Some other things that have
kick in the backside.
Counted as if is that something that we can count as a gift?
Contract extensions? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be my pillow because they're soft. Golly,
yeah, y'all going hard, man. Y'all going. Somebody said, and this one I appreciate this. It's creative from the 954. CJ's gift to his O-line, a month-long detainment in Michael Vick's backyard. That way, the only way to make this guy into some mean dogs. And I'm like, all right, I do appreciate that they be talking about dudes being dogs all the damn time.
Yeah.
We got to let Michael Vick live on this, don't we?
Yeah, it's past.
Like the Delaware.
I'm a big dog lover.
I almost called him Delaware State. Norfolk State head coach now. And I will say about the Mike Vick thing, if there is anybody who is like tried to atone for their actions and lay prostrate before the masses, it has been Michael Vick. Like he is actually like a surrogate for like is it ASPCA? Yeah, man. He's out here making sure that people know that he messed up and he never wants anything like that to happen ever again anywhere in the world.
No, I was so hard on him back in the day when all this happened, but I got to give it to him for that. Somebody said he sent them his medical bills.
There you go. Got you.
Blocks of Swiss cheese. I like the creativity on that.
Do Swiss cheese come in blocks?
I don't know. I don't know if it does or not. But the Swiss cheese, blocks of Swiss cheese does come in handy.
He said his medical bills. Do you think that he's dealing with some injuries? Because we'll talk more about it. But C.J. Stroud clearly has not looked like the C.J. Stroud that we at least expected, and that we saw the worst iteration that I think we've ever seen on Christmas. Just straight up dirting footballs, missing passes by just great amounts, seeming just generally jittery or like having like he had the world on his shoulders. Like, do you wonder if there's some injury involved there? Because I know at one point he had popped up on like an injury report with a hand, but that was waved away very quickly.
I'll say this: I think that's a cop out.
Okay,
no more than anyone else at that position. I think he's hurting, he's sore, needs this break, but I don't think it's necessarily like an injury that should be affecting him.
Somebody said, we already talked about that. Somebody said contract extensions, which you mentioned. This is crazy. 713 shot collars. I'm guessing that's in the realm of dogs again. And football Mensa class.
Football Mensa class. How about that?
What does that entail? Like, what would a football Mensa class look like?
Well, like I don't know if is there even such thing as a Mensa class?
I have no idea, but I understand the general idea.
Yeah, exactly.
But what are we doing there?
How about this on the YouTube? Pepper spray so they can at least protect themselves.
So he can protect him. But that's for him. The pepper spray is for him. Right? They're the ones supposed to be protecting him.
All these defensive linemen just grabbing their faces with after getting pepper sprayed at the line of scrimmage.
Well, he got them bodyguards. So that they could worry about protecting him. CJ hired them all a double to handle the stunts. Oh, that would be interesting.
Very creative.
Here. This is stuntman Laramie Tunsil. He comes in and he does Laramie Tunsil stunts, which is blocking the defensive end.
Membership to the Men's Tea Clinic. I would recommend low tea, but still.
Fair enough,
I get the point.
I like Joseph Goodridge over here. 1-year subscriptions to the Jelly of the Month Club.
Yeah, that would be
just. Is that just getting him a bad gift? Is the Jelly of the Month Club? Is that a good gift
for vacation? Christmas vacation?
Any of these month clubs?
Yeah.
Have you seen Christmas Vacation?
I have not.
Whoa. You haven't seen Christmas Vacation?
Go ahead and send me your hate. 713-572-4610.
Supposed to get a big bonus and got the Jelly of the Month Club. That's right. What that's from.
And so take no bonuses is what you're talking about?
Exactly.
Okay, very good. And finally, somebody said, got them all fashion designers and publicists. Most diva group of offensive linemen ever. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. I said finally. This is the actual finally. Gas masks. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio. That's
some of them might have them already.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Coming up next,
you re-gifted.
Goodness gracious. Let's go around the NFL and talk about what was a really interesting Week 17, including, is Sam Darnold going to get paid? We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
It definitely wasn't a Merry Christmas for the Texans. The Ravens. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the L in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, before we go around the NFL, our question of the day was, what did C.J. Stroud, what Christmas gift did he get for his offensive line? Wrong answers only. And I neglected some of these answers, so I wanted to throw some of these in. So on the text line, somebody said can't give the massage therapy gift card because someone already screwed that up. Fair. Also,
oh my goodness.
Yep. On Twitter, somebody said nothing. Somebody said lottery tickets, so when they win, they quit working.
All right.
Another one said an invoice, hopefully, which got you. And then blocking for dummies made a reappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So those are some of the things there when it comes down to it. Plus, yes, very few people actually came after me for not having seen Christmas Vacation. And now we move.
Yeah, and shout out to Tyler Milner for texting us that sign I was thinking of from TJ Maxx that he can
Y'all
get
be going together?
Y'all
be going to TJ Maxx together?
Yeah, we go get
Pick
our
up
clothes
shirts
at
and candles.
TJ Maxx. Don't sleep on it, man. You get some good stuff that's already been kind of.
I'm not the one sleeping. You're the one that I don't go to TJ Maxx, except sometimes I do.
She believed that she could, so she did.
Inspirational.
Very not.
Yes.
Very much not so.
Yep. All right, let's go around the NFL now, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. I said we were going to talk about Week 17, and we will, but I kind of want to talk about a little bit about Week 18 real quick, as we have the opening lines for Week 18. And some of them get real big. Of course, Week 18 is a weird week because some teams are playing for things. Of course, you have Sunday Night Football, which is going to be really fun between the Vikings and the Lions. Or is it Viking Lions? Did I just make that up? Yes, because they're competing for the potential 1 seed out there. Yeah, that one should be really fun. And then you got games like, Baltimore-Cleveland, right? Cleveland is going to Baltimore, in which they will be 18.5 point dogs.
18.5.
You have that. You have Tampa Bay, mind you, who are 13-point favorites at home versus New Orleans. And shout out to Atlanta in what was a really interesting game, if not fun, or if not good, right? Last night on Sunday Night Football in Week 17, where they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory as a good any Atlanta sports franchise will. They now have to root for those Saints to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in order for them to try and get into the playoffs. And that would be the Saints that they hate being 13-point dogs.
13 points, 18.5 points. This is why, Week 18 right now, and and the Texans, by the way, opened as a 3.5-point dog to the Titans. So,
which would seem to indicate that maybe rest is for this Texans team. We'll talk more about that as we go along. But I did mention the Vikings, and they had a very, very good win over the Green Bay Packers, 27-25. And it was really good, mostly because Sam Darnold was hooping. Sam Darnold has been really good this year. There's been a resurgence in his play, especially after, clearly the New York Jets years, and then also the time in Carolina where it was ooh, we could write this guy off. He goes, he's a backup in San Francisco, looks better. And then out of nowhere, seemingly, he has to step in as the quarterback for the Vikings in that O'Connell offense, and it has been incredible. At this 300-something yards, 33 of 44 on the day, and it looks like he's going to get paid.
You have to, don't you? As much as that is the weirdest.
You think Minnesota has to?
What are you gonna do if you're Minnesota?
I mean,
you're taking
you drafted a quarterback.
You drafted a quarterback. Is that going to be status quo? You're going to get the same type of production out of McCarthy?
All right. So when you say you have to pay him, what are you looking at? Because people are talking a number that starts with a 4. Some people are talking about a number that starts with a 5. We're talking about 40 or 50 million. I saw even Diana Rossini of The Athletic wrote an interesting piece that said the Minnesota Vikings could possibly franchise tag him
$40 million
in order to be able to negotiate further with him and just really to keep him from being on the free market. Because you look at the quarterback class, there's a few places that are going to need a quarterback, including somewhere like, Tennessee Titans, places like that. But there's not a lot of them, especially if you're looking for maybe a stopgap, for lack of a better term, or something between that or something higher. Like, there's not really a great option there. Anybody want? I guess I don't even know if Kirk Cousins, they'll get off of his deal, right? Aaron Rodgers, if he does not return there, is that interest anybody? Like, there's not a lot of those guys out there, and Sam Darnold might have made himself the biggest fish in that space.
I think so.
Like, they're gonna have to pay dearly to be able to keep him.
You're in a weird spot if you're Minnesota. As you mentioned, obviously McCarthy's there, but I think you're looking at this as like you almost like. They're going to have potentially the best record in the NFL. They're potentially going to be the number 1 seed. And you move on? I mean, you move on from Darnold?
You invested in J.J. McCarthy, but I think J.J. McCarthy can't be – I don't think he can be in a place where he stops you from, having high-level play, especially when you have a team of this caliber that's ready to do interesting things. And I will correct myself. I said 33 of 43 or 44. He was 33 of 43, Sam Darnold was, for 377 yards. And 3 touchdowns.
And we've all seen the video post game and all. I mean, he is the heart and soul of that team.
Like, is he new Geno Smith?
I mean, at minimum, right? Base level, Geno Smith,
right? Except you have JJ McCarthy there, which 713 asks a good question. You trade JJ McCarthy, and I don't think you have to. But if you make that decision, you are moving away from the. I guess I don't want to say the locked in kind of mode of thought of trying to do a little bit of team building where you have a guy on a rookie contract, and you kind of use that additional money to be able to build a team. You're locking in on a little more expensive quarterback in that way, and then going for a few years, 2-3 seasons, I'm guessing, trying to go and get it in that way.
It's just so interesting and fascinating to me because the smart football move would be to go with J.J. McCarthy, keep him on the rookie contract, and continue to build, right?
Yep.
But is that the smart move for this team? Like this Vikings team, because then what's the messaging you're sending to everybody else after having maybe the number 1 seed in the entire NFL with Darnold? Like, it's okay, you're going to take some type of step back.
I think the messaging that you're sending is that, 1, you believe in J.J. McCarthy, and 2, that you believe more in the system than in Sam Darnold himself. And I've always I think that I appreciate this, and yes, shout out to Ronald on the YouTube. He might be more of a new Jared Goff as opposed to new Geno Smith. But
Good
I think
point.
They're in a similar vein, which is you have these guys that are being drafted in the first round, and especially high in the first round, that maybe aren't panning out, especially as we're getting quicker and quicker on our trigger, especially with quarterbacks or really anything in sports. Like, people are not having as much patience and giving as much runway with things. But, like, the talent is there for a lot of these guys. Geno Smith has had that talent this whole time where he's been a backup in various places. Jared Goff, the talent that he has shown and displayed is part of why that team, that Rams team, made it to those Super Bowls, right? Obviously, defense is a big thing. They ran the football, but like that was part of it as well. And Sam Darnold as well. Like, coming out of USC, he had that talent. Being in bad organizations can stunt that level of growth, and getting to a place that works. I think ultimately the thing that I'm taking away is situation matters when it comes to
But that kind of speaks to keeping him. That kind of speaks to keeping him.
But I think it might speak more to the situation and the idea of, okay, if you have a situation of that caliber, could you then have someone in J.J. McCarthy come in?
But this one works, has worked, and continues to work.
And so that's going to be an interesting thing, because if the Vikings are in the path that you are, they take that guy off the market and there's even fewer options, which sucks to suck for some of these other teams that need him.
Yeah.
Or if they don't, and if they're like, hey, we go with our guy, we continue on the path that we had previously carved out, that's a guy that's out there that I think that he's a really interesting grab for teams.
For a lot of teams,
including, as I mentioned earlier, I guess kind of I was thinking like the Tennessee Titans, like he could end up in division. However, they might be in a whole different space because of something else that happened in week 17, which is, hey, Malik Neighbors was out here hooping in a way as well. Malik Neighbors, one of a lot of young offensive players, rookies this year that have been really, really good.
Brian Thomas.
Shout out to Ocho.
Tight end Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Just go down the list of the. It's a huge year for receivers in the NFL.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And that New York Giants team, they got a victory in part because Malik Neighbors was out here hooping. 45-33. Was the victory over Indiana. And I know what you're wondering right now, Lopez. Was that a scoregami?
Was it a scoregami?
45-33 feels like a number that should be a scoregami, but it is not.
This guy was texting us during Christmas. Hey, that's a scoregami, by the way. Halftime score.
Yeah, it was the first time that mine had happened at halftime in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that wasn't me sending you that like I was looking for it.
You were pointing it out.
Netflix pointed it out on the broadcast.
Yes.
I was just trying to make sure that y'all saw it.
I saw it.
I was just trying to be a good friend.
Yeah.
And hey, did y'all see this thing that I thought could be interesting? But no, 45-33 has happened before, and that happened last. It happened before the first time. Buffalo Bills 45 over the New Orleans Saints 33 back in 1998.
And the inclination is, as you see the Giants blow the number 1 overall pick, and all hell is breaking loose in New York.
And eliminate the Colts from playoff.
And eliminate the Colts. So
can't forget that's a very important part of this. Lopez.
Yes, it is.
We need to make sure that the people know that the Colts have been officially eliminated.
But the inclination is to kind of point and laugh at the Giants. Ha ha! Look at they blew it. Be careful with that, because all of a sudden that makes the Tennessee Titans helps them with the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and maybe that's a Shedeur Sanders, maybe it's a Ward, who knows? But they're going to be in a position to draft a quarterback.
Well, as of right now, New England Patriots would have the number 1 overall seed or number 1 overall pick rather. The 3-13. There's 4 teams with 3-13 records, but the Giants moved themselves from picking 1 to now they'd be picking 4. Which, depending on how this goes, because New England has a quarterback in Drake May who still looks
they're going to go
good.
with Travis Hunter.
If you think of the quarterbacks out there, Tennessee, if they're willing to draft a quarterback, which you'd have to imagine that they probably are, Shedeur Sanders possibly goes there, depending on, I don't know what kind of machinations Dion and them would have. Like, would they want to go on that Manning route where Archie's like, no, Eli ain't playing in no San Diego. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe that happens and he does not end up there. Cam Ward is out there.
Cam Ward
Does that
is
interest
out there.
you at all?
Some people have him rated higher than Shedeur Sanders. So who knows? But yeah, you're like, aha. And then you realize the Titans all of a sudden have the number 2 overall pick and will have their choice of quarterbacks.
Yeah. Unless, however, and this is if you're on the sit or start train, right? Like if the Texans do in fact sit players, and if things go like Vegas has it, where the Texans are 3-point dogs, if the Tennessee Titans win that game, they'll move themselves back.
Then we can really point and laugh.
The pointing and laughing would be going both ways. Then they would have swept this Texans team this season, and I would not be very happy.
Yeah, that's true. But you could see Davis Mills out there working that magic.
Yeah, we'll see what that ultimately comes down to. Speaking of magic, how about Saquon Barkley, ladies and gentlemen?
Man, how about
Saquon Barkley? Yet another. We talk about the young offensive rookies, the running backs. I guess I don't even know what's the right way to put it. The second team running backs, dudes that are ending up on different places after their first team or the team that they had previously been with decided that they were not worth it. Displaying that, oh yes, absolutely they are worth it. Saquon Barkley being that as well. Becomes the 9th running back in NFL history to rush over 2,000 yards in a season. Can you name the other 8, Lopez?
Oh, I would have to say O.J. Simpson, Eric Dickerson. Who am I missing? Derrick Henry.
Okay.
Is that 3 of them?
I believe you have. I picked up the wrong thing. Let me get the season.
I think it's OJ. Obviously, Eric Dickerson. I would say Derrick Henry's in there. Who are the others?
I know that you had a CJ2K in there. So you had Eric Dickerson, who currently has the lead 21.05, which, by the way, Saquon Barkley is an interesting place. He needs 101 more yards to break that single-season record.
Sit him.
You're in that place. You don't think that they play?
No.
That they let them boys go and get that record?
He got 2,000. He got 2,000.
You must like Eric Dickerson because he had some pretty starch comments about Barkley breaking his record.
Yeah, let's hear from Eric Dickerson how you feel about the opportunity to break the record.
Okay, so you're happy for him, but you've already said you don't hope that he breaks your record. You got to tell me why that is.
Well, first of all, I mean, it's just common sense. I mean, people are, not saying for you, but I'm just saying people like say, oh, records are meant to be broken. I'm like, well, you don't have a record then. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Well, he might get his wish if they do indeed sit him. I will say.
They should sit him, right?
Post-game, Nick Sirianni did not seem to write it off. He said that they would consider it, but, clearly records are a big deal. Like, he was really laying it on thick there, which might be the okie doke of records mean a lot, but we'll think about it and come back and be like, absolutely not. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, I mentioned Eric Dickerson is at the top. Adrian Peterson
is
one of them. Jamal Lewis has a 2,000-yard season. Barry Sanders, of course. You mentioned Derrick Henry. You're correct. Terrell Davis, shout out to the Twitch getting that one. CJ2K, Chris Johnson had it. Obviously, Saquon now has 2005 pending the final week of the season. And, as you mentioned, Orenthal James Simpson.
Yeah, that guy.
Anything else you'd like to say about O.J. Simpson?
That's about it for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much all been said.
Yeah, just want to make sure. Circling back again, Week 18 schedule set now as the NFL tries to make sure that they get the maximum value, bang for their buck out of Week 18. I did mention Sunday Night Football, Minnesota-Detroit, for the opportunity to see who has the number one seed in the NFC and of course, the bye week. Home field advantage all the way through. The AFC North matchups happen on Saturday. So that'll be interesting. And then, of course, as we already mentioned, the Texans at Tennessee, noon, and you'll be able to hear that, of course, where you always hear that game, right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us around the NFL on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's dig deeper into that conversation that we were getting into. To rest or not to rest, and honestly, why? Because I think you're in a place where you're like, rest them. It's cool. You're not going to figure some things out, but why do you feel like you can't figure some things out, and what does that say about this offense? We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's do that right now.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Adela.
To rest or not to rest? That's a question that is in some ways posed to your Houston Texans. Here as they head into Week 18. They have a matchup with the dreaded Tennessee Titans, owned by who?
That woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know why. I really shouldn't tee you up for that because one of these days you're going to slip and I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be here looking stupid for doing that. But yeah, no, they're playing this
flaming
woman. I didn't need the adjective. that made it worse. But yeah, that's Week 18. You've already lost to the Titans in a pretty embarrassing fashion just based off of them being the Titans, right? Like you had come into that game
and Will Levis
being every time you had a quarterback come in at home, you handled them up pretty well, and then Will Levis came out here throwing the football on you. And like you'd like to exact revenge. However, you look at where this Texans team is, locked up AFC South, locked in at the 4 seed in the AFC, and I think one of the things that we are both in agreement on is I don't know how much you can actually fix in this week.
Exactly.
However, the bad taste that's in the mouth of Texans fans and everybody after that Christmas Day game, it is there. Like, and I would like some level of mouthwash. So like, I would like it if they play because it feels like, man, there's so many things that they need to get fixed. However, you're in a place where you're like, go ahead and rest them. And why is that?
I think two reasons. Number one, let's say we're going to get that bad taste, as you put it, out of our mouths. We're going to go. We're going to play CJ. We're going to play Danielle Hunter, pick your veteran, that you want to see, Joe Mixon, we're going to do that. Does it really eliminate the bad taste? Like of 17 weeks and really a complete fall off a cliff in the last game that was sort of the exclamation. Does that really do it? And the reason you have to wonder that is, what are you going to show? Are you going to show like all your new little tweaks and twists and all these adjustments that you've been making during this break? Because they are in a long break right now.
Yeah, was it 10 days on the backside?
Yeah.
Almost in as quickly as they had those 3 games, they'll have enough rest before they get to that one.
But are you really going to show everything that, all these little adjustments and all that against the Titans in a completely meaningless game for you? Now, not meaningless for the Titans, but completely meaningless game for you. Because then what is it going to prove? Well, number one, your potential opponent in the playoffs is going to obviously see some of that stuff, especially, Johnson and maybe Alshire back, and how you're going to implement him with Christian Harris and all these other things. That doesn't help. And then the second thing is, what would it really prove? Hey, man, they really had a good game against the Titans. Woo! Yeah, that was awesome. They got that bad taste out of their mouths. Is that really going to make you feel better about this team and what it's done for 17 weeks?
No. I really want to. I want to have a different answer, but no. Yeah. It really would just make me feel like
it's like a selfishly yes.
Yeah, selfishly, I would like to be able to see them put it together. But there's something also to be said for there's dudes who have have knocks, right? It's inherent in the sport that I like to call the car crash sport, that you get 17, 18 weeks into a season, you're dealing with some injuries. Now, of course, that's one of the things that I looked up and I was like, hey, it was kind of nice to have a late bye week, right? Yeah. Is that you are fresher in theory than some of these other teams. And I don't know, did you see, was it Erdahl of
Jamie
Football?
Erdahl,
Jamie Erdahl, who was talking about after, what was it, literally the day after Christmas on Boxing Day. Does anybody actually refer to Boxing Day?
My daughter sent me a text, and I'm like, I forgot.
I recognize that I do that just because I'm a soccer fan.
Yeah.
And they be talking about Boxing Day all the time.
Yeah.
But I called it that, and I was like, does anybody actually say that? Anyways, on Boxing Day, she was talking about how in their meetings, because, of course, Netflix did the broadcast of the game, but it was a lot of NFL Network kind of production, I guess, in order to put the game on. In their production meetings, that these dudes looked gassed. And is that addressed by just having this long stretch into Week 18 in the regular week, or do you think that just taking that day off, could it be that just getting their legs right would be the bigger, stronger, or effect for this team as opposed to trying to get themselves right on the field? Because one of the things about figuring it out and getting themselves better is, I keep asking myself, is the problem with this, what this team is not able to do, is it schematic? Because in part it clearly, I think but I feel like there's so much of this which is just like the execution keeps lacking. I think Wade Smith was talking about that recently, the idea that I don't know what plays you're supposed to call when there's always something like good blocking or there's a misassignment somewhere. And that's one of the things where I'm like, that feels like that's something that you address in playing as opposed to like.
It is the players at some point. And Wade was good on that. I saw that as well. And get it. But it's not just that. I mean, Bobby Slowick, frankly, I'm not so sure, if it's already written, the script has already been written about him coming back next year as the play caller.
Wait, the way that you say that makes me wonder, what direction are you talking about?
Not him.
Okay. Because I was like, you understand how I could hear that as the script has been written that, he'll absolutely stay. Because this team just inherently loyal, protects their own. And there's something to be said about like patience, right? I was just talking about that in sports. We've gotten to this place where we're deeply impatient with all sorts of folks. This is a young play caller. This is year 2 of it. You've seen high watermarks. You've seen good things as a play caller. But you're in a place where you're already looking at it where, and I mean, look, we've talked about him up and down the season. I'm not trying to pretend like, this comes out of nowhere. Clearly, there have been criticisms of him. He is the dude who was responsible for the offense, especially in a place where you have a defensive play calling head coach, where he has been given a lot of autonomy here, and ultimately the results have not been good enough. But you think that it might already be written in some ways, and that obviously, if that's the case, there's nothing you could change with the Titans game. Maybe the playoff game?
This is an extremely loyal team, and DeMeco Ryans is an extremely loyal coach to his guys. But he's not that loyal. I think at some point it comes back on DeMeco. DeMeco is getting a little bit of flack here as well for sticking with these things.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. I have a hunch. I have a very good hunch that DeMeco Ryans has made it very, very, very clear what he likes and does not like to see from this offense. And that can be, as Wade Smith said, kind of pointing to the execution and the players.
Which, as Seth has made it very clear, that is still the responsibility of the coordinator.
But it still points to Bobby Slowick. If DeMeco Ryans is getting more involved with offensive philosophy, maybe even as far as offensive approach and game plan, then Bobby Slowick's future is pretty much written. Because what he's done in some of these, and by the way, the freaking screenplays, my goodness.
That was the thing that Wade was talking about with the screenplays. And the screenplays really point out the lack of execution in some ways. I do wonder, and whenever I'm like, well, why aren't they trying these other things? I try to also acknowledge they've cycled through some stuff.
A lot.
They've cycled through some stuff, right?
Yeah.
So the blame goes very far and wide offensively with this. And now you add, and maybe not now, but you add even more to the C.J. Stroud trying to be, superhero and just not hitting the mark. But yeah, the screens, they're deeply frustrating, but I understand analytically, logically how you get to the screens. It was one of the things I was talking about before we left, right? With the Kansas City games, it feels like that's an opportunity where you could slow down pass rushes at times and get the ball out quickly and to your playmakers and let them make plays in space. It just never works. It's always something. It is always something.
You're going to make me go off here, aren't you? Because
go ahead.
It's really irritating. Just give me the ball. Just pitch it in here. It's really irritating because if you're talking about execution after going into week 18, who does that point to in terms of communicating? They always talk about the communication, and we got to do a better job communicating. Well, at some point, the answer is yes, you do, and that points to Bobby Slowick. You talk about, it's the offensive line. Is it 9 dudes? Because they've gone through 9 different starters, haven't they, on the offensive line? At least 8. Is it 9 dudes that can't execute? No. You can't tell me that Nick Caserio bringing these guys in.
I got 8.
Maybe it's 8. Because Kendrick Green never started, I guess, but he has played. Anyway, it's 8 guys minimum. You're telling me 8 guys can't execute? Is it on them or is it on the offensive coordinator? So that's 2 things right there. Then there's the big thing, and that big thing is number 7 in your program. You're telling me that this regression, this seeing shadows, seeing ghosts, that's on the offensive line? No. Maybe the offensive line has affected him, but that's on your offensive coordinator. I'm telling you, it's the offensive coordinator as much as anything.
Yeah, and I think and we'll have more opportunity to talk about this because as you near the end of the season, right? And I'm not specifically saying when the end of the season is because I'm trying to remain with some level of optimism here.
Yeah.
But as you near the end of the season, these are questions that you absolutely are going to ask yourself, which is, and you'll get to a place where sometimes in sports, and I firmly do believe this, the idea is someone does not inherently have to be bad for a change to be warranted or for a change to be made. Even warranted might be caring too much. I do wonder if we're getting to that place or if we've gotten to that place where it's just Bobby Slowick. I think that he is early in his development. I still think that he has the capability of being a good offensive coordinator. I do wonder if that is what works right here for this Texans team right now, where I feel like there's a level of inexperience that is shown through in this moment. And, that might be part of the reason why I understand you. Like, what level of figuring out is there, especially if your hunch, which weird word, if your hunch is ultimately right that like he might be some level of dead man walking, that's a harsh way of putting it, but I think you know what I mean. Then the idea is, are you actually going to get some level of change in that week?
Yeah, and it speaks to getting full circle here to Week 18 against the Titans. How much confidence you can have in Bobby Slowick if they do start to click? You might say that they need this. Selfishly, I need to see this. They need to get rid of that bad taste. But you go in to a home playoff game against whomever it is that you're going to face, are you like, all right, rub your hands together, Bobby's got this? Are you doing that?
Not completely, but at the very least, I'd feel like, all right, cool, I've seen something. I can hang my hat on that. Right now, my hat's falling to the ground.
Yeah,
right. Like there's not nothing to hang my hat on. My proverbial hat, because I'm not actually wearing it. I just wanted to make that clear for all the people that are listening. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll continue to see like what we're getting towards towards the game. Obviously, D'Amico Ryans will speak to the assembled meeting, and you'll hear that live right here on Sports Radio 610. He gives us a level of insight or inclinations as to how they are leaning for Week 18 in Nashville versus Tennessee. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a salute to a Houston legend of sorts, and also, hey man, they was fighting. Let's talk about that next.
It definitely wasn't a Merry Christmas.
That's all.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you are enjoying the weather at least. Because one of the things
enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, one of the things that's popping, supposedly we got a cold front coming through in about a week.
Not just cold. Arctic front.
Oh, okay.
The Arctic, man, they're saying maybe even single-digit temperatures, which you can have those, by the way.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to get into the larger conversation because, hey, man, I'm not trying to have this politics conversation right now. However, with all these things, right, it could portend really poorly in the future. Not gonna lie, kind of enjoying 70 and being able to roll my windows down in December. Again, very selfish, very short-sighted. However, kind of enjoying that. Not selfish, not short-sighted. Practice happening for the Texans right now, or the workout that's happening. And new wearing two out there doing work, as also is Azeez Al-Shaair back after serving his suspension, so he's back ready to go. Juice Scruggs has returned to practice, while Shaq Mason remains sidelined, rather. So there you go. We'll maybe have some interesting things to see offensive line-wise. And then, of course, C.J. Stroud is practicing and throwing. I know I don't know how big of a topic it became after the game, but C.J. Stroud kind of let it slip in there that, he'd been banged up a little bit in one of those post-game responses that kind of perked your ears up. So maybe a little bit of R&R for the remainder of that week after a really tough 3-game schedule has allowed him to get back out there and feel comfortable.
Didn't necessarily perk my ears up as much as it perked my eyebrows up. Like, okay. And not to diffuse it, because these guys are all, getting banged around out there. But
doing what exactly?
Getting banged around out there.
I don't like that.
But I think he's not hurting any more than any other quarterback who's played as much as he has.
Okay. So you calling him a liar then? Okay, all right, that's cool. No, that's what I heard. I don't know. Colin, you hear that? I'm just trying to make sure.
You got it right?
I think I heard it too.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure my ears are working right.
All right.
I'm just trying to make sure I heard. All right, some other things that are popping. Real quick, I did want to send this salute out. A few days late, because he let it be known on Friday that Friday was indeed his final day at the Houston Chronicle. But salute to consummate beat writer Jonathan Fagin on an incredible career, and ultimately, his retirement. It'd been nice if the Rockets held on to that lead that they had late and got a victory for the boy against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Salute to man, and I imagine that you, being a journalist that worked alongside in some ways.
Oh, I worked with him for a long time.
Yeah,
I worked with Jonathan for 17 years in various capacities. He actually covered college football before he got to the NBA beat.
Did he really?
Eddie Sefko was the beat writer during the championship years, and then Jonathan came in right after that. So, yeah, I worked alongside Jonathan a lot. You know my favorite thing about his retirement? Well, two. Number one, he got a game ball, even though it was a loss.
Yeah, shout out to Ime. I thought that was real classy to make sure to get Jonathan the game ball and appreciate him because, Ime's been here for a few years. He did not have to extend that, but as an organization, I thought they showed some class. They took out the full page ad in the paper, and then they made sure to give him the game ball. They really made sure to salute a man who deserves it.
And then the second thing I liked a lot about this is, when's my retirement date? Oh, it's Friday, December 27th. All right, I'm out. Friday, December 27th. He's like, as soon as he hit his retirement day, he's like, I'm gone. I'm out of here.
He said, I will not be here in 2025. Please believe.
In the middle of the season in December, he's like, out. Peace.
Somebody else can take can get these reports. And
I love that
to cover these. Yeah, man. He's like, I got it. I was very, very fortunate to be able to at least meet him this season. So I appreciate that as a dude who grew up here watching the Rockets. Obviously that's really dope. Salute to him and all of the fantastic work that he's done. Well deserved. Also, in some ways, salute to the Rockets for restoring the feeling, for restoring.
What exactly?
Hey man, I should have gotten the Space City Home Network call, but I kind of appreciated the way that the FanDuel Sports Network FanDuel Sports Network Sun, which gosh, that's a mouthful. But the regional sports network that the Miami Heat play on, when last night, unfortunately, as the Rockets fell to the Miami Heat. However, at one point with under a minute to go, which apparently took about 13 minutes, this happened.
Left in the game. Gotta see what the. A fight! A fight! A Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, and Tyler Hero all involved. Madness on the floor here in Houston. Thompson went after Tyler Hero.
Sure.
Heat having to be restrained. Hero looks hurt. No, Hero's okay. Men Thompson down at the other end. What a bizarre scene. We'll have to unravel it with the replay.
All right. Well, I can help you unravel it, gentlemen. Thank you to FanDuel Sports Network, son. But, yeah, Amen Thompson clearly, Tyler Hero, in addition to Ime Udoka, Jalen Green, Terry Rozier, and then assistant coach Ben Sullivan were all ejected as Amen Thompson did what I can only describe as a judo flip.
That's what it was.
In fact, it looked like he grabbed him straight in, like as if he was
on the what do they call him?
The gi.
A gi. I was going to say key, but a gi. Yeah.
I had to go look this up because I was like, I think it's a gi, and I wanted to make sure. But he judo flip, and man, Amen Thompson, strong man.
Yeah.
I personally would not want to get on that man's bad list. I was about to say a different word, but that would have been an SEC violation. Yeah, man. I found this to be incredible. Like, I had a friend call me about it. Like, yo, they fighting out there? And I was like, sure. And of course, this happened during Sunday Night Football, so I was kind of watching both at the same time. And I'll admit, the first time through, I didn't see it clean. And I watched it over again. I watched the entirety thing unfold. And the first time through, I was like, ooh, like, are the Rockets getting to a place where they have like a temperament issue?
Yeah.
And then I watched it back and I was like, I think the Rockets are entirely vindicated in all of this.
Well, in that instance.
Yeah, I guess fair enough, right? Those two things can be a little separate. But this one in particular, including Fred VanVleet getting ejected earlier, like
bumping
just
into the
prior
ref.
to that, for bumping into Mark Davis, who was the ref in this one. After what was it that he was upset about? I'm trying to remember what the actual thing was that he was upset about the call there. But he was trying to kind of argue a call in some ways. Oh, a 5-second call, 5-second inbound,
and it wasn't even close, by the way.
What, the 5 seconds?
Yeah, it wasn't close to 5 seconds.
Yeah, generally they give leeway on that 5 seconds. Like, hey, you're basically getting 5.5 or 6 seconds.
You can bend that arm
there,
again,
right? But he real stringent on a 5-second penalty. And be careful stretching that hand out. You know, you got to be real careful with it. You know what I mean? But 5 seconds, and it goes against the Rockets. Fred VanVleet wants to, hey, what's happening here? And I really do think that Fred VanVleet just happened to be walking in one direction. Mark kind of veers in another direction. They collide. And then after that, Tyler Hero was just being a jerk.
He was pushing all the way across the floor.
Amen was trying to lean on him a little bit. His physicality late in the game, which you see in games all the time. And then Tyler Hero, I guess, took exception, pushed him, and gave him the two-hand push to the chest, which I think in basketball is pretty much the highest sense of aggression that you actually get nowadays that we've legislated out fighting. Yeah. And so I thought that Amen Thompson probably could have kept his cool, but the judo flip, I understand where it came from.
Yeah,
I get it.
No, I in this instance, I get it as well. But it's really funny to me how people are latching on to this. Like, boy, he really showed him. Well, he did. Tyler Hero also went 27-9-5 in that game and was a big part of you losing the game. So I guess somewhat vindicated in terms of understood in terms of why it happened. But it did lead to some questions about, like, are the Rockets sort of like buying into their own sort of hype here?
Wait, what do you mean when you say that?
In terms of like the bad guys and over aggressive, as you were talking about.
Oh yeah, I think that's an interesting thing, and I think we find a time to flesh that out, because I do wonder if, like, kind of staying steady in the course was getting into that emotional state, if that ends up being an issue, because you're going to have tough games like that. But in this game in particular, it just kind of felt like, the Heat,
that was going to happen no matter who the teams were.
Yeah, Tyler Hero in particular was really kind of knocking them. As evidenced by, if you can help me out here, Colin, this was Tyler Hero after the game, and I want you to understand, you need a visual with this. He's wearing some Oakleys.
He's wearing those wraparound Oakleys.
Yeah, the wraparound Oakleys. And not the Oakleys, not an issue. I want to make that clear, because there's probably people in our listenership that wear Oakleys, whatever. Yeah. However, there seems to be at least some level of overlap with, like, Oakleys and that one dude that you kind of don't
bro.
Like. And so you had that, and then you have him saying stuff like this.
I guess that's what happens when someone's scoring, throwing dimes, doing the whole thing. So I get mad too.
The thing is, he's not wrong. It was the visual. It was the optics of it all. The literal optics.
I think. All right. That's a good shout. I think he is wrong in some way because, like, you were being a jerk. Like, yes, you were doing all these things, but it wasn't you scoring and doing all this stuff that made them mad. It was because you were being a jerk on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was clearly it. But I guess, like, in this way, he gets a chance to actually exist and, do all that and live with it. However, you also got judo flipped in such a way where your broadcasters thought you were hurt.
But he had a hell of a game.
He did.
Yeah. He was. If there's a wide shot of it that it pans out, he's like 15 feet away from like the scrum that happened after.
Oh yeah.
He got out of there. He got out of dodge.
Yeah, he got out of there.
Yeah. He was not trying to actually finish out the round.
Yeah.
And you know what? Good for him. Like, don't talk on the backside. That's a little nasty. But good for him because one thing that I think personally, and like this is based largely off of size, and I think a general want to.
Mm-hmm.
Amen Thompson versus Tyler Hero.
Oh no, for sure.
Money's going. The ticket is on Amen Thompson, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be better than Paul and Tyson, that's for sure.
Would it? Would it? Might happen quick.
Yeah, well, that would be better.
Oh, well,
that would be better.
Fair enough. Some of the other things in what's popping here. Shout out to AJ Brown.
Shout out to AJ Brown. I thought that was one of the coolest things of the week.
Yeah. So first of all, does anybody know what a Tanner McKee is? Because I had to do some research in order to find out. But Tanner McKee comes into the game between the Cowboys and the Eagles, in which the Eagles put it on the Cowboys.
Yeah, they did.
Oh my goodness. But because Kenny Pickett, who was starting in place of Jalen Hurts, he got hit in the ribs. He had to get out of there. So Tanner McKee, who played at Stanford, but not while Stanford was any level of interesting, including that game that they had against Colorado last year that they ultimately won. Not even there. But he played at Stanford. He was the third quarterback. He came in, and he throws one up to A.J. Brown, which apparently that's the way that the Eagles fix their offense. Throw it up to A.J. Brown, which I think that's a smart thing. Gets a touchdown. His first touchdown pass, and A.J. Brown in his exuberance just chucks it into the stands.
Like way up in the stands.
Yeah, we're just putting this thing into the stands, brother.
Yeah.
And then
then he did the hands on his head like, I just realized that was his first NFL touchdown. And then A.J. Brown, man, he went to great lengths to make sure, hey, tell that dude he can have this jersey that I'm wearing and I will autograph it if he gets that ball back. And he did, and he lived up to it. Which, by the way, you go for the jersey.
Oh,
right?
that was where I was going. I was like, I can't blame that guy one bit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there was probably someone out there, and I didn't see it specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is a straw man. I apologize. I'm sure there was someone out there like, oh man, give the guy his ball back. No, man, this is I got leverage, baby. I got leverage. When else?
You go for the jersey, and you call every day of the week because A.J. Brown is a much more famous player, much more possibility of becoming something truly maybe even Hall of Fame caliber or whatever. And you got a game worn jersey autographed by him. You do it.
Yeah, and I know that they have to pay for those jerseys ultimately.
It's all right.
Small price to pay to make sure that your teammate Tanner McKee gets that momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to AJ Brown. Shout out to the Rockets. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Jonathan Fagan once more. Shout out to y'all hanging out with us. And what's popping here in Loop Sports Radio 610. Somebody on the text line said, "Can y'all please explain to me why it's okay for hockey players to fight but NBA players can't?" Well, at some point, David Stern decided that when these players fight, it upsets the audience, right? Look, if you want to get down into why it upsets the audience, that's level of sociology that we can do, I guess. But I don't know that I have the full answers to, and I have some thoughts. But seeing basketball players upsets the audience. Seeing hockey players fight gets them going. I don't know exactly why that is. Oh, by the way, with the fight thing, if you ever needed to know if Amen Thompson was about to be good in Houston, the man himself, Vern Maxwell, was like,
he was all about it.
He tweeted out, he's like, "Hey, Rockets, send me the fine. I got that one covered." And look, if you get the stamp of Vernon Maxwell, oh wow, what you're saying because old boy still owes him $10,000? You saying he can't? No, he's got it. He just wants his money. No. See, that's the thing. I am 100% there with Vern. I don't need the money back, but it's the principle of the matter. You took this, you borrowed this money like you was gonna give it back, and you didn't. No. I'm on your neck. I am on your neck. No, but shout out to Vern. Mad Max, sure that Amen Thompson, as he restores the feeling that he is supported by the legacy of Houston folks who may not start the fight, but will indeed end it. Shout out to that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the quarterback of this Texas team. Teddy Bruschi says that Jaden Daniels' rookie season is blowing CJ's out the water. Does he have a case, and what's gone so wrong with CJ this year? We'll talk about it next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Lion. TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig got the week off, so we got our guy Colin Neal hanging out with us. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you all hanging out with us. Always get involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. Your Texans actively putting in work right now, and we should hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans not too long from now. 12:15 is when he's scheduled. I imagine we'll get him pretty soon thereafter. You know, sometimes a little buffer, making sure that coach gets up there. So we'll hear from him, hopefully get some insight into what's happening with the Texans, maybe get some ideas of what his philosophy might be on the idea of start versus sit, or even like starters playing for a half and then kind of working some guys out and getting some rest. We'll see how that ultimately goes, and some many other things. One note, though, that is interesting. Brian Callahan of Tennessee Titans has made it known that Mason Rudolph and Will Levis will both play in Week 18, but the starter has yet to be decided.
So they're both going to play,
I guess, or at least be available, I'm assuming. It says both. It says Mason Rudolph, Will Levis will both play. I don't know if that means
that's what it sounds interesting.
Are we going 2-quarterback system? Are we going half and half?
Right.
Is this like final evaluation to decide if they're going to take Shedeur Sanders? I have no idea exactly what that is. But I was like, that's interesting. But at least it seems like they're trying to get a victory there.
Well, they're saying it.
At least they're saying it on Monday. That is fair.
This
right?
could be interesting, like just how both teams are really going to, because we've talked about this, and maybe we'll get into some details like exactly who should sit if you decide to sit, and you're going to hear from D'Amico Ryans, as you mentioned. So it'll be interesting. Like the Titans, there is no motivation for them, even less so than the Texans.
Hate is the motivation.
Yeah, that's it.
Or just like for the guys on the field, right? Because I know that's oversimplified, but the guys on the field are always trying to put on.
Of course,
tape. Like you go out there, you're taxing your body, like you
better
look
go what the Giants did.
Try and go get something out of it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, before Week 17 got going, or at least Sunday, because we had Christmas, we had Thursday night football, we had Saturday. Whew, there was a lot of football. And then we finally got to Sunday, and ESPN does their NFL countdown. Part of that is Teddy Bruschi, former Patriot and such, and he really likes Jaden Daniels and his rookie season to the point where he was slandering our guy. This is Bruschi.
In terms of impacting a franchise, winning football games, C.J. Stroud had a great year last year. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year. This blows that season away in my mind. Just as a former defender watching, I was never really sold on Stroud. I see Jaden, and it's like, this guy's going to be a problem for the next decade. I truly believe that because of what the pressure does to him and how tough he is to get to and how he is as a scrambler. He's got 66 scrambles this year. That leads the league. You can't get him down. He knows when to get down. He knows when to get out. That extra element, he's not just a passer. He does so much more.
See, and this is where it gets real interesting. I think he's trying to make a point. I think his point, to be honest, is fair.
The added element that,
but to say blows it away, and all that. I think he put a little extra juice on there that didn't necessarily need to be there. But I think his point is valid for that last reason.
Oh wow! So you also hate C.J. Stroud?
No, I'm not. No, he doesn't blow away what C.J. Stroud did. What C.J. Stroud did is one of the greatest ever. And I think it's the reason that we still have confidence in this team long term, even if it's not there this year. But you can't ignore 737 rushing yards. Like that's the thing on top of the 22 touchdowns passing and everything else. It's like, yes, he's probably had a more impressive, I'll put it that way, a more impressive rookie season than C.J. Stroud because of that element that he brings. So I thought he put a little too much on that for impact, for emphasis. It wasn't like head and shoulders better than C.J. Stroud was historic too. I think his point is what that extra element that he brings probably gives him an edge.
I understand that it feels like this is almost, and look, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe Teddy Bruschi has always kind of held this point. This feels like it's almost revisionist in some ways, and when it comes to CJ, like the view, and I think that so much of the struggles that he's had this season are now impacting the ways that people feel about his rookie season.
Absolutely.
And that was where I really wanted to go, is like, how have we gotten here? Because, again, I think that's one of the feelings that you continually have watching him, especially since, week 8 or so, or
maybe even earlier. Yeah.
I don't know if I go. I don't know. Maybe depending, right? But I do wonder if, or not wonder, like I found myself even during that Baltimore game, like, how could it possibly be this bad?
Yeah. How are we
for
here?
him?
How are we here?
And do you have any thoughts in that? Like, how do you get from this place where he's been talked about as having one of, if not the best, rookie quarterback seasons? And I know Jayden Daniels is putting up a phenomenal season. I think one of the things that people are looking at there, like Teddy Bruschi, is the record, right? The team having, played really well, going to the playoffs, and those things. But when it comes back to it, I think this season has kind of tarnished in some ways, in some people's perspectives that year, because I think that now you can try and use some of the things you've seen now to undercut it. Like, okay, is he seeing and reading the field as well? Or maybe even not as far as going into calling it a fluke, but maybe trying to undercut it in ways that would indicate that people believe it to be somewhat fluke.
No, there's no question that this season that Stroud has had is kind of tarnishing that. So just to be very, very clear here, I think two of the greatest rookie quarterback seasons in NFL history are the last two by C.J. Stroud and Jayden Daniels.
Similar passer rating. Yeah. Obviously, you mentioned the rushing is just at a different level. Obviously, C.J. has over damn near 1,000 yards, 800 yards more passing. Now we'll see what happens with Jayden Daniels in the final week of the season there. One more passing touchdown, which we'll see how that ultimately goes. Fewer interceptions for CJ. Obviously, that was one of the big narrative things, is not throwing those interceptions throughout the season. But yeah, similar and obviously really good numbers on both sides.
Yeah, and so he doesn't blow it away, blow that season away in my mind. But I think I can get there if he says I think it's a better one. Absolutely, I can get there because of what Jayden Daniels has done, as we've talked about. Being able to avoid the pressure and be a threat running the ball. So it's absolutely tarnishing what his season this year is tarnishing what he did last year. But I don't think that necessarily means that we're forgetting just how good already C.J. Stroud was too. He was great. He was he was historic. Jayden Daniels might have had a better season.
Okay.
All
right. So how have we gotten here?
To here,
where you have a guy who is standing in sometimes clean pockets and flat out missing dudes who are open, on Christmas, and some of it obviously we'll come back to that accelerate that they had there, which is one that it feels like the NFL they need to try and alleviate, but there's no way that they do.
There's no way they do
because this is just so motivated by money.
Yeah.
Right, having those midweek schedules, the amount of money that Amazon Prime pays, and now that Netflix has paid for these games, that helps accelerate the salary cap, and everybody eats off of that. Specifically, obviously, team owners. So that's not shifting, but that probably should not be happening. As you heard CJ mention after the game, he's probably a little banged up. But you can't give me that it's just the banged up. And honestly,
it's not. Me too.
The one that I think has become the go-to conversation is the offensive line. And I'm not here to defend the offensive line. There has been some real issues with protection. As we've seen the protection kind of clear up to a place that feels tenable and passable, it almost feels like C.J. Stroud has gotten worse. So I feel like that's not complete enough to talk about what C.J. has been going through.
Okay, so if it's not totally the offensive line, and I agree with you, and it's not, and we know what C.J. Stroud is capable of doing because we just saw it last year, and we've seen flashes of it this year. And it's not necessarily, the receivers, even though they've been injured badly, but for the most part, you had a pretty good complement of receivers for the most part.
At least statistically, you can find separation now. Who is generating that separation? It looks like it's usually kind of the top end of this, where it's Nico, and when Tank is still there, there's a level of separation there. Obviously, when Steph is still there, there's a level of separation that diminishes in some ways when you get a little bit deeper down, as somewhat expected.
Right.
But generally, you're getting a decent amount of separation as well. So
if it's not all those three things that I just said and what you're talking about, it narrows it down to two things. It's either C.J. Stroud is still being affected, by whatever it is that has affected him this year, and it's in his head, or it's Bobby Slowick. It's the scheme. It's the approach. It's game planning. It's how you're communicating, which is a word that he uses a lot. We got to communicate better on these assignments and all that. It's really not that difficult. If it's not any of those things individually, as you mentioned, line's been marginally better. Receivers, okay, they're in a down spot right now, but they've had some moments. The running game has had its moments, et cetera, et cetera. It's either CJ or Bobby Slowick that really is where you're pointing.
And it really feels like it's all of those get in here, right?
Yeah.
Someone said Stroud is shook, and I think that's part of it. I do think that some of it's just like he's got the world on his shoulders, man.
Yeah.
That's a dude that takes a lot of responsibility for these things. And I think also, in tying back to the idea of the rookie seasons, you get to a point where you're talking about him having one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time, and we've seen him internalize kind of that responsibility. In fact, he talks about it externally, the responsibility that he feels that he has to just like be better and play better. And at some point, it feels like there's a lot that he's putting on himself, and it feels like he's being squished under the weight of that expectation, both external and internal.
But that's also kind of, and again, trust me, nobody in this room could even come close to knowing what he's been experiencing, whether it's the physical problems that he's been having, injuries, et cetera, or having these guys collapse for so long and it affects you mentally for the entire season in terms of you're running for your life. We can't relate to that. But it's still, if you're looking at it from the outside in, it's still on him to get over that, to figure that out, or Bobby Slowick. It's still those two things, All
right. And do you feel like there's anything is there any way that gets better this year? Like, I think, again, I'm still trying to find the spaces, the places where maybe you can get to a place where you go, you get to that wild card round, and this Texans team has an opportunity with the any given Sunday or any given Saturday, right? Any given game day of this sport in a single elimination tournament. Is there a way that you can find? Oh wow, they catch magic in a bottle and then find themselves on a run. Do you see, in your estimation, any place where you can get back to or get closer, or at least get away from that Christmas version of C.J. Stroud and closer to the C.J. Stroud that we saw rookie year?
Play that defense, man. Get those turnovers. I mean, that's going to have to be what sparks you.
Oh wow, I appreciate though the level of hateration that we as Texans can have on anything and everything that's not Texan from 346. It's because he's from California. Cali quarterbacks are soft.
Well, no, he wasn't soft last year, but you're seeing some stuff this year that you don't like.
No, and so hopefully some of the time off will help at least point to the banged up nature that he kind of seemed to express. At least if we can take that off as a variable, we'll see what ultimately what production you get if he plays on Sunday at noon in Tennessee, and ultimately what we get from the Texans in the wild card round at NRG. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we should be hearing from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, in his Monday, because it's not Wednesday, Monday press conference. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game that, more so than any game all season, where it looked like CJ just wasn't right. These sacks that he's taken, sometimes in taking those sacks, guys just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to throw it away without it being a grounding or without it being an interception. And it just
C.J. Stroud is that this is a little bit more normal than we care to admit, and I wonder how much of this is just kind of the development process of this. Because I've talked about like kind of the world on his shoulders is when you early on there's a level of kind of with a rookie you pare some of these things down, you make it digestible, and at some point you have to ramp this up. I do wonder how much of this was like drinking out of a fire hose though and taking in maybe more than was necessary. I still was thinking back to, what was it, 2000, I think, where Patrick Mahomes didn't learn how to read defenses until halfway through the season. You know what I mean? Like, and that's Patrick Mahomes that we've given a lot of credit. And, of course, he says that and, like, having a full mastery of it, but that's what we're talking about with the quarterback situation. And not saying that CJ can't read defenses. I'm not going that specific, but just there's things
to be comfortable with everything you're seeing.
When it comes to great quarterbacks at this high level, there's things that they're still mastering pretty deep into
4, 5, 6 years.
Yeah, and I do wonder how much of this is like we're watching that process happen. Now, of course, the low ends of this is like then we can add in the ideas that there's a level of having to watch out for what the offensive line is doing and being real cognizant of that. And you heard the promos, Seth talking about the ideas of, hey, man, taking some of these sacks because you just don't feel comfortable throwing the football away and not generating a bad play or an intentional grounding, those types of things. It just feels like there's a lot of all of those things happening, and I think the general inexperience for him, the play caller, and, I mean, a lot of the things around the system, I feel like all of that kind of comes to bear in some ways, but even then, it feels like there's something else that I'm missing and why it just looks the way that it does.
Well, he's just not himself. But let's keep this in mind, too. Last year, when he started the season, I think they were pretty public about it, too. They pared it down last season because of that. And then all of a sudden he got more and more comfortable, and the team got on a roll, and they added more things. So by the end of the season, C.J. Stroud was pretty much doing everything last year. But early on, he struggled. Baltimore to open the season, kind of pared back. And now it's like he's got the whole playbook, and he's getting rattled. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And so maybe it's just, like I said, a good offseason, a good getting away, and a good change of play caller might get him back to what he was, because this is not him. This is not him. And some people say, which one is it, last year or this year? No, it's last year. We know what we looked at. Something is just affecting him this year, and it's probably just a combination of things.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with anything, it likely is more than the simplest iteration of the answer that you try and put out there.
It's not just that or that. It's a lot of things.
From the 713, how can CJ read a defense when we break the huddle around 10 seconds? That's another thing that gets that adds to the complexity of this. I think, that's where you might point to the play caller getting the play in, or just like the entire offense, like everybody get in the huddle, let's go, let's move, in order to try and make it easier. And, that's one of the things with the play caller. Is he capable also taking some of that off of C.J. Stroud? Although then you bounce back to, you did it rookie year, right? Like, so why would that not translate in this year? From the 713, he's 23. He's such a young quarterback. I feel like he'll learn. And I think that we're all still, for the most part, in that place, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's the thing that it's interesting, though, is like seeing if people are moving away from that, and how many people are moving away to that place where they have bigger questions than, is he going to get it right this year, as opposed to, is he going to get back right ever?
They have a lot bigger questions than C.J. Stroud, even though C.J. Stroud's at the center of it. And that's where it all affects C.J. Stroud. But I also feel like one of the big reasons I feel like you have to make some significant changes in the offensive line, significant changes in play calling, is because you can't just say, oh, he'll get better. I mean, he's he's the franchise quarterback. He's such an integral piece to what you have planned for the next 5-10 years. You can't just say, all right, let's just tweak and work. No, you've got to make a significant change, because you don't want it to get any worse. Like if he has another bad season and this happens to him again next season, then it's time to really worry about long-term effects on CJ. So you have to be pretty drastic in what you're going to do this offseason. But, of course, a lot to go between now and then, particularly in the playoffs, if he can make something happen.
We're still waiting on D'Amico Ryans to take the podium, talk to the media on Monday here on Sports Radio 610. I was thinking about this, especially because of the way that they was talking crazy about your Houston Texans. Some various broadcasters like, these good teams in the AFC, and I guess the Texans over there. and you've mentioned how some teams are trying to angle to maybe have the 5 to try and face off against the Texans as a perceived weakness being there. Is it possible that the NFL should possibly alter and consider not incentivizing division champions into that top 4? Maybe something a little bit more akin to what the NBA does, of just kind of whatever your
conferences, records, that type thing. I mean, that's been talked about a lot. I feel like the league really values a team that can win a division championship, and just because a division champ is close doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. You know what I mean? Like right now this year in the AFC South, it's a bad division. I mean, we know that.
That is correct.
But there are some divisions that are really close and maybe don't get to 12, 13 wins, but it's still a very good division because it's so competitive. And the AFC West has been that in the past.
Yes, it has.
You know, so I think the division thing is probably going to stay here and probably stay here for the duration. But I mean, I could see where maybe it would work. But if you're looking at some of these playoff scenarios, to get back to your other point, they're absolutely posturing to face the Texans. You know, teams want to be able to face this team in the first round, and because it's not a good team, and it's not a good. Well, it's a good team, but it's not a team that they feel threatened by, and it's a division that was weak.
Now, if you're talking about posturing, I know that I'm I'm in a place where I'm not really worried about who you're playing because it really just feels like I'd like to see the Texans put up a good game themselves all the way around. Do you have any favorites or any wishes when it comes to who you face off against right now? It looks like the most likely answer is indeed the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers would be my number one. I do not. I would much rather face the Steelers than the Chargers. Chargers could get there with a win, and I believe a Steelers loss to the Bengals would be the possibility.
I got to pull up that entire.
Yeah, I would much rather face
chart again.
I would much rather face the Steelers than the Chargers. But then, of course, after that, you're going to go to, Kansas City anyway. So,
man, okay. So I don't think this is. I want to make sure clear that this is not a larger contingency. But I was checking Twitter, and somebody said as soft as CJ is, probably some baby bunny rabbits when it comes to
the gifts.
And it's just like, man, y'all really going hard on CJ. Like, there's people really that. I guess soft is one of those things that kind of gets lobbed around in sports talk type things. Like, people really think CJ's soft, huh?
I think part of that is there's a lot of things that are in there because
is it because of the crying that happened?
I think that's a factor, and I think it's totally unfair because people react to these types of things. For those who don't remember, when Tank Dell went down, CJ was very, very emotional.
Oh, he was cooking that. Like, that was the thing that hit me so hard. Is like, oh, wow, here it goes. It's finally clicking for that man. And then, boom, another injury on top of the other injury that he had that ended his season last year. And on top of the fact that he did end up being shot in the offseason last year. Just like, damn, man, another thing?
I think it's just a lot of things that have people legitimately worried, not necessarily about C.J. Stroud as a player. I think we know that, as we've talked about. But C.J. Stroud as a killer. As what he's the self-proclaimed killer as he was this offseason. I think that's unfair. I don't know how I would react there. Maybe I would just weep, Maybe I wouldn't. But I think the combination of that and the fact that he just can't shake being rattled and looking rattled. You mentioned, Seth has talked about it. You hear it on the promos. Like, he was just not himself. All these things look like a guy that is just shook, as people like to say. But it's out there. I think it's out there, and I don't think it's necessarily fair in every way, but I could see where people can go there.
Somebody said same speech that he gave Caleb Williams after he little broed him. Yeah, that's really tough. I find that to be incredible, like the swing that's happened on this Texans team, and like, this is going to be a wild thing to look back on. Just the perception change that has happened, where early on you look at them as a potential like dark horse candidate,
Super Bowl,
and now it's like you get to playoff time and people are not making jokes and such. So yeah, wild to see. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're still waiting on D'Amico Ryans to speak to the media. Coming up next, we either hit that or you'll get some confessions. We'll do it next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Lions and 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. We got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig, who is out for the week. You know what? Let's do some confessions.
Let's do it.
Sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. All right, here's what I think.
Well, unfortunately,
yeah,
what you think
just heard that. Just saw that.
What you think has to wait? D'Amico
Yeah,
Ryan
I
is now
just saw
speaking to
that.
the media. We'll go right there on Sports Radio 610.
To me, all right, let's start with coaches, players. We all got to do our jobs better, and that's what I'm looking forward to this week.
With you guys locked into the 4th seed, how much consideration will there be to kind of manage some of the snaps from the starters that you guys have going into Week 18?
Yeah, going into this game, as I mentioned to all our guys, that everybody has to be ready to go, and that's where we are. Everybody will be out there playing, and we'll see how the game goes. But for us right now, we got to go play better. And our last outing on the field was not good enough. Defensively, offensively, just it's not a good representation of our team entirely. So we got to go out. We got to play better football.
Coach, after the game, CJ mentioned that he's been a little bit banged up. Is that just something that goes along with playing as much football as he's played?
The piece about CJ being banged up is, I think that's real, and that's real for everyone in the league at this time of the year. Everybody is banged up. The amount of games, the guys that played, the snaps that they played, like everyone is banged up. That's what it is. That's NFL football this time of year. Yeah, you try to manage it as best you can, but it's also we all have to fight through, push through, and a lot of guys are fighting through a lot of things. Not only CJ, but a lot of guys are fighting through, and that's the nature of what we do. And that's also shows how resilient these guys are, what they go through and what they battle through, that a lot of people would never know that they're fighting to go out there and still go perform and ask to perform at a high level.
CJ said that that's kept him from making some plays. Have you seen that in his game, that being banged up has maybe kept him from hitting some plays?
I think CJ's had some plays that he would like back. But again, that's everyone, right? Everyone has had plays that we would all like back and would like to play better. I think CJ would be the first to tell you, he has to play better. And our entire team, rallying around him and playing better as well. I think collectively as a team, we all have to play better, and we have an outing like we did versus Baltimore. No one did good enough. Coaches, players, no one did good enough. We all, as I asked our guys to look introspectively and see, where we can all get better.
We feel like that after having just a few days to kind of reflect on it. Why did you feel like that was? That you all didn't play your best game?
Yeah, we just didn't. When the ball was snapped, we weren't good. Like it wasn't. We didn't make plays. We didn't execute properly. Like our eyes weren't in the right place. We didn't fit things the right way. It was a poor outing by everyone.
Talk about fresh starts with any player. What do you see from Deontay Johnson, your conversations with him, and just what do you think he has as a player? What do you hope from him on and off the field?
With Deontay, adding him to our team, is a guy who has talent. He's done it, at a high level for other teams. He's bounced around a little bit here. As I mentioned to him, of course, it's a clean slate starting with me. It really doesn't matter what has happened in the past or what the narrative is about you. You come here and everything is a fresh start. And so we'll see how he can help us, what he can add to our team, on the field and off the field.
Can you talk about what you expect? I know you want to see your team play better this week. How important is it to not just play better, but to have some momentum as you get ready? Because you are going to postseason. What kinds of things do you want to see this weekend?
Yeah, I want to see our guys go out and just gain that confidence just from doing ball the right way. And you gain confidence by that. You want to have that confidence. You want to be playing your best ball at this point of the year. So that's what I want our guys to feel. Tennessee's a tough matchup. Again, they earlier in the year, really tough matchup for us. So we know we have to play our best ball versus them, divisional opponent. It's always a tough matchup. And so we have our work cut out for us. I want to see our guys go out and just play the right way and gain some confidence going into the postseason.
What's kind of the balance from, having your guys play in Week 18, knowing that you guys are in the playoffs, locked in, kind of that balance of wanting to get a rhythm, but also worried about potential injuries and things of that nature, and trying to keep guys as fresh as possible going into Wild Card Weekend?
Yeah, there is a balance there. But for us right now, I think it's a feel for where your team is at this point of the season. And for me right now, our team needs to be playing better before we head into the postseason. So, we'll see where we are and how the game goes, and of course be smart about what we're doing and be intentional about everything that we're doing, knowing what we have ahead of us, but I still want our guys to go out and play good football.
Anything else?
All right. Thank you guys.
All right, there's D'Amico Ryans talking to the media after Monday's practice here on Sports Radio 610. Man, some not a lot necessarily, but some interesting things in there. Obviously, first and foremost, everybody will be out there. Like that is the message very clear, and that they're playing, man. He said that this team is not put on the field the caliber of play that they need to, so they will be playing on Sunday, and I imagine that's something you didn't want to hear.
It isn't, but he sort of. First of all, I thought there were two big things that came out of this that are going to impact the Texans this week and certainly moving forward. He is going to get these guys into game mode. All these guys, CJ, Mixon, the whole bunch. A couple of times he did say, though, let's see how the game goes. Yeah. Let's see how the game goes, knowing what we have ahead of us. So I think what this really is, and it's probably a good smart play by him, because he's embarrassed. I mean, he was embarrassed after the game. He's embarrassed about how they played. He's embarrassed about the product that was out there. And I think it's something that he just wants them to erase that as best they can, but maybe not necessarily to win at all costs. He wants to see them playing better and against the Titans, and he feels like they need that. I get it. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it. I would rather these guys get the rest. And then the second thing that I thought was pretty big out of that, well, he's not buying the whole C.J. Stroud is beat up thing. Like a couple of times he was asked about it in different ways, and he says it's real. Yeah, and it's real for everyone in this league
at this time of year, right? So he basically positioned it as it's the general kind of soreness and banged up, as opposed to something that is extraordinary, something that is different than the norm of playing the physically demanding sport that is football. For consecutive weeks for 17, 18 weeks.
Yeah. So there's that. And then he was followed up with it. Did it affect his play at all? And he said, I'm sure he'd like some plays that he would like back, but that's everybody. I mean, he made it very clear. This is the world in which they live, and he was certainly not making any excuses for C.J. Stroud.
Is that as disappointed, for lack of a better term? The word isn't coming to me in this moment. But is that as disappointed as we've heard D'Amico Ryans in a post-game presser?
Boy, I'm glad you mentioned that. I hadn't really noticed. He was kind of like just sort of melancholy,
right?
Just sort of like not mad, but just sort of like shrugging his shoulders.
That's exactly the phraseology that I was thinking. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed, just like an upset daddy.
He's embarrassed.
The idea, everybody will play. We have not been good enough. We played bad. We just got to play good ball, right? Like when he was talking about, where you can get better. It's just like we got to play good ball, and I think I'm in alignment with that thought process, and that just show that in this time period, especially with the cliche that's always there of you want to be playing your best football this time of year. Yeah. When was the closest that they got to their best football of late? You know
I guess a little bit against the Chiefs.
It's a little bit, but it feels like you've had a lot of little bits all the way throughout the year. Give me some of your best efforts here, so at least I could walk into that wild card game with something, right? I can understand as a head coach you going, rest them for what? So that they can come out and give me another lackluster performance in the playoffs? No. Yeah. Right? I can absolutely understand that perspective, and that's why I've been in that side where I'm like, I think that they need to play football. Now, it gets tough.
There is a risk.
There's absolutely a risk. 100% a risk. But when it comes down to it, they'll try to mitigate that risk with more like kind of halftime substitutions and that type of stuff, although that gets tough because you only have so many people active if you're going in with the full complement of guys. But the quarterback can be, that can happen at halftime. Limiting Joe Mixon touches can happen at halftime. Even your edge rushers, I think, can happen because you typically go into a game with a lot of defensive linemen that you're rotating, and I think those are the main ones that you're probably trying to get rest for anyways if you are indeed thinking about trying to get some rest.
If you were embarrassed and humiliated by what you saw on Christmas, you're not alone. They are more embarrassed and they are more humiliated by it. He flat out said that was not a good representation. We have to play better. So I think he's trying to, what'd you say earlier, sort of wash, not flush it, but to just get a better taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
He absolutely wants them to have a better taste in their mouth. But I don't think at the cost of, we're going to go full bore here. So it's almost like a compromise. Like he wants to get them out there, wants them to play better, show something. The other risk outside of the obvious one of injury is, what if you get out there against the Titans
and you stink it up
and you're awful again?
Well, then that's what it would have been if you rested them too.
Yeah, but without the week of practice in a game or whatever part of the game you play, the wear and tear, et cetera.
Well, if you're telling me that it's the practice that's beating them up,
just fully ramping up for a game and all that stuff.
And again, I'm telling you, it's the practice that's whooping them. Then they was about to get whooped.
Yeah, well, it's not, and I'm not meaning just the practice. I'm saying going out there and getting beat up too.
I hear you, right? But even then, all of that. If you're telling me that that's all of it, that's what's ramping you up to then go and lose to a lesser Titans team, and I think that's how we all view it. If that ultimately is something you go, all this happened, so you shouldn't have done it. You go, well, what was going to happen when you played a better team the week later? I think it's a reasonable extrapolation to make that if. In the hypothetical that you've set up, if you go through this coming week and you get to Sunday at noon and you put a stinker on the field, that a stinker was going to come no matter what, and that says more about what your team is, and that's probably an evaluation point as well for what's coming in the year. He also made mention of Deontay Johnson. He was asked about him, his talent, and he made
the old fresh start thing.
It is a clean slate when it comes to me. Was an interesting thing. Where how did that hit your ear?
I think that's D'Amico in a nutshell. He's said that about several players. I think he's legitimately he legitimately does not care. What the reputation, the ups and downs have been. I think he's going to legitimately give him a chance here. But getting back to some of the ramifications of playing, I get it. We just talked about it. But he said, I want to go out and gain that confidence back.
Yes.
All right, you better.
We can all get
you better gain that confidence back. You better show something, because then it's going to almost work in reverse. It's like you got that. You lose to the Chiefs in a bitter game, then you really stink it up against the quarterback is taking
2
big
points,
stride. Yeah, 2 points. Somebody tweeted this, and I actually agreed. Losing 31-2 is actually worse than getting shut out 31-0. It just seems so weird.
Well, because your defense was solid enough to do something.
Yeah,
they had enough fight and enough gusto in them to get a safety, which is not a common occurrence.
And that's it. So you go out and gain that confidence back. It's a great approach if it works. If it doesn't, it could start working the other way.
Well, and that's the thing is, I don't think that it starts working the other way, because if it starts working the other way, that means you weren't in the place that you wanted to be, regardless. So a pretty quick presser, all things considered, after taking a while to get there. Not trying to be a Grinch, but hey, man, we couldn't have been earlier to get that one off the chest.
He's not in a good way right now, and I'm kind of glad. But
can you blame him?
It's still lingering, man. It was Christmas Day, and it sounded like a post-game press conference.
Yeah, I imagine you say flush it a lot. It's probably gotten more difficult to flush those when they start stacking up that way, right? It feels like, that was a very bad image that I thought that I'm not going to pass on to the listener. But yeah, man, if they start stacking up there in that bowl, the flushing gets a little bit more difficult. Sometimes some things come back up at you.
Yeah. And it's not CJ's injuries, at least not according to the head coach, which I found interesting. He was not going to make any excuses.
Well, I mean, if he's not willing to make excuses for that, it does make me wonder, where does he perceive the situation? Because, one of the things that the fan base and everybody, the willingness to go there is really, this feels so out of the norm that there has to be something there. If he's not willing to go there, as we were kind of hypothesizing, then where is his mind going on what the evaluation is? Could that be illustrative of the way that he views the offense?
Yeah.
And the play calling?
It's not CJ. Trust me on that is what he's saying. Everybody's hurting.
And of course, more than anything, it seems like he's putting it on like the individuals themselves to like just play better. Because again, we can all get better is a direct quote.
Yeah.
And it's not something that he said for the first time today.
Yeah.
All right. That's hearing from D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, how do you want to play this?
Just some confessions.
You want to do
we
some
can do a few and then get into all our other stuff.
All right. Let's get you some confessions. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive. AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, final hour of our broadcast for today before we hand it off to the drive. I believe today, Ron Hughley along with Adam Spillane.
About that, that'll be good.
Oh, absolutely. So that should be fun a little bit later on. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and that's Colin Neal, letting us get some confessions in. Shout out to D'Amico Ryans, moving our schedule around. So
yeah,
we accommodated, and now we do some confessions. John, would you like to go?
I'm gonna get one that I've been sitting on for 5 days now.
5 days? You've been holding on to this.
Holding
for 5
on to this
days,
confession for 5 days. It's a Christmas confession, but not a bitter old man or a bitter old dude confession. I think this is an everyone confession. So I am not. I'll play Lotto occasionally. You know, the actual Lotto, you know, like Mega Millions and Lotto Texas.
Is it just when the Powerball is?
Yes, which is stupid. Well, that should be like
everybody.
Well, I'm not going to play it at $5 million, but I'll play it at $155 million.
Well, also like
$5 million wouldn't help you.
As your astronomical chances get even more astronomical because everybody has that same philosophy. Like the people that play regularly are going to play, and then everybody goes, yeah, but it's like $250 million. I'm going to go play too. And now you have it's got to be. I don't know what to know. I was about to say it's got to be double the amount of people that I have no.
No, it's stupid. And I've done that myself, where it's like, oh, $5 million pot. Psh, I'll do that next time. Then it goes to 500. Well, I got to play anyway. No, but it's not about that. I'll play that occasionally. So this is a common thing in households across the country. You give, like, whether it's just a little stocking stuffer or whatever, scratch off tickets for Christmas.
Not in my household,
dude. You should ban scratch-off lottery tickets as Christmas presents from now until eternity.
It's a terrible gift.
It takes 20 minutes to scratch, and you got to do it because the person who gave it to you is sitting right there.
Oh, that's your issue with it?
Yes.
My issue is you took what was a gift in some people's estimation, which is money, and said, how about I gamble it for you? That's what you did. No. If I want to gamble the money, I'll gamble it myself. Give me the money then.
Yeah.
Give me scratch-offs is almost as bad as those people that like. And I guess the backside of it would be all right, like giving somebody a car or giving somebody like a pet. Because, like, yes, you gave them a thing, but really you gave them responsibility that they did not have an opportunity to choose for themselves. Except in this instance, it wouldn't be responsibility. It's gambling. I gave you gambling for a present is a terrible present.
That's not a bad point, but I hate, like, oh, here, I got you a lottery ticket. You know, they're just like handing them out or whatever, just coming over to your house. And this happened. It's happened to us twice. And so you get the ticket, you get a quarter or whatever, and you start scratching. Have you seen the size of these lottery tickets now?
No, because I don't get them.
They look like a pamphlet.
Yeah, they're like...
They're a foot long.
It's like a brochure.
And you got to match this with this, and then that with that, and then you go to the next panel, it's that with that. And the person who gave it to us is just sitting there like, oh, did you win? I don't even want to be playing. And scratching and scratching and scratching for 20 minutes.
I'll cut you out for give you a lotto ticket.
It's the worst. I'll just give it back to you. I'll re-gift it to you.
Yeah, I'll cuss you out for that. I've consulted with myself deep within my spirit. I'm in a place where I will cuss you out. And shout out to 713, at least giving you a little bit of game if you are in that situation. You get the Lotto app and you just scan the barcode, and that way
they don't want you doing that. I get it. Seen people do that, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, but again, so you gonna give me a gift that's about you?
Yes.
And that's why I say believe you. I'll cuss you out for that. 100%.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
So my confession is actually not 5 days old.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 days old. So I live in an apartment complex here in Houston, and we got a parking garage. And I think it was Saturday, running in from somewhere and needed to hop in the apartment and then get out real quick. So I was moving with a little bit of pace, a little bit of gusto.
Okay.
Get in the parking garage, and I'm like, there's one spot, and I realized it a little late, so I was like, let me back into it real quick. Whip in, and I hear just kind of a
oh no
crunch, and I was like, the hell is that? Stop, pull forward, looked, and apparently the person in the spot next to the spot that I was backing into was a little bit angled. They were still in their spot, but they were a little bit angled, so they had a little bit more space, if you will. And then I guess I did not realize I did not have as much space, so I caught him a little bit on the front corner bumper. I have a white car. Their car was kind of like a slate gray.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hide from that.
So yeah, there's a nice little white paint exchange.
Yeah.
On that car, and
were they over the line?
They were not over the line. Okay. I have to admit this. They were not over the line. So I can't even be.
But they were angled.
Like they were right on the line. But
I still think that's
technically that's their airspace, right? Technically that's their airspace. I thought about it. I was like, I'm not gonna be here that long. They'll never know.
No.
My car not scraped up.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
Yeah.
Like, you don't see it on my car.
Got a little paint on it, that's it. Buffs right out.
You don't even see it, brother.
Oh, really?
You do not even see it.
Yeah.
And I think I was like, I'm a worse person than I thought myself to be.
Yeah.
Because I definitely gave it a real good consideration.
I think everybody would. Like, they were none the worse for wear. None the worse for wear.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I did, however, go inside, get a sticky note, and put it on their window with my number.
They call you?
Not yet.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if they looked at it and they were like, they ain't nothing, because God bless them.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be great. Because ain't nobody trying to file no insurance claims and ain't nobody trying to come out of pocket to get that buffed out. However, I was this close to just being like,
you're not alone. You're not a horrible person.
Okay. I don't know. Let me know on the text line.
Yeah.
If I had pulled away and done that, if I had just been like, you know what, I'm not doing nothing.
Yeah.
That's a D move, right?
Yeah, that would have been, but still, a lot of people would have done it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are my confessions.
All right, so maybe this is me just being a little cynical, petty. And I thought that. I confessed that to myself as soon as I had this thought. So, Jeremy Pena has gone social media official, Twitter official, Facebook official.
Wait, what am I missing here?
Instagram official. So Jeremy Pena and Julia Grosso, who is a soccer player in Chicago in the NWSL.
Okay, was it Chicago Spirit?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. They went social media official. They
Chicago Red Stars, I think.
So this has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what the reaction is. So good for Jeremy. Hope you're happy. She looks like quite the catch. All that.
Wait, why do you say she looks like quite the catch?
Because she does. She's a professional athlete. Mm-hmm. She seems to have it all going,
sure.
and she looks damn good.
Okay. I was trying to make sure that you were.
Thought I was going to forget that part?
Nope.
But people are calling them. This is where I'm just being petty and maybe a little trite. People are calling them a power couple.
Oh, you being a hater.
They are not a power couple.
You being a little bit.
Come on, man. Jeremy Pena and Julia Grosso could walk into restaurants in Houston, much less anywhere else in the country, and no one would know who they are.
Wow. He said Jeremy.
Some
Pena
Astros fans might know Jeremy.
Fired.
Yes. Shots fired. Yes, I'm shooting shots. Like, you're calling Jeremy Pena and Julia Grosso a power couple?
I mean, I didn't say it.
Me neither.
I went power couple.
What does it take to be a power couple? I need the John.
People
Lopez.
have to know who you are, like almost universally. Power couple.
Okay. Well, I feel like inherent in the
I'm not wrong
power.
here, am I?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't believe so. That at least in the assessment that they're not a power couple. I'm still not. I always think a power couple is like having some level of like.
Yeah.
I mean, legitimate power, like some level of
influence.
Influence is the word. Yeah. And I don't know that that reaches that place, but
I'm like, come on, who's calling them a power? They could, wherever right now.
You're just hating though.
I am.
I just want to make that clear. Like there is hate in your heart.
Yes.
That is a part of this.
Power couple.
Somebody said, is J-Lo hating because she went to UT? Oh, did not realize
I didn't know she
Longhorn.
went to UT.
Okay.
So obviously
that's
not.
Some more hate for you?
Yeah. No, I just didn't realize that. But like, what was that? Jennifer Aniston and what's his name? I mean,
Jennifer Aniston and are you talking about Brad Pitt?
No, well, that's one of them. But they had that little acronym, that little nickname for him, Jenna something, whatever it was.
What is he? Is he doing Brangelina? But with an entirely
different. I thought they had Brangelina's a good one, but they had one for Jennifer Aniston too, and I can't remember. But even if it's not to that level, you have to have some level of universal recognizability.
Is this when Ben Affleck was dating Jennifer? It wasn't Aniston, but when they were like
Benifer is what they
Jennifer
call it.
Lopez?
Yeah, they call it Benifer. Yeah.
And so
power couple.
Okay, this means something to you apparently.
It does.
Okay, very good.
He's very, very Feels very strongly about
It was
it.
it was very much an eye roll.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
I feel like the Kings. I'm going back to calling them the Kangs again. And the distinction for me in calling them the Kangs is that when they made mistakes, and when they generally operated like an organization that did not have their you-know-what together, you can call them the Kangs. The Kings was out here looking like what was they, number 3 in the West? Was it a couple years ago? Like a well-run, or maybe not well-run, but like they were getting their stuff together. They just fired Mike Brown.
Yes, they did.
When he has been the only, like he was a coach of the year last year, which I mean is indicative, at least in our sports spaces. Usually you win coach of the year when you exceed the expectations that we had on the outside of what you could do with that team, which in theory would say that you did a great job coaching. The Kings brought back the same roster.
Yep.
And are now seeing that maybe he wasn't able to overachieve with that same roster again, and then fired him for it.
That was crazy.
By the way, I believe he is the first head coach to get them a win in, a playoff, get them to the playoffs in like 17 years, something like that. Yeah, and I understand they're 13-19. They're there in 12th in the West, a very competitive West. I was like, oh no, this is the Kangs. The Kangs back.
Yeah.
Which points to, for me,
the Kangs. I like that.
Points to, for me, the fact that it's a lot harder to wash the stank off a bad organization.
Yes, it is.
It's a lot harder than we give it credit for.
Sacramento is going to be Sacramento.
That's right.
Always.
And
Utah Jazz are going to be Utah Jazz.
And so I say, long live the Kangs. Are the Utah Jazz considered like a bad organization?
Well, they just fall short.
Yeah, I just don't like them.
They fall short and they're hated.
Because what they did to the Rockets for a while.
But even other than that,
I just
they just fall
and
short.
for employing Karl Malone for a long period of time.
That too.
Yeah, but no. Shout out to the Kangs.
These are my confessions.
I feel like you might be in this boat with me. I mean, not to speak for you, but I'm liking this college football non-playoff bowl season more than I thought I would.
I'm glad that you brought this
It's
up.
actually
Amen to that.
It's been really the better games. Been very entertaining. A lot of players are not playing, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's very unpredictable because of players not playing. I can't tell you, like, all bowl season so far, I'm sitting down and watching big chunks of games. Like big chunks of games, not the whole thing.
I have not been watching bowl season, and it's been really weird to me, but I appreciate it more for what it is. And you mentioned people not playing, and I just don't really have very much care for that at all.
Well, I get it.
Right? Like, no.
But I'm talking about like from sitting down and watching the game and just sort of absorbing it. I'm liking it.
Well, yeah. And it's one of the things that I always appreciate, which is, you know what the bowls exist for? For you to have something on at this time of year, right?
Yes,
You at the house?
Yes.
You at the house at 5 p.m. on a Thursday? Like, man, there's not anything to put on. Although nowadays in our current media landscape, you can just pull up one of your streamers and watch something. But, hey, some live programming. Well, we got the Myrtle Beach Bowl on here for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you can come and watch Utah State do something.
By the way, the Pop-Tarts Bowl was off the charts.
Oh, it was awesome, man. It was awesome.
Get the pick which Pop-Tart.
Cinnamon roll got sacrificed to the snack gods.
This is what they are here for.
And the mascot's ripping off the cellophane.
It is
just like Superman or Hulk Hogan or something.
It is just a thing to happen. Now, I will say a mini confession off of your confession. I always feel bad for people that play in like the Fenway Bowl, or the Boise State Idaho, or the
Potato Bowl,
Idaho Potato Bowl, the famous Potato Bowl, or even the Pinstripe Bowl. Like, part of the experience of the bowl game is to go specifically somewhere that's warm, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is part of the experience of this. And I always feel bad for the people that are like, you know where we're going?
Yeah,
Boise, Idaho.
With that said, it's a good reason to bring up. Got a good one here tomorrow, man.
Yes, absolutely.
Got a real good one here tomorrow. I've been really loving this bowl season, even the non-playoff, as we just talked about. But LSU Baylor should be fun. Should be a good one right here, 2:30.
Texas Bowl, man. We got a lot of bowls.
I think LSU won the Rodeo Bowl yesterday, right?
Yes, LSU won the Rodeo Bowl, which I'm still not exactly sure what exactly that entails, but I do know that they won it.
Yeah.
And so BK, I'm sure BK is excited because it seems like there is some level of tie-in between who wins the Rodeo Bowl and who wins the Texas Bowl. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
A political observation. The Jimmy Carter just passed. And at 100 years of age, and I found myself fascinated by many a fact about Jimmy Carter, like the fact that he is the very first president that we had that was born inside of a hospital.
Is he really?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of fun facts, some of them quite interesting.
First of all, how do people know that?
Yeah.
Second of all, why is that the case?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where were all these other just being born at the house, huh?
Yeah. My dad was born at his house.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And then on top of that, I got one more Jimmy Carter fact, because I'm not going to bore y'all with a whole bunch of Jimmy Carter facts, but a couple of them that were just like stuck to me, and I was just like, I'm never going to forget this. It's just enough going to take actual useful space in my brain that I'm not going to have any real use for. So I'm using it now, which is Babe Ruth hit more homers in Jimmy Carter's lifetime than any current active player.
By one, I believe, right?
By one.
Yeah.
And you know who the person who has one fewer than Babe Ruth's 430?
And that is?
Giancarlo Stanton.
How about that?
So he has an opportunity to finally. Well, actually, no, he doesn't, because rest in peace, Jimmy Carter.
Yeah. My little fun fact that I came across, there's many of them out there on Jimmy Carter. I don't know what this says, but it says something. He lived long enough to watch Babe Ruth play baseball.
Correct.
And Hawk Tuah girl become a phenomenon.
Why are those the two endpoints? How did those become the bookend?
Are we still on that?
How did that become the bookend?
I didn't write it. I just laughed when I read it.
All right. All right, those are your confessions, because I'm not letting you speak again after that. Here in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
From Babe Ruth to Hawk Tuah girl.
Yeah, I guess that's something.
That's an insane audio.
That is the
right
thing that you did. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
That is the thing that you did.
Coming up next, Figgy Fig is clearly out for the week, so I'm going to do my best with the mixtape. Let's get into this. I've gotten into collectibles. So what are the collectibles that'll be there 30 years from now? What are the things that we'll be collecting 30 years from now? Plus, a little audio grab bag for you. We'll do that next.
Toss the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is Figgy's Mixtape, but it's not Figgy Fig. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside John Lopez. Colin Neal rolling with us on this Monday. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I got to clean myself up here. I was giving you the
yourself up.
I was giving you the Jimmy Carter stat as Jimmy Carter passed, and the crazy thing is, to illustrate how long he's lived, is that Babe Ruth has hit more homers in Jimmy Carter's lifetime than any current active player. Not than any player.
Because obviously.
Right, because, there's clearly players that have hit more home runs in that whole span, but the idea being Jimmy Carter was alive further back enough that Babe Ruth put in a good long career. 430. Good long career before he even before any active player has even reached
a wild number.
Yeah, reached that same mark. But all right, let's get into the mixtape. As this week, or not even this weekend, but like during the course of the time off that we had last week, I went and got, was getting some records, hit some record stores here in the great city of Houston just to kind of go around. Found a couple of good albums.
Vinyl, you're talking about.
Yeah, some vinyls, absolutely. Found a couple of good albums. Ended up getting a lot of jazz, funny enough, because I feel like if I'm going to get an album, like I want to get one that I know was recorded analog, that I'm getting some value, right? Like as opposed to these things
I
that
don't
recorded.
like these like new releases that come out in vinyl. I'm like, it doesn't quite. Like, I want to hear like Isley Brothers or something. It came out in Rolling Stones, came out in vinyl.
Where you can feel the warmth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not here nor there. It's the idea of like, hey, man, vinyl is, a older medium that has found its way back to being like this huge collectible. And that got me thinking, like, what are the things that maybe we don't think about or maybe we do that like in 30 years are going to be collected in a similar way as vinyl?
You know what's funny is there are collectors for just anything.
That's correct.
That you would normally, like you or I would normally just say, I don't care. I mean, it's no big deal. Who would collect that? I saw a documentary about Pez dispensers.
Yeah, Pez dispensers were one of those things that the 90s really did give us a whole bunch of like collectibles, right? In a way that, I don't know, I was about to say, I don't know how deliberate it was, but it was pretty deliberate, especially when you got to like the Beanie Babies and stuff.
Yeah, now that I kind of got, unique little toy that they actually crafted to be collectible, like they made fewer of certain ones than others and all that. I get some of that. Like obviously you get trading cards and all that stuff. I saw this. And by the way, yes, I did see a documentary about the Pez dispensers, which I'm not proud of. But sometimes you're just searching for something on TV and you come across something that catches your interest. But you're talking about like now.
Yeah, I'm interested. Kind of thinking about it, just especially because, like, look, man, vinyl is again. I don't think that medium was expected to, especially as we got tapes, we got CDs, we got into just like full digital medium, like. If you think about it outside of like there's not a lot of real pragmatic reasons why we have vinyl besides just like, oh man, I can get into like the nerdy, it sounds better. But if we're being honest, like, is it worth all of the effort?
Yeah.
We do it because it's something
unique.
That we find interesting. It's unique. And I'm like, is there going to be something, or is there anything that you can think of that might be that some of the people pointed to, especially in the line of the Beanie Baby, like, Funko Pops. I don't even know if I'm saying that right, but Funko Pops, like that could possibly be that where it's in that same vein. People are well after this. A good one that I saw brought up, the idea of like either like a Starbucks cup or like some of these Stanley mugs.
Oh, Stanley,
because they're
like
the
pink Stanley.
They're already in that place, but like in 30 years, would you just have like, well, I've got an authentic vintage Stanley from 2021.
This is a Stanley that was first edition. Stanley or whatever. That's a good one. I was thinking, but they're already obsolete, so they're probably already being highly collected. Actual game tickets or concert tickets.
That's a good one.
Like tickets,
because we're out on those. Like now everything is so digital, which it's kind of sad because. I feel like those served as really good mementos for games that you went to. Like if it was a great one, you just find a way to encase that ticket. Like how do you try and commemorate a great sporting event that you went to?
You show them a screenshot.
Well, I mean, I
of
feel
your
like you
ticket,
have to,
your Google Wallet, your Apple Wallet.
right? Like, what are the physical things that you get besides like going and actually buying a souvenir? Which I guess that would be kind of the idea from a team perspective, right? That'd be optimal. Go buy a thing and consume more stuff so that we could sell more things in order for you to commemorate this event. Yeah, I do miss that.
Newspapers?
Wait, what are newspapers?
Exactly.
And I don't know that people will continue to collect those.
But they still, for some reason, I don't know why they do this. I guess just tradition. They still print a newspaper. They don't publish a lot of them.
Oh, there's some people that still want that newspaper.
Yeah.
They still want that newspaper for certain.
They want the one where champions or like those.
Yeah, but those are made up for that event.
Well, maybe more magazines more than newspapers.
Magazines.
Like if
that's
are people
a
doing
good point.
that? So I don't know. I thought about that. Somebody said any physical media. Yeah, so maybe magazines or what have you. I don't know. I feel like we're losing them. Somebody said from the 832 went to see Zach Bryan last week with a digital ticket, and when you came in, they gave you a paper generic ticket so you'd have a souvenir.
I like
That's
that
a nice
idea.
touch.
I like that idea.
That's a nice touch. I like that. So in the vein of collectibles, in order to give you something to hold on to, I bring to you the 10 most expensive collectibles ever sold.
Okay.
And of course, this was as of 2023. I don't know. I can't recall if any of some major collectibles were sold in this time period, but I'm just going to post-date this in 2023. Do you have any idea what type of collectibles we have here on this list? I'm not going to make you actually point to the specific one that sold for big money in these spaces, but any of these come to mind as what possibly
You're talking what sold the most.
What single collectible sold for the highest price? These are the top 10 of those.
Got to be a car.
Not a car in here.
Now that's one that's just never going to go.
That
away.
is a good one. Like
That's
car
never gonna
collections,
go.
like you just out here like Jay Leno, unless I don't know. Does Jay Leno still have all his cars?
Yeah,
He
might have
tumble?
wrecked them.
I was like, did that tumble that he took down the down the hill and lead him to liquefy?
Well, if not car, then it's a trading card.
Trading card is a few of them, in fact. So you have the 1909 to 1911 Honus Wagner sold for
Honus Wagner
7.25, but a more modern version, a 2009 Steph Curry 1-of-1 rookie card. Get this, $5.9 million.
I saw that there was a mistake or something on it. It was one of those type deals.
Yeah, it's just a 1-of-1. I don't know if there was a particular mistake or if it was just like a individually
They just made
printed.
one.
They just printed one
to
kind of run that up. Somebody said they collecting dollar bills.
That's actually not bad.
Well, yeah, people collect like quarters, like
coins,
coins,
and it's kind of going away. It's kind of going away.
Yeah,
I got a 1945 penny stash somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah, well, you said stash somewhere, and I feel like it's not in a case.
In other words, you lost it.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Very good. It's in his house somewhere. Speaking of coins, 1787 Brasher doubloon.
What is the Brasher doubloon?
It is a privately minted gold coin that was minted in 1787, and it sold for $9.36 million. Someone bought a coin for $9.36 million.
What kind of coin is it?
A doubloon. I told you.
I know, but what is a doubloon?
It's a coin.
Spanish doubloon.
Yeah, it's a gold coin. Actually, it was minted to compete with the Spanish doubloon.
Ah,
I know that because it says that on the article I'm reading right now.
Yeah.
And then also a silver dollar was sold for $12 million.
Now that I could see.
Yeah.
Silver dollars were. What about a $2 bill?
I haven't seen any $2 bills sold, although I did mention cards. Topps Mickey Mantle from 1952 sold for $12.6 million.
$12 million.
Yeah. And then some other things that were sold. Stamps, oddly enough, a 1856 stamp sold for $10 million.
Well, those have been around. Yeah, those have been around forever.
And then get this. This is the most expensive of the collectibles that have been sold up to 2023. A 1933 St. Gaudens Double Eagle.
The Double Eagle.
Yeah, that's a gold coin. Sold for $19 million.
Holy smoke.
Yeah. So, collectibles. Interesting market that I truly don't understand.
I'm interested in that money thing. Money might end up being more collectible than it is already, like actual cash dollars.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving on the mixtape. There it is. All right. We got you, Colin. Yeah,
we're good.
I accidentally brought down the wrong one.
All right, well, stick around because I would like to bring some audio from the weekend is the way that I'm doing this, and I'd like to start on the football field as there was a very odd situation in one of these games in which I think it was Carolina, or not Carolina, because Carolina and Tampa Bay is coming up this weekend in Week 18. But in that game, no, it was Carolina and Tampa Bay. I'm mixing that up. They had, they have the division matchups in Week 18. They're doing a little bit of a flip because Tampa Bay's playing New Orleans. But there was a fantastic thing that happened on television. A punt was about to happen, and a punt is one of those plays in football where do we really have to watch it all the time?
Yeah.
And so on the broadcast, they happened to see a little bit of a field invader.
Bird. Quack, quack. And Hacker has it blocked. Tampa Bay's got it. Scoop and score. J.J. Russell.
So they went from a duck on the field in the middle of a punt to realizing that, oh my goodness, this just got blocked. So they switched very quickly in a weird transition from a duck on the field and a grown man saying this, if you don't mind, Colin. A grown man saying this. You got it? Let me get the quack quack one more time. Colin, come on now. I want to make sure that the quack quack got said.
Yes.
On the field. Quack, quack.
There you go. Yeah. With, mind you, minimal effort. He was not giving a lot of energy there. Quack, quack. And then there's a block punt. And that got me thinking of a couple of other instances of calls of animals on the field. How about we go here to a Kent State-Louisville game on ACC Network in 2017 where a squirrel got on the field.
I like his pad level, James. Open field runner. Yeah. Hey, look at him go. The 20. Wes, he might do it. Wes, he's going to do it. Oh, my goodness, buddy, do it. Do it. Do it. Touchdown. Oh, man, he's my favorite squirrel.
That's good.
Look at him. Oh, poor guys.
That's perfect.
Worn out. Celebration.
So
We're going to celebrate.
That is a squirrel on the field. And then
You have to.
I couldn't bring up.
It's the greatest of the great.
It's Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
In 2019, Giants, Cowboys, MetLife Stadium. There's a black cat on the field.
He's walking. He's walking to the 3. He's at the 2. And the cat is in the CDW red zone. CDW, people who get it now, a policeman, state troopers come on the field, and the cat runs into the end zone. That is a touchdown. And the cat is elusive. Kind of like Barkley and Elliott. But he didn't know where to go. Look at, they're trying to corner him. And they got him in the end zone. There are state troopers all around this cat, which now climbs up into the stands. And the fans are running for their life. Now it goes back on the field again. And it's running in the back of the end zone. And it runs up the tunnel.
He's so sad that it was over. He would have done that for the rest of the game. I always appreciate Kevin Harlan being
proof positive. He can call anything,
and it makes it sound good.
Call anything.
And when we talk about broadcasts, that's the good, right? Kevin Harlan just bringing that level of energy. This might be a little bit of bad. Anthony Edwards, you're familiar with this gentleman, right?
Yes, I am.
As we get a little bit more audio from the weekend. And somebody said Randy Johnson blowing up the bird. I felt like I didn't know that y'all wanted to hear
we didn't need
a bird getting exploded.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's exactly what we needed on a Monday. But,
I don't know if that's safe for work.
That's a good
point. Exactly.
That's a good point. Anthony Edwards, guard for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who you saw this on Friday. And unfortunately, in doing that, he had a real big shot that was able to clinch the game for the Minnesota Timberwolves. And a seal was a really bad, giving the game away moment for the Rockets. But after the game, he was on their regional sports network on their broadcast talking about, that big play, and he got fined $100,000 for this.
Threw that big shot at the end. All I knew was the play was for Drew to go 14, small pick and roll. Once he picked it up, who else? I got to go get it. And Kill found me. He cut me off. I'm like, I'm going for the win. Like Gilbert Arena said, I don't do overtime, so.
They got him for profanity.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the idea that the NBA was like, yeah, we getting you $100,000 for all these cusses?
Yeah, you hit on it. when I saw $100,000. I mean, that's what the FCC will do.
And it's not FCC because it's a.
No, I know, but I'm saying,
cable,
they'll do that to an entire station if you deliberately whatever those rules are. I don't pay attention to them, but
that's not something I would say out loud.
But either way, I thought $100,000. But he just kept going, man. And it was almost like very deliberate. Like I'm just gonna go.
I think
that's what did it.
I think the NBA, like broadcast partners and such, it's like, hey, we know that you guys technically can air this, but we, as the league, we have to make sure that, all right, if it's a slip, that's one thing.
Right.
You can't just be deciding to cuss on the air.
What, 3 or 4 times?
There are children watching.
Yeah, there were.
There were children watching. All right.
Over the years.
That's right. Be careful of the ears. But yeah, actually, can we sleep? I'll sneak this in. That reminded our guy Colin of Najee Harris.
Oh, yeah.
Having this moment where, right? Anthony Edwards was clearly like, I'm just going to talk this way, and it seems like that the NBA said that needs to change.
Yeah.
Najee Harris might have forgotten where he was for a moment.
Najee, you was running possessed tonight, bro.
Oh, shut up, my Oh, shut up, my
He very quickly realized, So yeah, a little bit of audio from the weekend, and of course the collectibles, because your boy's getting into vinyl a little bit deeper.
I'm glad you are.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't think you are, but I appreciate you saying it anyways. All right, that's the mixtape here. Catch it every weekday 1:20 right here on Sports Radio 610. You know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I want to, and we'll get there, but I want to figure out, like, what do y'all think Figgy's doing on his time off? That's something that we'll do.
We can do that.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do that.
In the mixtape. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to the drive. Today's iteration is Ron Hughley and Adam Spillane. But before we get there, let's talk about some winners and losers of the weekend. We'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Here on Sports Radio 610, as the big voice man said, happy Monday to you. Hope you are having a great one. Gearing up to hand the thing off to our guys in the drive today is Ron Hughley alongside Adam Spillane. Of course, T-Mill in there for you. We are, you got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig got the week off, continuing to take some time for himself and his family. Shout out to the man, and shout out to Colin Neal for hanging out with us. Let's get into some of our winners and losers of the weekend before we turn this thing over. And I'd like to start in some ways by saying winner are the 20 players who have incentives for the 2024 season for this Texans team.
Have you gone through them?
I've looked at some of them. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Texans Cap for putting them out on Twitter. Mm-hmm. But, D'Amico Ryans made it clear that everybody's going to go. And he makes it fairly clear without saying it entirely explicitly that these guys he's going to be starters players. He said he's going to be smart about the way he does it, though, that, and I think we both believe that to mean, hey, go out, play well, and probably by half you'll have, some of the major players out to, out of the game if you play well, right? Yeah. But what that does allow is that gives some guys on this team an opportunity to go and hit some of their incentives, like Eric Murray, who's has a $350,000 rather. That's a whole very different number. $350,000 incentive on playtime, which he's on track to earn, especially
by playing.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, then he's absolutely – that's one thing D'Amico is absolutely going to do. He'll play him as long as he needs to.
Daniil Hunter has $1 million attached to a Pro Bowl nomination, so that's I feel like he doesn't need this game for that, but there you go. Tim Settle on playtime incentive, $500,000. Mario Edwards has a $350,000 playtime incentive. This is interesting. Joe Mixon has performance incentives totaling up to $500,000. $250,000 of that is 134 rushing yards away for him.
Wow!
And I don't know that he gets there. Well, I
want him to.
Right,
exactly. I want him to theoretically, but I don't want him to go through that to try to get 134 yards. How about 2 70-yard runs?
Yeah, look, and that would have to be the way that it happens, knowing the way that this Texas team is blocked up and run, or maybe not blocked up and run. It would just have to be, hey, he broke one, boom, here's a large majority of them. Let's run it. Let's do that one more time.
Yeah,
but hey. I would appreciate if you could do that. That'd be cool for him. But, yeah, I imagine that one might not be tenable for him. How about this? Losers for on the weekend. I guess you always get involved. Text line 713-572-4610. And Lopez, if you have any. I would like to posit, and I will explain why I say this before anybody gets on my back about this. I think that white cornerbacks were losers this weekend.
Losers?
Yes. And you know how strongly I feel about the white cornerback, how they have been afflicted by our insensitivity and our prejudice at times. But on Saturday, you had a pretty fun matchup between the Broncos and the Bengals, where the Broncos, if they had finished out, held on and not lost in overtime to the Bengals, although they did have to get a touchdown late in the game to tie that thing up to send it overtime. But if they had managed to win it in overtime, they would have solidified their place in the playoffs. They still have an opportunity to. They're 9-7. The Bengals are 8-8, still trying to push for it. But in that game, Riley Moss, who was a white cornerback, got victimized.
It happens.
It does happen, and it happens to all cornerbacks.
Yes,
however, when it comes to the white cornerbacks, that's a great reason to not to continue the prejudice that happens on white cornerbacks.
You're falling into the trap.
And moving them to safeties.
You're falling into the trap yourself.
I just recognize what America is.
You're one of those.
One of what? One of what? Tell me what I am.
You're one of those. You know what I'm saying.
No, I think that Riley Moss is fantastic. I think that Reed Blankenship is really good. I think that Cooper DeJean is really good.
Is that the list?
As of right now, because people are unwilling to put these guys at cornerback, they immediately move them to safety. And I have a strong feeling that quite a few kids were moved to safety after seeing Riley Moss because see, I told you they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So I feel like, and I feel bad because Riley Moss shouldn't have to carry the weight of his entire cohort. However, he got out there.
Got to be perfect.
Everybody got to answer for it. Everybody got to answer for Riley Moss just because he had one game where he kind of got after. They got after him.
You got to be perfect. On the incentive thing, I finally found what I was talking to you about off air, and I think this fits in perfectly with the incentives. Definitely a winner Zach Ertz, who's had an okay season. He hasn't been spectacular.
And, I mean, he's kind of fallen off in general after he left Philadelphia. I know that he went to Arizona for a while, and he just hasn't been that same level of impact player, which honestly isn't, like, entirely – it's not, like, the worst thing in the world because it feels like with tight ends, there's a small class of dudes at the very top, and the rest are just kind of there, and he fell from that top class into that. But – man, he seemed to turn the clock back, didn't he?
How's this for a day and a coach making sure that you have that day? Because I think that's what coaches like to do, get you your bonuses. So Zach Ertz went into the day needing a sixth touchdown catch to get a $250,000 bonus. He got that. He needed to go over 600 receiving yards. He got that for another $250,000. He needed to get over 60-plus passes for another $250,000. He did that. 3 incentives that were on the line in one game. He got all 3 of them. $750,000 in one day, and it all happened, as he pointed out, on his mother's birthday.
Gotta love it. Shout out to Zach Ertz getting that money.
I shout out, to the ball.
Yeah,
absolutely. Making sure he got the ball.
How about this? When it comes to losers. How about, or I guess in a way, winners, athlete thieves, as another one hit. There was another athlete that was hit by the bug of, thieves going to these houses of athletes when they're not there. Luka Doncic had around $30,000 worth of jewelry stolen from his house, although the FBI reported that in most of the incidents that we're talking about, the homes were equipped with alarm systems that were not activated.
Not activated.
Like,
what are you doing?
Does that change your sympathy at all? Like, it shouldn't, right? Like, people should not be stealing from these folks. However, I feel like if you got the protection system or the alarm system, which, to be fair, we're not like stopping people, buttons, man. But like, it's supposed to be like a notification. But you didn't even have that. You had it in place, but you didn't have it activated.
Hell,
but
man.
how many people?
Yeah.
No, but like
it's like 4 buttons.
No, but how many things are these things having to go through before they get to your alarm not being set? Like, I would imagine most of these are maybe some gated communities. Maybe maybe something that you.
No, they're pros. They're clearly pros because they're doing it all over the country. It's not just in one city.
No, for sure.
Or one state. So it's clearly organized. So they probably could have gotten through the security system anyway.
Clearly they have.
But push the buttons.
Oh, for sure. And you're right. Like, clearly, and maybe that's why these systems have not been activated. You in a gated community, you're like, hey, man, we got enough. But apparently not.
Is it possible that it's just like they have this home is protected by whatever alarm
the ADT sign,
like we
just don't have it,
like the rest of us.
Yeah, they just don't have it.
Which honestly, heady play. Like, wait, I like the idea of trying to save money. If it's going to be a deterrent, then the sign itself is going to be the deterrent. Calling the cops after is not going to do much.
I would think them cats is just getting loaded up on everything. Hell, they probably ain't even having to pay for it most of the time.
Yeah,
getting loaded up on all the protections. I just imagine to get to Luka's house.
You got to do a lot.
You got to go through a couple of obstacles just to get to the front door.
They definitely got a gate up there, for sure.
Yeah,
with somebody with a golf cart right there,
and they just breaking through.
They should have security.
Yeah,
they got enough money to have 24/7.
Exactly. Well, exactly.
You would think. I guess they will now.
You say that these thieves keep hitting them, and then I think my final, I guess, for lack of time at this point, my final loser on the weekend, fellas, as we welcome in the guys for the drive today. Ron, Spo, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Aaron Rodgers, I'm putting him as a loser here. He did
it to himself.
Takes over the sack record, and he also got called for a hit out of bounds. Which that might be the first time that happened for a quarterback. It is indeed. Thank you.
It's the first time it happened to him.
Well, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm going to posit him as well, considering also that the Jets now are going to have a worse record having him all season than when they had him for 4 plays. He got to be a loser here, right?
My despise for Aaron Rodgers is rather high.
Yeah.
I thought, like, watching his documentary or whatever, the thing on Netflix.
Mine is so high, I'm not even going to watch it.
I'm in the last episode, and it's one of those deals where you're like, it's going to make you like him better or something. Like, it's going to be a positive spin. Nah, my disdain going into it is to be not to not allow that to happen. It's continue to be strong. Dude is.
He's a mess.
He is
The highlight of his Jets career was running onto the field with the
that flag.
That's
Yep.
it.
Man, they was
that's
hyping there.
That's the high point.
Woo.
They were 2-1.
Did you hear my man? Hey, did you hear my man after the game? Said, I was sitting there thinking like, hey.
Oh, I got the audio. If you really want it.
Maybe time for Tyrod to go.
You think let's get Tyrod in there?
Not maybe. He went and talked to Obrecht. He basically bullied.
Really?
He bullied
said it was 33 to nothing.
And then it became 40.
For a touchdown. He said, about time to get him out. Well, hell, I mean, if you coming to me and saying that, hell, I guess it is.
It's about time. You're taking yourself out.
Man.
Yeah.
This dude.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was trying. He was trying. You know, he went and pushed the old dude out of bounds.
They got another game.
He gave it the college try.
Yeah.
They got another game.
I guess.
Silly, man. He is a wild dude.
All right, are you guys about to take over? You like D'Amico saying that they're gonna play?
Yeah. Well, hold on. He didn't say it. Like he.
Well, intimating.
We're going to start.
He's going. He basically made.
He didn't say who.
He laid the case out of why they should.
Yeah.
To say that he said, we need to be playing better football. The hell. So no, that is good. By the way, I do have a winner. Winner to tough. The one of the greatest athletes of our time.
Oh no!
Happy birthday to you, LeBron James. 40 today. The great one is 40 today.
Yeah.
So
you are on an island.
Change the world, baby. Oh, I'm not on an island.
I'm fond of LeBron James. I just know exactly what you're doing right now.
Change the world, baby. I'm just saying, happy birthday to one of the greatest athletes to ever step foot on this world.
He'll be here this week.
That is
40.
right.
Him and Tiger today.
Yeah.
Same birthday. How about that? Good for them both. 40 years old. He's still out there. Damn it.
Still out there. Still.
Changing lives. Go ahead, LeBron.
And with
Laura,
that,
baby.
With that, and
I should stand up for it,
Oh,
man.
wow. All right. You getting a standing up, Ron?
That's right. Tyler's doing it, too.
Tyler standing. Spo is sitting down.
I stand every show all show long.
I'm pretty sure you're standing for LeBron, yeah.
It's a special stance.
It's not it.
Yeah, it is. A special, can't tell me, a special stance for LeBron James. Damn.
Let me get out the way. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
Yep, Clint's birthday yesterday, and today's the King's. Wow. Damn.
Which birthday are you celebrating more right now?
LeBron.
Okay.
It's his day. Today is his birthday. Today is his day. God, 40. They got a game tonight. Oh no, man.
They didn't play yesterday.
They didn't play yesterday. Got him D-Lo up out of there. Got him some new pieces.
That was his birthday present.
got Shake. And Finney Smith. Should be good. Should be good. All right, welcome in to the drive. They are. Oh yeah. I figure they may be. I think because I know they got the Rockets coming up soon. I believe the 5th or the 6th. They got
Friday or Sunday. It's one of the
NBA scheduling probably made it this way so LeBron could enjoy his birthday.
Well, they should have, because Lord knows he
Cavs Lakers tomorrow night in LA.
Oh, that's right. The number one, the Cavs. Yes, tomorrow. Hey, it's still his birthday, Tyler. I was going to tell you, I maybe bet the over on LeBron points tomorrow on his birthday. What is he? Because he missed the last game, so he's got to have 5-6 days off. Fresh, Cleveland. This is for you. Oh yeah, he gonna put that work in.
Kid
baby.
from Akron.
He gonna put that work in, baby. He gonna put that work in. Ain't got D-Lo no more to deal with. Put that work in, baby.
Now, what the hell kind of trade was that?
Hey, baby. Hey. Shake Melton, man. Underutilized. They needed some wing help, baby.
Kept the first round picks too.
Yeah, they did.
They got some room.
Gave up those 3 who gives a rip second round picks, baby.
They got some room to maneuver.
Let's do it, baby. I see you, Valanciunas. I see you. The third Kelsey potentially. All right. A lot to get to. Adam Spolane in as Clint is out. Tyler, you see him on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you however you want to participate. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we enjoy it. Those of you on the text line, we enjoy it as well. I do want to take this time before we get to it, guys. Is there anybody that needs to maybe get and this is any of you listening, a personal maybe scream or cuss out with Cam Akers not being here anymore? Does anybody want to let that? Anybody want to let that go from their hearts? Cam Akers yesterday, who scored a touchdown again for the Vikings, and then had the winning first down catch.
No, remember the fumble? Remember the fumble against the Bears? I was out. I was out right then.
I don't remember that.
I was out right then, especially because it blew my -6.
Yeah, my man Cam Akers. Shout out to Cam Akers. By the way, Cam Akers still the third leading rusher on this team. For the
two guys carry the ball.
Stop it! He's been gone for weeks.
Quarterback doesn't run.
He is still the third. He's behind Stroud. He's the third leading rusher on this team. My man Cam Akers, man, damn it, boy. Every time I see him, caught that touchdown for the Vikings. I thought, boy, they could really use a little spell.
At no point since they traded him have I been like, man, this offense would be fixed if Cam Akers was still here.
I'm not saying. I'll see now you going over the top.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it'd be fixed. I'm just saying they'd have somebody else to give the ball to. How many? I think Cam Akers had 18 yards rushing yesterday. I wonder how
Dameon Pierce would have had 22.
I wonder if Dameon Pierce. I wonder how many games we have before Dameon Pierce hits 18 yards.
Let's see it this week.
No. I mean right now. We went for Dameon Pierce's last several. How many games before Dameon Pierce eclipsed 18? Is it Halloween? You think since Halloween Dameon Pierce has had 18 yards rushing?
He came close against the Ravens.
I'm talking total. He
came close.
I mean,
he had 13 against the Ravens.
He had 13 of the Ravens. What else is before that? I'm serious.
He had 4 against Kansas City on 1 carry.
All right, that's
4 yards carry is pretty good.
That's 17 yards.
It was before Halloween.
So before Halloween,
yes,
he totals. He doesn't total 18 yards for Halloween.
No, the most he's had since Halloween.
How many rushing yards has he had since Halloween?
17, 19.
25 total.
No, he's got 19 rushing yards since Halloween.
Since Halloween?
Because you don't get the ball. So that would be the same thing with Cam Akers.
I added the 4 yards he had from October 27th. My bad.
But Cam's a backup too. Cam had 18 yards yesterday, which is not great.
On October 13th at the Patriots, Dameon Pierce went off 76.
Yeah. He went berserk.
That was the last time he had more than 18.
He went berserk. But since Halloween, he's had 19 yards rushing.
Well, he had 1 carry against the Cowboys, no carries against Tennessee, Jacksonville, or Miami. He had 1 carry against the Chiefs and then 5 against the Ravens.
They're afraid to use him. Yeah, damn.
They're keeping him fresh. Keeping him fresh.
They're keeping him fresh.
Secret weapon. Secret weapon for the last 2 games.
Damn, man. Damn, Dameon's problem for you. I just had to quit. Dameon Pierce. My man at 18 yards. Dameon since Halloween's got 19.
Give him the ball.
Yeah, man.
Those kick returns, though.
Those kick returns.
Hey, now you don't see Cam Akers doing that.
You don't see Cam doing that. But those kick returns, you're right. They're vital. He almost took a couple back. All right. Every time I see Cam, I just think, what the hell they traded for a 7th round pick for nothing. All right. I gotta start here because last night the Houston Rockets decided they're full-fledged to the world going to really lean into this. Like the Houston Rockets, they are and quietly they have been doing this and I know you know. They have been leaning into this. Hey man, we are going to be scrappy. We ain't going to be the bad boy Pistons, but we're gonna be maybe the modern day version of the bad boy Pistons. We're gonna push it right up against that line.
Let's go.
We're gonna get a little. We're gonna play with a little edge. Our coach does it too. And then Amen Thompson happened yesterday, and then they just said to hell with the edge. We're gonna jump right over that thing. And then that was Bad Boys Pistons. That right there. Oh yeah, stop it. That right there. Chuck Daly, Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, they all got Sportswood watching it. I guess Chuck Daly's passed, hasn't he? So sorry, Chuck. But the other guys that are alive, the Bill Lambiers, they got Sportswood watching my man Judo flip him into the sideline bench the way that Amin Thompson would.
Bill Laimbeer would clothesline guys. He would sucker punch guys.
That's fine.
That was nothing last night.
Oh, stop.
That was nothing.
Stop. He's seriously still on this, Tyler.
That's a play on.
Shut up.
89 finals, that's a play on.
Shut up. It's not. It would not be a play on.
Jess
even
Kersey,
in 89.
Jess Kersey is yelling at the ball boy, wipe up the sweat,
No,
and let's
it's not
go.
a play.
Inbound
Stop.
the ball.
Stop it. That was, listen, you said it, and I agree. We talked about it in the pre-show. They haven't been Draymond dirty.
Yeah, there's not a bunch of flagrant fouls. And that wasn't a flagrant foul.
That one will be. I bet you that. You don't think that's going to be a flagrant foul?
He'll probably get suspended.
Hold on. What do you think he got ejected for?
For body slamming him.
So it went immediately
That's not
to a
dirty, though.
flagrant 2. That's why he got ejected.
That's not.
You just said it's not a flagrant foul.
No, it's not.
That's exactly.
In the Bible, he does not get flagrant foul points for this.
Shut up, man.
What if I told you?
Yeah, what if I told you Adam Spole's lost his mind? I think we can agree with it. That was excessive. That was over. That would have been a flagrant in 1989. It was. You can't just grab people by the jersey and flip them. Adam, you know you can't.
It's not Amin Thompson's fault that Tyler Hero weighs 130 pounds.
Can we? Because I do. All right, let's hear that. Also, Tyler Hero's fault that Amin Thompson
is stronger than him,
and an inbounds decided, hey, the hell with this basketball thing. Let's get into judo wrestling. Let's just flip people. Here is the call for what happened last night. If you missed it, Amin Thompson, this is what, 47 seconds left?
35.7.
40 seconds left is when Fred got ejected for a Mark Davis was on it at this point. What he felt was a bump, which it wasn't done on purpose. But he ejected Fred, and then a little bit later, this happened, in which multiple ejections occurred, including Tyler Hero and Amin Thompson. Was it six? 6 ejections occurred. Here it is.
Left in the game. Got to see what the. Amin Thompson, Jalen Green, and Tyler Hero all involved. Madness on the floor here in Houston. Thompson went after Tyler Hero. Heat having to be restrained. Hero looks hurt. No, Hero's okay.
Hero looks hurt. No, he's okay.
Amin Thompson
started talking to the crowd. He's
down
fine.
at the other end. What a bizarre.
Oh my God.
That was my literal reaction to it. Also, like, whoa! All of a sudden, I didn't really see it. I heard Hero hit the floor, and then you just like, whoa! That was my reaction to that.
I want to corner you again. You don't think that was a dirty play?
No.
Adam,
when did you get soft?
Now it's soft.
Yeah.
Now it's soft. This is what you're going to play? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Was that a dirty play from Amin Thompson?
It's not like he sucker punched him. It's not like he pushed him while he was in the air. It's not like he hit him in the groin. He was looking at him face to face, and then he threw him down.
And then he turned wrestling.
And he threw him down. It's not like he caught him by surprise.
I can't depend.
Get your weight up, Tyler.
I was gonna say I can't depend on Tyler on this, can I?
In the weight room.
I know. I knew Tyler. I thought Tyler would be an honest man of what he saw, and to understand that it was a dirty ass play. All right.
I love it. That amen. I love it.
Listen, I'm not even going to get into this with you about it was a dirty-ass play, and you know it, all right? Someone just texted in and said, yeah, the champ slice. Illegal? Yes. Dirty? No. We're out here playing basketball, and all of a sudden, we're about to get ready to inbound, and we're doing normal bumping, like as an inbound, and then one person says, to hell with the man, I'm pulling you and flipping you. Out of absolutely nowhere.
I am so happy.
You know it. But I will say this. Are you enjoying, though, this, like, there is one thing. I might not know what the Houston Texans are, honestly, offensively. Might not know what their identity is. If you, and by the way, hopefully some of you, of our listeners, have been introduced to the Houston Rockets this season yet. Maybe you guys this may be foreign to you, and many of you may not know who this is, who the team is, or where they even play.
Let's go,
They play
Rocket.
downtown at the Toyota Center is where they play. They've lost 2 in a row. and they have been sitting in the 2 spot in the West for most of the season. They're in the 3rd spot now. But that's a quick review over the Houston Rockets, the basketball team that plays here. I am into this identity that we know. They're scrappy. They are pushing it to the limits. And like Amen Thompson did yesterday, they'll jump over it ever so once in a while. Their coach, he is all about jumping over it as well. I dig this identity and what the Houston Rockets are about. I dig that.
This is who they want to be.
Yep.
They want to be the team that is going to be the tougher team. They want to be the team. Like before the season started, Ime Udoka showed them a video of all the scuffles that they got into last year. Like, that's what they want to embrace. They want to be kind of that bad guy, and they are very good at it. That's why they kind of went the direction that they went in free agency a couple summers ago, where they brought in Dylan Brooks. Yeah, like that. Like he is the perfect embodiment of what Ime Udoka wants in a player. That kind of hard-nosed, did not really have anything handed to him in this league, had to fight for his spot in this league, and that's what he wants the rest of his team to play like, and it works for them. I mean, there is a reason. They are a tough, physical team. They are not a good offensive team, kind of similar to the Texans, but they have basically been one of the best, if not the best, defensive team in the NBA this year. They're a physical team. They rebound the hell out of the ball. Best offensive rebounding team in the league, and that's another part of the physicality of it. And sometimes this sort of stuff happens.
They're like the football version of playing the Ravens every or the Steelers every week. Just the physical nature.
They want you to feel them. Yep. Like they want you to feel something after you play against them. And it's worked. And listen, the head coach is like number one on the list. He would fully embrace the way that they play. He loves it. There was a game last year. This is not the first time Amen Thompson has gotten ejected from a game.
No.
Last year, he kind of elbowed somebody up around the face against Dallas. And somebody asked Ime the day after, he's like,
and Ime Udoka is the head coach. Of the
He's
Houston
in his
Rockets.
second year as the head coach. They asked Udoka, do you have any? Did you talk to a man? Have you given him any advice or how to avoid, what happened yesterday? And he said, yes. I told him to aim lower. If you hit the guy lower,
you think he meant his nuts, or do you think
it's solid advice?
If you hit the guy lower, they're not going to throw you out. So and he had another thing when Jabari Smith got ejected from a game, got in a fight with Chris Dunn last year. He got suspended for throwing a punch, and Ime says, if you're going to throw the punch, you might as well land the punch. Yeah. Because as soon as you throw the punch, you're getting ejected, you're getting suspended. So if you're going to do that, you might as well land it.
Here's Ime from last night. This was him in his view of what happened to the fight last night.
I didn't see it live, but I rewatched it, and they were in each other's face, bumping chest a little bit, and one guy's stronger than the other.
Okay. One guy's stronger than the other, exactly.
I love it. He started off with a bold face.
It's not his fault he's stronger than Tyler Harrow.
He started off with a bold-faced lie and then confirmed his bold-faced lie.
Well, he's seen it live. It's in fairness.
He said I didn't see a lot, but then I rewatched it.
He's yelling at Mark Davis for the Van Vliet thing.
But I did see a lot, but then he rewatched it and saw it, and then said to the conclusion of, one guy was just stronger than he.
Makes sense to me.
Exactly.
But look, all honesty, because someone said, how does it work for them? They've choked the last 3 games. Well, one, it's worked for them. They've been the second.
It's 2 games that they've choked.
It's 2 games. Yes, they were up 16 or 18 against the
against Minnesota.
And then they blew that one.
They cost me and Stoerner some money on that one.
They did, yeah.
Remember, he tailed -1 on a Friday.
That's a hundo he lost. But yeah,
happy birthday, Clint.
They did that. But no, I listen. When you struggle shooting the basketball like they do, you gotta change things up, or you gotta even that battle some way, right? And I think they muck up every game they play. Right. Again, if you caught the game against the Warriors in that NBA Cup, that game was damn near in the 80s.
Yeah.
Because they make all of those games physical and nasty. Against the Thunder, even the one they lost, it was a low scoring game. So when you don't shoot the ball consistently well enough, you got to do other things to keep the game tight. And they've clearly done that to the tune of being one of the top teams in the West all year.
Yeah, they shot 6 of 24 in the fourth quarter last night. They missed 11 straight shots at one point. It is not a good offensive team. It is an offensive team that relies on its defense to create offense by getting fat. They they lead the league points. They lead the league in second chance points. Like that's kind of what they have to live on right now until they become a better shooting team. And some of it can come naturally. Some of it is Fred VanVleet's got to shoot better than he shot. Some of it
might have to add it.
That is an interesting conversation that we can certainly get into. They need to be more efficient, though, on that end of the floor, because when the game slows down, and it has slowed down on them the last couple games, Minnesota and then Miami yesterday, that is when they have really started to struggle, and they need to figure out other ways to manufacture offense when that does happen, because these games hurt, and the West is really good, and I know they're sitting third in the West right now, but there's not a lot of space between third and 11th. So you can find yourself on the outside looking in of this thing, and that's why I think ultimately they are at worst a play-in team, but I can't sit here and guarantee you that they're going to be a top 6 team in the West just because of how good the West is. And you got to stack wins. And when you have a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter and a 12-point lead in the third quarter, those are 2 games that you have to win.
Yeah, I just do think they're going to defend well enough night in and night out to keep themselves afloat.
And the depth helps too.
Yeah.
The fact that they can lose starters they haven't lost anybody really for an extended amount of time, but if they do, I think they feel good about what they have behind them.
But let's just say the other night, Jalen Green gets an easy 30, and then the last 2 games, it's just like.
That's why you can't quit him. It's why it's so hard for me, because you texted me about this last night. I don't know what to make of him, because there are times when you're just like, oh my God.
They're looking like D'Angelo Russell. You're out there looking like.
But there are times when he looks like he could be the best player in the league. Times when it looks like he should not be on an NBA floor.
All right, coming up, I think now that we've kind of come to almost the end of the regular season, I think there's one major comparison that we can look at for the Texans and another player. We'll discuss that coming up next as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Adam Spolane is in the building as Clint is out today. Happy birthday to Clint. Clint's birthday was yesterday. He's in his late 40s now, right? Is Clint 47 or 48? It's got to be.
Feels like it.
It's got to be in that range.
Well, and also, sorry to interrupt, but the 25-year anniversary of him beating Texas in the Cotton Bowl coming up this week, too.
Dang.
I didn't know what you were
25 years.
I didn't know what you were going to say when you said 25 year anniversary. I didn't know if you were going positive or you were going...
I would never do negative on his own show.
I'll sure you would.
I would.
All right, but so he's
Love you, Dirty.
He's out today.
Had a rushing touchdown against Texas.
He did.
Cotton Bowl.
Big game for it. Adam Spolane is that voice you hear. Tyler's in the building. Yesterday, obviously one of those days, no Texans playing, so you could just kind of chill and watch football or do whatever it is that you do. Do y'all be watching Saquon and be thinking, y'all be thinking, I wonder what he do here. Saquon!
Not 2,000 yards, I promise you that.
But you ever wonder what he be doing? Like I be thinking it every time I see him because it was Houston and Philly seemed to be the two on his list, and then Nick was like, from what we hear, either he wanted to go to Philly, which I think had a bit of a home thing for him as well, and we also kind of heard rumors that Nick and D'Amico and them had a point where they were going to stop in terms of money, how high they were going to go, and Saquon goes to the Eagles. That's what. But you're right. 16 games. Saquon's got 2,005 yards. He's 125 rushing yards a game. He's 101 away from the all-time record set by Eric Dickerson in 1984. 33 catches, 278, 2 touchdowns. He's got 13 rushing touchdowns. He'd probably have more rushing touchdowns if he didn't have tush push in front of him. But then you look at Joe Mixon, 13 games, 240 carries, so far less carries, 993 yards. So he's close to 1,000. 76 per game, 11 touchdowns, 35 catches. He's got more receiving yards, 304 yards and a touchdown. Listen, obviously I don't believe that Saquon Barkley would be having 2 yards if he were here, or that many yards from scrimmage if he were here.
Holy sh**.
I do think that the offense would be a bit better. And Joe Mixon has been really good at times. He just has more of, I don't know, Clint will say it, eject buttons, more of can make something out of nothing. And Joe has done it too.
I love Joe Mixon.
But I mean, he's used to it, right? Obviously, their offensive line helps him to be able to do a lot. But he has done this with the Giants where he has had to run behind poor offensive line. I do look over there sometimes and wonder, boy, what would that have looked like if Saquon Barkley would have been here?
Yeah, I don't know if it makes a huge difference. Like, if you want to relitigate the offseason, I think that going Diggs over some of the other options would be the one that I would look at, aside from going with Mixon
like
over that or T. Higgins even.
Yeah.
Like, would you
and aggressive and doing
yeah, when you look at it now, and I was for this at the time, I would have traded the first-round pick for T. Higgins and have somebody that you can build with CJ for the next 4 or 5 years, as opposed to Diggs, who you still gave up the second-round pick for, but he's gone after this year in all likelihood. And even if he does come back, he's 30 years old coming off a torn ACL.
Somebody said, would they use him more of he'd be a better receiver? I think Joe's a pretty good receiver.
Yeah, they just haven't utilized him.
Yeah, but I don't know that I do think Barkley is more of a, hey, you can actually maybe line him up and run receiver routes a little bit more. So if Bob would have done that more, but based off what we've seen and what he's doing with Joe, it doesn't seem like it's just screens and little choice routes out of the backfield that he gets. So I don't know if he would have used that more.
Could they do that with Singletary at all last year? Because Singletary could catch the ball out of the backfield a little bit, but I don't remember them
not
utilizing him lining him up out there.
Like not lining him up out there because he's capable of doing that, right? Like Barkley is, and they've done it a little bit with Joe. I remember in training camp seeing them lining him up as a receiver out there.
The McAfee role.
Yeah, but it is. Yeah, it's because like you said, McAfee. We know it's in the offense, so they would use him almost as a secondary receiver. Someone said, is Barkley a better pass blocker? I think he's good enough. I think he's good enough.
You want to play him at left tackle?
On YouTube and
play him at
Twitch,
guard?
We win the division 1 week earlier if Barkley is here.
They won it pretty early. You can't win it much earlier than when they won it. They just haven't won since.
Yeah, that's the tough roll of it. I will say this, hey. If Nick Sirianni, I'll be disappointed if Nick doesn't play. If Nick doesn't,
can they move up to? They can't move up to one.
No, they're
stuck at 2.
They're sealed right there at 2. It's only between the Vikings and Lions. But I would be disappointed if they didn't let him try to get 101 yards, at least for the half. At least for the half, I would be disappointed if they didn't do that. Yes, I know the fear.
And they're playing the Giants, too,
and
right?
They're playing the Giants in New York. Yeah. You know the history with him and the Giants. Like, I would be disappointed if they didn't allow Saquon to get 100 yards. Like, because that's for everybody. That's the whole line. That's the whole – to be in the record books of the most rushing yards in the season, what is it? That has held up since 1984. That's a year I was born. Saquon! Like, come on, man. You this close? Let my man grab that.
And also, Eric Dickerson's like, no, I don't want him to break it.
Eric,
you almost have to do it to spite.
And I don't even mind it. I'm with you.
No, it's. I think that's great. You shouldn't want that record to be broken, but at the same time, I think if you're Saquon, that's why you probably want to break it. It means that much that you want to break that record.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's really wired that way, because he had a chance to break, what was it, the Eagles' single game record earlier in the year against the Giants, and he declined to do it.
Yeah, he said, I'll go with whatever Nick goes with. That's what he said after the game. Tyler, I'm telling you, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to take away every good thing I've said about Nick Sirianni if he doesn't allow him to go for that.
As he should.
I'm going to take it away. You got a chance to break a record like that. Let him go do it, man. It's the Giants, too. Yeah. Right? Maybe if it was somebody else, maybe
3 plays, he could have it.
Yeah, because they let Jonathan Taylor run over their asses yesterday, too. Now, Nick, do the right thing, baby. As I said, I'll take everything away. Promise you I will. I think he is not getting the credit that he deserves. Nick Sirianni. I think
he's a crazy person.
I know he's a crazy person. People all can be good at their jobs.
No, not that good.
I don't know. Super Bowl.
Do you think, really quick, do you think that the you look at the success that Barkley had and the success that Josh Jacobs had in Green Bay. Do you think and even Aaron Jones in Minnesota, it feels like there is another one.
Joe?
Is the market going to be different on running backs this offseason compared to what it was? Because
I think people are going to be more apt to try it, but that was a unique class too. That was a unique group of guys that were available right there.
But they were all available though because of how little running backs were thought of. Now it feels like that should change right now.
Yeah, we'll see on it because those guys are valuable. He is the most important part to that team. All right, I get a little concerned about a team you cover a lot. I get a little concerned about the Astros standing in this city. And you have covered them. Tyler, you have rooted for them your entire life. Many of you as well. The way this thing is rolling, I'm getting concerned about their standing in kind of the hierarchy with the teams here in Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Bistros ain't loyal.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans and D'Amico have a decision. Should they?
off a Silverado. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are in the Twin Peaks studios, aren't we?
Boobs and beer. Nothing better.
Like this.
There's a shirt on this one girl.
Barely. That's the way we like it.
There's a shirt on this one girl.
That's like a T-shirt, Tyler.
Adam Spolane.
Oh, no. Why did someone do that?
No.
I'm not here that often. So
whoever did it's here for the food. And the 27-degree beers.
About them damn views.
Well, snap on is what the shirt says, so.
Like the tools?
I guess so. I don't know what kind of the snap on means.
Snap on tools.
A shout out to the Twin Studios. Enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
All right. What?
Get that out your system, or you?
I got like a little cold in here.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right. Just
shiver down my spine.
It sounds like it was a motorboat situation. Just.
Oh,
I mean,
I could see why you would think that.
Might have been confusion there. Yep, sounded like it again.
Sounds like a horse.
Yeah,
yeah. That last one wasn't my best.
That was a bit of a Mr. Head. The first one was very, very motorboating.
Sounds like a Denver Broncos game right now.
Second one was Indianapolis Colts is where I was going to go as well. Mr. Ed type of a situation. Champ Slice, I've got a horse for you. That's disgusting. All right.
Damn.
I've been here.
Really escalated quick.
YouTube and Twitch. I've been here, God, in June it'll be 5 years. And there is one team since I've been here where the fan love and feel of everybody has been at a 10. And obviously they have been the team that has been the best, and not just the best of the sports teams here, but the best in their sport for the last damn near decade, and that's the Astros.
Go Stros.
Right? Everything comes like the Astros. There ain't no, like, we talk about, man, when these cats gonna start getting to these Texans games on time, or CJ, or different members of the Houston Texans making mention of, hey man, like these guys get there, have to get there on time. Like some of it, you hear it as well with the Rockets too. Shoot, you get in there and you start slipping to that first quarter of that Rockets game, and look out, dressed like a seat night sometime. That ain't nothing. That's not something that I've really experienced with the Astros, fellas. And my concern is, and I'm just throwing this out to you guys and the people as a conversation start. And that is, I'm concerned, is the fan base here willing to roll with the Astros if they take a step back?
No.
Damn, you answered that quick.
I mean, I lived here for almost 40 years.
That's why I said I'm coming to you. So if they have a step back season, kind of like the Rangers did last year. The Rangers were under 500. I think they finished under 500, and they tried a couple of times, but really you could see like they weren't going anywhere. You think would the fan fest feel a lot different? Would there still be the same? I mean, anywhere, at least in the same ballpark level of support for the Astros.
I mean, their attendance started to dip last year. They drew over 3 million fans in 2023 after the World Series, and that number went down by a little more than 5% last year. Now, it's really hard to draw 3 million fans in a season, but they started off a little bit slow, and I think that did hurt them just a little bit at the gate.
We'll get all this little funk.
I don't know what season ticket sales are like for this season, but another slow start or another early postseason, exit, that's going to, it's not one of those things that happens overnight, but all of a sudden you go from 3 million fans and then all of a sudden you're at 2 million. And it wasn't that long ago, they were at 1.6 million. 2012, they drew 1.6 million fans for an entire season.
Yeah, but since 2015, man, they have been.
Oh yeah, but remember, the Astros for a pretty good long stretch from the mid '90s really through the mid 2000s when they opened up, Minute Maid. That team was competing year in, year out. They weren't winning the World Series, but they did get to a World Series. They were getting to a couple of NLCSs. So there was some sustained success there. Again, not to the level that we've just witnessed, but fans started to disappear. And people weren't watching the games either.
Really?
And they became an afterthought in this town for a decent stretch. I remember the Astros got to the playoffs in 2015. They get to the playoffs. This is their first playoff run in 10 years. They lost to the Royals. They lost to the Royals. And we got an email saying, okay, that's good on the Astros. Let's start, kicking back over to the Texans over here. So that kind of showed you the standing that they had, is that us as a station.
Yeah, but I ain't never seen an email like that since.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, I've not seen.
Ago.
Like, I think 2015 to, I mean, we're rolling almost on a decade.
Yes.
But
again,
not just like, oh, we've been competitive, but like
elite,
like World Series 7 effing times, the ALCS in a row.
7 times.
Does that potentially drops with Jose Altuve and Jordan out there? That potentially could drop.
Oh yeah.
In a year. Like so is just Texans talking about they'll look just like the Rockets did.
The Rockets won 2 championships.
It'll drop like that. But like this sustained period of time, it would drop like that?
Yes.
Tyler's not ready to get with you on that. He is still mulling it over.
Well, no, there's just a lot to consider. I don't vehemently like off the jump disagree with Spo. I'm just thinking, I mean, you work in the whole football aspect, and fingers crossed it's the first time this Texan squad has ever had a franchise quarterback, and how that affects it.
If you didn't hear that under his breath, Adam Spillane said, "We think."
Correct. No, that's fair too. But no, I factor that in. I think this city really does love baseball, maybe even more so than some of the other big cities, those big markets around the country. But then I think about how bad they were in the early 2000s and how pitiful that attendance was. There's a lot to factor in. I wouldn't rule out what Spillane's saying, but I think they would, and hopefully this isn't the case. Dana Brown has some work to do, but as long as they stay, as he would say, competitive and really take, whether ALCS or a playoff run, I would like to think those seats would be full on at least the nights that matter.
Let me look at it. What did the Rangers finish last year?
Well,
that's the type of season I'm talking about.
It's hard to put the Rangers in there, at least for right now, because you get that World Series bump when it comes to attendance. So all of a sudden,
and I'm saying you get a bump of these dudes have been exceptional for 10 straight years, and I'm just saying it's like so the Astros become
it depends on the level. It depends on the level that they get to, because if they when I say 1 point when they drew 1.6 million, that was in the third year of losing 100 straight games, or that was in the second year of losing 100 games. They're a second of 3 straight 100 loss seasons. So that's where that came from, but it also was in a stretch of 7 straight years of missing the playoffs. Now, it's harder to miss the playoffs 7 straight years because there are 4 more teams that make the playoffs than made the playoffs back then. So, I think that there's a difference between if they were to miss the playoffs back-to-back years, something like that, then, I think the interest would certainly dip.
If they had a year and they went 78 and 84, like the Rangers did last year, is it a feel that this thing would almost, you think it would be a significant drop in interest from Astros fans?
For the end of that season, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that the interest would again peak once you get to the offseason, once you get to spring training. But if you don't get off to a good start that next year, I think the interest craters off.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, 10 years. Damn near 10 years.
Hey, what have you done for me lately? That's the kind of world we live in.
Wow. That's what I said I'm concerned about.
And that's why this is an important offseason.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be. Say so. It's and also don't forget, I do think that you turn off some fans when you allow your best players to leave.
That's the other part. That's the other part that makes this unique. When Bregman bounces and Tucker bounces.
Shout out to my guy Alex Bregman.
Bregman especially. That changes things.
You have there are very few players that were a part of both the World Series teams, and when you allow them to just walk away, then I do think that's going to hurt with your fan base. It's not going to hurt with everybody. There's a segment of the fan base that is fine with you not bringing back Alex Bregman, but there is also going to be a segment of your fan base that is upset. There is the quieter part of the fan base that is really upset with the way that they have handled some of the free agency stuff.
I know we got to go to break. Someone just texted in, if the Astros aren't in the playoff picture, you will cease to talk about them from probably 6 months. I can't imagine that would be the case with the Astros. I can't to just, all right, man. It got to a point where we didn't even talk.
I would have said the same thing in 2005, but then all of a sudden you look up in 2012 and 2013, and that's kind of what it was like here.
Yeah, if it gets real bad, not just
there's no reason to think that it's going to get like that. But if you are not relevant in terms of making the playoffs, in terms of playing relevant baseball, baseball games that matter, if you don't have players that can draw the attention of the consumer, then it's going to be harder to find interest in this team. And again, that's kind of the negative of how they have handled free agency, is that they have basically punted on going after the best players in the sport because they don't want to pay what the market price is for those players.
All right, the Texans they've got one more game against the Titans. D'Amico Ryan's the head coach, addressed playing guys or resting guys. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports.
for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out today. Adam Spolane, you hear him a lot here on Sports Radio 610. Catch him on H-Town Hoops podcast with Brandon Scott. Catch his work, 610sports.com. He is in the building. Tyler is, of course, holding it down, producing this thing. As The Drive continues to ride here, happy holidays to all. Hope you're having a good go of it. The big question all week leading into Sunday's game is are the Texans going to play their players? Are they going to rest? Are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? Is CJ going to play? Is Will going to play? What are they going to do? D'Amico Ryans, he spoke earlier. If you missed it, it was on In the Loop. You can check the podcast page for that. But he spoke about kind of the thought process of resting guys as opposed to playing guys, even though they don't have anything to play for against the Titans on Sunday.
Yeah, going into this game, as I mentioned to all our guys, that everybody has to be ready to go, and that's where we are. Everybody will be out there playing, and we'll see how the game goes. But for us right now, we got to go play better. And our last outing on the field was not good enough, representative of who we are defensively, offensively. It's not a good representation of our team entirely. So we got to go out. We got to play better football.
What's that sound like?
Sounds like they're going to play everybody.
That's what it sounds like. Sound like the emphasis is more on we got to stop looking like that. And
let's get it on, baby.
As opposed to safety, right? He does talk about this, and I'll say this before we get to the conversation. He does talk about the balance of the two things, balancing, looking better, as he just spoke about, than getting people hurt.
Yeah, there is a balance there. For us right now, I think it's a feel for where your team is at this point of the season. And for me right now, our team needs to be playing better before we head into the postseason. So, we'll see where we are and how the game goes, and of course be smart about what we're doing and be intentional about everything that we're doing, knowing what we have ahead of us. But I still want our guys to go out and play good football.
Yeah, listen, as I said, man, and we know that they're probably not going to give us a full-fledged thought on what they're going to do. Maybe later in the week, maybe somebody gets it, but they'll be probably coy. Next time we hear from him on Wednesday, we'll probably be coy. But many people stand certain ways. I've already seen it here on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch of, no, CJ's hurt or he's banged up, he needs rest, they need to rest, or every last one of them need to not miss a single rep. Listen, I stand on the side of, hell yeah, they all need to play. They all need to be out there. And this is a big reason why. And, it almost hurts my heart a little bit to see this. I think, unlike almost any other team that is in playoff contention or in the playoffs, maybe, and we discussed this before the show, maybe Pittsburgh fits into this, but I don't even think as much as they do with the Texans, because Pittsburgh is still battling for the division.
We do not care.
And have a chance to be the 3 seed. But everything just feels like many people that are Texans fans or follow the Texans just feel like this season is over. There's a lot of feel of the conversation being surrounded about next year. A lot of feel of the conversation on who's going to be the next coordinator, who's not going to be here, who's going to be fired, who's going to be. And listen, I raise my hand, we play a part. We had conversations like that Friday. But that's the like, people, who's going to be back? They got to bring back Diggs, or no, they shouldn't, or what are they going to? So much of the conversation for a team that has won the division and solidified a spot and is going to host a home playoff game is not about this season, about next year.
Oh, my God.
Or the offseason, or what's going to happen. I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say who it is, but I talked to one of the people who are pretty high up that works here with us here at Sports Radio 610, here at Odyssey. And I sat down and talked to her mom for long stretches. Her parents, they have just given up on the season. They've already moved to next year.
Oh, no.
They said, this season is over. Now, how are they going to fix it until next year? A lot of the conversation is that, and I honestly think, even though this game doesn't matter, even though the Titans suck, did they lose to Jacksonville yesterday? I believe they did. I believe they went up there and lost to Jacksonville.
They were bad.
Mac Jones.
They were bad yesterday.
Even though they suck. They do. I think there needs to be a narrative shift into at least something saying, all right, hey, let's move towards the game on Saturday and not towards next year. Because if the next time we see the group play and the last time we watched it's 31-2 is on our mind, it continues to push the thought of, this thing is over. Just give them a performance. Go out there, play well against Tennessee. That, to me, at least would move the conversation to this year and not all the way next year. That is disappointing to me. And like I said, I played a part in it. But that is disappointing. It feels like it's not even about the playoff. The last two losses were that bad. It's not even this year.
Well, if you're in the playoffs, then you technically have a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Like, you have that opportunity, and you have to maximize that opportunity.
Does anybody feel that's even close?
No.
That's even on the table.
No, but I don't think that the chances get enhanced if you just sit everybody on Sunday. Like, to me, you have an opportunity. It's right there for you. Are you going to do it? Probably not. But you've got to try and find something here that works on Sunday. Because if you can find something that works on Sunday, then you can carry that into the playoff game. And who knows? Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe it works out. Maybe you start to get hot because you happen to find something, or you happen to find someone who could get hot. Like, all of a sudden, maybe Deontay Johnson changes the entire course of the offense. Well, you don't know that if you don't see him with C.J. Stroud necessarily before the playoff game. So this team isn't good enough to be sitting guys. It's just not. It's not even close to being good enough.
Things are fixable.
And if you go into this playoff game with the last two games, especially the last game as the last bit of tape that you put out, it's just going to be negative all around, and you're just not going to feel like you have any sort of a chance. But if you go out there, you play guys on Sunday, those guys play well, who knows? Maybe that gets you started. Maybe that
gets you started. It
gets you going the right direction.
It changes the mood. Someone just texted in the Texans fan base. Heck, the entire city's fan base is so wishy-washy. Say the Texans win the first round, they'll be running around saying, I never had a doubt. Wow. Never doubted him. Tell me, like, Tyler, you both of you jump in. Tyler, am I being not honest to God? I think if they come out there and let's say they beat the Titans 28-7, and CJ looks good, and CJ and now Deontay Johnson and CJ have maybe a connection.
Yeah, that'll be the big one.
And Nico, they look good, and the defense plays, and you forgotten about 31-2, and that's what you do. You feel like, and hey, bam, there's the Steelers, and you're going to play the Steelers in the first round. Doesn't it feel like to me, maybe I'm being naive, that people's feelings and thoughts about the team will change from, who's going to get fired, who needs to be going to, all right, the playoffs?
Yeah, and I would feel that way, to be honest with you, to a degree. I think it has to be tempered.
Is next year in your mind more than?
Well, I was going to say, if that were to happen, that would not surprise me to be the reaction by the fans, because that'd be similar to my feelings. I just don't think there's any way in hell that's going to happen this week.
See,
why in Week 18 is the Houston Texan offense now down more players than ever? Why are they going to come out now against this crappy-ass Titans team and put on a show that makes us think, okay, they got something now?
Because you just said it. Crappy-ass Titans team.
That crappy-ass Titans team beat the Texans.
Yeah, they still put up 27 on them.
I have no reason to believe anything good is going to happen in Nashville for the Texans in Week 8.
That's what we need. That's why they need to play. Tyler does not believe they can beat the Titans. Or not even beat them, but put together a show. And deep down, they can. Stop it. They can.
But this year,
you can't even get there. The
Texans have won their last football game of 2024. I said it last week. I'll say it again now.
That's what hurt me.
Well, that's because 2024 is over in 36 hours.
The 2024 season.
He said the season. Okay. He said after
2024.
I said they played the Titans the last game. He said, I know.
I wouldn't be surprised if no matter the score, we see these starters play the first half, and they're either going to be leading by a field goal or maybe not even leading. And then we're going to see all the backups the second half, and they lose this game, and they're not going to lose. They're not going to win no damn playoff game.
Text line coming in, one and done. Someone texted in and said, "Yes, Ron, you're being naive." Bull, almost cussed. Because I'm going to tell you this right now: you all had a 3-game stretch in which you lost at home to that Titans team. Then you played a game against Jacksonville that was way tighter than it should be, and you gave up a ton of yards and touchdowns to Mac Jones in the second half and nearly lost that game, the Aziz game. And then you beat the Dolphins in that 3-game period, lost to the Titans, poor game on the road against Jacksonville and Mac Jones, and then beating the Dolphins with your offense having like 200 yards of total offense, been able to run it or throw it. You know what you all told me? Ron, we're going to whoop y'all. We're going to whoop the Chiefs' ass.
Hold on, Joe.
In Arrowhead. We're going to whoop the Chiefs' ass in Arrowhead. Tim Settle came out, said, I hope Mahomes makes it to city. Y'all did down the text line. The 15-1 Chiefs on the road in Arrowhead. After losing to the Titans at home, nearly losing to the Jags, and scratching out one against the Dolphins. The confidence in your mind because of the Dolphins game, we're going to walk in Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs.
Can you imagine?
And now Tyler don't think that they can beat the Titans. Like, I just know, Tyler, one win, one solid performance would change the whole thought process. And we're going to make a run.
Can you imagine?
Let Will get 2 sacks. We're going to make a run.
They beat Tennessee Sunday. Deontay Johnson has 2 touchdowns. Then they go and beat Pittsburgh. They look good. Offense looks good.
Pointed up.
And Deontay Johnson scores another touchdown, and they're playing Kansas City. The entire city will have them beating the Chiefs.
Absolutely.
The entire city will have them beating
They will have them. If they win 28-7 against Tennessee, many of you will start talking trash again to me.
I would wait until after they win the first playoff game before I'm just telling you what I would do if I were in that situation.
I'm just saying, that's why I'm saying they got to play because right now.
But also, though, they got to play their guys just to
right now.
The locker room.
Yes, to the locker room. All of this, and the city, all of it. Right, they've got to for themselves. They've got to get that. They've got to get the 31-2 taste out of their mouth. Right, because I always Tyler, if anybody at this station speaks for the fan, I'm telling you right now, if them jokers come out there and they win 21-7, Tyler's back. Tyler Milner.
We'll see.
What if it's 16-10 in overtime?
I don't know about that, but Tyler Milner's back, and many of you will be, and I want that. I like it is. I'm just like, damn, they have. And I did it myself Friday. I was like, damn, they've won the division. They're the 4 seed. They're going to be hosting a playoff game. And it feels like the feel is, let's just get this damn thing over with so we can get to next year.
Well, it's like what it was in 16 when they had benched Osweiler, and then they still played Tom Savage. I think it was in Nashville. Savage was the starting quarterback. He got concussed. And then all of a sudden, Osweiler had to come back in, and that whole lead up to the playoff game against the Raiders was, well, why'd you play Savage in the game that didn't matter? Now he's got the concussion, and here we go. We got to deal with Osweiler again. Osweiler goes and beats the Raiders, and then there were people who thought they'd beat the Patriots that next week.
From text line, Ron telling lies. You must have been you must have been two complete homers. Most fans had no faith in the Chiefs. I mean, in the Texans against the Chiefs. Come on, Tyler, you see these. You see these.
We got receipts.
Receipts. He's telling no lies there, friend.
When we talked about the Aziz thing, so many people said Ron's just scared for Aziz to have to play against the Chiefs, so he doesn't play. Like, no, it will. It will. Someone texted anybody that knows ball that knows that the Texans can't beat the Chiefs. Like, okay, just telling you. They just need the shift. They need a change. That's why I think they need to be out there. That is like that for themselves. More importantly, obviously, to get that taste out of their mouth. But damn, man, you got to get the feel back. Let's talk about the playoffs. Let's talk about this team this year, and not who's going to replace Bobby Slowick, who's going to replace Shaq Mason.
Got plenty of time for that.
I mean, that's going to happen. Probably it feels like it, but let's let it happen first. All right, coming up, New Year's is upon us. And I before I get to Laramie Tunsil, because I still cannot believe what he said after the game on Wednesday. Before we get there, what's the level of drunk you get on New Year's Eve? I'm really intrigued at that. I feel like Spillane gets absolutely blackout drunk. But what's the level of drunk you get on New Year's Eve? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, man, y'all got to try these Daisy dips now. Daisy sour cream, that's right. They've got French onion dip and ranch dip already made. Granny doesn't.
I just bought some.
For tickets and more information, and hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
The guy is drunk.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's your drunk level? New Year's Eve. That's tomorrow evening. As you get to the 31st, what's your drunk level? I feel like you don't even drink, Adam.
Depends on the year.
It depends on the year.
Depends on the year.
You just going for the champagne look? That what you?
Sometimes you want to. You feel a little rowdy. Sometimes you're not.
You feel a little rowdy.
I can't say I'm that way anymore. Old.
Yeah, you gotten older.
Yeah.
No, ain't no lie.
What I used to be.
I'm used to go. I was used to to go for it. Let me get as many shots down.
I'm mostly now. I just want to be left alone.
Oh,
leave me alone.
Say, you just want to be left alone.
Leave me alone.
No, I want to get middle drunk. Like I don't want to just be tipsy. I want to be drunk about a little after midnight. Now I got the kids a little bit, so now you gotta you can't be just completely 100%.
The guy is drunk.
But New Year's Eve, I like to be a little drunk.
Like to turn it loose a bit.
A little drunk. Yeah, I'd like to. I'd like to be gotta call an Uber drunk.
Well, that's
not necessarily go anywhere, but not.
That's responsible.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just, even though I'm not driving anywhere, I'd like to be like, I just want to step over that edge right now. Now, if me and the wife decided to go somewhere without the kids, even at 40, because I still believe I've got it, I'm going for it.
Does Ron still have it? 713-572-4667.
I'm going for slurred.
Oh, the showman.
Like just slurred statements or the happy drunk.
Every now and then I can do that. Every now and then. But I don't feel good about myself the next day.
No,
I just
you never do.
No, I just don't feel good. And then you're wondering, okay, I did something dumb.
I know I did.
I know it was dumb.
I made it.
Is it career ending, or is it just dumb, or was it career ending?
Did I text somebody?
Is that my boy Ron?
Did I call somebody and say something stupid?
Did I lose all the money in the casino, or did I only lose some of it?
See, I feel like Tyler's going for it all. I feel like see, Tyler, you're still in a place where y'all should go to New Year's Eve parties.
Yeah. Yeah, we normally do something,
Like Tyler goes for.
I got to work this year, so probably not do anything too crazy.
Even better.
Where?
Here.
But you get off at what time?
6:37.
Oh, hell. What are you talking about?
You got 5.5 hours until New Year's.
Well, you ought to have your first beer right now.
I was thinking, like in years past, like one year I took Megan to the Flying L Ranch, and that was pretty fun, and got very, very turned up.
I'm about to
for
say,
New Year's Eve
hold on.
year.
If 6:30 is not too late, what time do you start?
No. I have plenty of time to get my drink on after work on New Year's Eve.
I'm about to say.
But we'll probably just hang out at the house.
That disappoints me.
Have some dirty water. Watch some fireworks.
Yeah, that disappoints me. Like, I sense you, Tyler, is like kind of having to live my life through you. I sense like this should be a situation where you and Megan get yourselves nice and dressed up. You put your blackjack suit on, your vest, your jacket, get your little tie, get your hair cut.
Go downtown.
Y'all go downtown. Go to a party. Go to a party. Y'all get some drinks, champagne. You guys are out slobbing each other down.
I'm not saying
at midnight.
I'm not saying that'd be fun.
Doing what?
I'm not saying that.
You ain't never heard of that term?
No.
I'm not saying where your head's at is
You've never
wrong.
heard of that term?
I've never heard that.
Have you heard of that term, Tyler?
Yes.
Slob somebody down when you. You ain't never just kissed? Like, a hard, passionate.
No, I get it. I get that. I just never heard that. No,
never heard it. Wow. Okay.
Here's the deal. You're thinking, is it wrong? Because, that's the kind of people Megan and I usually are. Like to be out and about, socialize a bit. Would love to be downtown dressed real nice when the ball drops,
Yeah.
But you also got to remember here, an aspect of this is, especially for my wife, she likes to be at home whenever the fireworks get real crazy. Because we got a dog that freaks the hell out. One of my 3 dogs cannot handle fireworks at all.
I don't mean to pull the...
Get rid of the dog.
Y'all got to get rid of this.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man. Like, what?
I'm not going to get rid of my dog.
I'm just saying, man. The dog... Y'all got to put her up somewhere. The dog, so y'all not going to go out.
We like to be able to give her calming treats, put her thunder jacket on, not have her just locked up in the kennel, comfort her a bit.
I'll let her deal with it.
I'm not trying to.
Does this dog know that she is ruining your good time?
Ruining you don't have many years left to do this. Be able to just go and just be reckless like this.
I guess you never know. Yeah.
You never know. Come on, man. God, the dog is the stopper. I thought you were going to tell me a whole lot of things. Maybe some health concerns. Maybe, we had a little too much fun one year and we want to get out of here. I know. I've been out with you. In your karaoke nights. You got some buddies where y'all can party.
Like a good time.
And you're like, hey, people invite you. Hey, man, let's go out to this party. Let's go to this party. Yeah, we can't. Sugar's afraid of the fireworks.
That's exactly what it is.
I know who it is.
Nice.
Can't
believe you had it.
Sugar's afraid of the fireworks, so we can't go out.
Poor little Sugar baby.
No, it's not poor. How old is Sugar?
She is 10.
It's time. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, Megan, I know this may upset you, but I'm just saying, Megan, this Sugar can't prevent you all from having a hell of a time.
Like even that year I did take Megan to that ranch, we knew that Sugar was with Megan's parents, and they were going to look after her and comfort her whenever the fireworks are going off, make sure she had those calming treats.
Are you sure they did that?
Oh, yeah.
100%. You got
110%. Yep.
I would have done it.
Damn.
On a text line, so Ron, on a scale of 1 to 100, my dog's 100 and gets drunk. Gets drunk as 1. Give the dog a Xanax. Pass right out.
That's what the calming treats basically are.
I'm sorry.
She's got extreme anxiety.
So do the calming treat before you leave.
I know. Just hate thinking of her in that kennel, just shaking, shivering away.
And that damn thing. Could you have 2 out? The music is going, drinks is going, everybody having a good time.
We got to hurry up and get home before the fireworks.
These two over here looking at each other. God, what do you think Sugar's doing in there?
What you're laying out has happened.
She is probably ripping this. She's probably ripping this thing. I'll be surprised if them jokers they'd have a camera on that bad boy on that kennel, and just sitting there 10:38. The both of them looking. Oh, the hell with this. We gotta go. We gotta
it's
go.
Sad, man. She can't handle it. She gets all shaky. She wants to be in your lap and she starts panting. It's very sad. I hate it for her.
That dog just can't give me. Listen, I like Bear.
Your dog.
My dog. I like Bear.
That's
Bear's
good.
not preventing me from having a good time. Nope, not doing it. Not doing it.
That's why I don't have a dog.
Not doing it. Yep, I gotta figure it out. Not doing it. Damn, man. I thought that was going so many other places, but until I heard you start to wrap it up into the dog, the damn dog.
The dog gets scared of the
dog. The dog gets scared, so we gotta shut him down.
She got anxiety, man. It's sad.
Clearly, but dog, her anxiety just can't.
Ruining your good time.
That hurt me. I need a couple of minutes from that. We got to figure something out. One of these, one of the Milners or Megan, somebody's parents got to step up and allow these kids
or a neighbor
to have a good time. Where is Sean Bijani?
Oh,
Sean Bijani lives down the street. Sean's a great dog taking care of her. He'll do it.
I think this dog may have bit Bijani last time he came over.
Then he owes him.
Why did he bite Sean?
It was the first time Sean came over. He swears she just put her nose up to his leg, but I'm pretty sure she bit him.
Oh, well, he's not even.
So you're saying he bit her? She bit him, but he's too prideful.
He's too nice. Like, I didn't see it, so I guess I don't know. But she's done that before with new men that have been over. She's very weird with new guys because she's got a rough past.
Well, don't invite Clint over.
No, I never would.
Jesus.
Not with sugar around.
Coming up.
He hates dogs.
He doesn't hate dogs.
Put them out in the
He just
105
wants
degree
them
heat.
outside. and
Put them
probably-
out there.
And probably doesn't want them to ruin his New Year's Eve. All right. Coming up. Look, college football. We'll discuss that next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610.
Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I kind of knew the dog lovers, animal lovers will have some issues. Our guy Bill told me to bite me. Ron, my girl May is terrified by the idiots out there that shoot off fireworks. Calming treats don't work on her. Bill. Bill. Tyler's being a good dog parent. Quit shaming him, y'all.
Dog Dad of the Year.
Sure is.
Congrats.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nah, man. I just... Because now I'm going to leave this alone, but now I feel like this has prevented you all from going out and having a good time in other moments. Just because, I don't know.
It might rain.
It might thunder.
Yeah, she is terrified of that thunder.
Does she have a vest?
Yeah, she's got a thunder jacket.
What's a thunder jacket?
Thunder jacket, yeah. My
squeezes her
my
tight.
in-laws' dog Bella had one. Had a thunder jacket. It really did. It helped her.
Thunder jacket, spray a little calming scent on that thunder jacket, and give her the calming treats. That's about all we can do.
Yeah.
Pet her. Let her get under your covers.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I'm going the hell out.
A calming jacket?
Yeah, I'm going the hell out. By the way, Tyler, a quick question off your dogs. Do you want Texas to lose like right away, or do you want them to win a little bit and then get to like the title game and really shatter their hearts and lose in the title game?
No.
You know, like because to me that's like if your team goes, that's the best. That's it's the best bargain for the pain that you could hope
That's
for them.
true, but the sooner they lose, the better.
The sooner they lose. So right now, if you said there's a button to push where they could lose right now in this next game against Arizona State, or they get to the title game and get their hearts broken in the title game for a third time by Georgia. Like
I'm slamming the button as soon as it's made available to me.
He pressed it before Clemson.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Texas fans would be that would crush them. If they got all the way there, like that would, like just think back.
You don't want them to even get there. You don't want them to sniff it.
Just think back, Tyler, if that Vince Young game could have gone a different way. How much better that would.
05?
How you would feel about that sucker.
If Wendell White picks up that first down.
Oh, God. I just imagine the pain Tyler was going through that night.
I was there.
There's so many. Were you there?
I was there.
In Pasadena?
Yeah.
I remember I was working a third shift, Nissan, moving rims for Nissan. That was my overnight job in college.
Nice.
Was listening to the game the whole way and just stopped. It was just such an amazing game. Went back and watched it. It was an amazing game. I just imagine the pain and anger that Tyler was watching. Now that I know how much it means to him, the pain that Tyler, you hadn't even got to the school yet, had you?
No, I was 14 years old when that.
Oh, that's
14,
right. That's
15.
That's crying range. Right, that's a loss that makes you cry. I've been there.
I do remember being peeved watching VY run into the corner of that end zone.
Ooh, someone texted in, losing to another Big 12 team would make it feel better.
Does Arizona State count, though? Because it's not really a Big 12 team.
Yeah, losing to a Pac-12 team that came into the Big 12 and won the Big 12.
They weren't in the conference when you were in the conference, so it doesn't really count.
Yeah, I don't care who it is as long as they beat them.
You just want them to lose. You want them to lose immediately.
As quick as possible.
We drove from here to L.A. for that USC Rose Bowl. It was great. The drive wasn't great. The drive back wasn't great.
That sounds like it.
We stopped. So we stopped in Arizona. We went to the Fiesta Bowl. It was Ohio State, Notre Dame. So we went to that game too. And the drive back was hell.
Oh, I bet. Is that no, that's not that time. Is that when whatchamacallit tore his knee up? The Ohio State, you said Ohio State, Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Isn't that when the linebacker and Jerry drafted him anyway? The linebacker tore his knee up.
No, that was
later?
years later. That was years later. This was A.J. Hawk against Brady Quinn.
God, yes.
2005, 2006.
Yeah, same year. All right. Yeah, I was wondering what Tyler's feel is on Texas. I know he's trying to hope for nothing.
Sooner the better.
Obviously, the worst thing for them to win it all, but to just have their hearts broken.
They're not going to do that.
Can I express my hate for Penn State?
Please.
I have a real hate for Penn State, and I'm on this game tomorrow. They play Boise, and I'm going to be rooting for Boise hard. And I don't know if it's really Penn State's fault. I've never seen a team that seems to be lifted more because of the two other teams in their conference are really, really good. They are lifted more, and this year it's Oregon and Ohio State. Normally it's Ohio State and Michigan. This year is Oregon and Ohio State
and Indiana,
and most years it's Michigan and Ohio State. But Penn State, I'm not saying they're a bad program. They're good. It's just they are lifted, and at least in the polls and the rankings every year, and in the bowl games they play in, they're lifted almost like they're Ohio State and Michigan, and they're not anywhere close to it. They're like K-State in the Big 12, Louisville in the ACC, maybe a little bit better than Louisville. I'm just saying, over the last several years, go look at Louisville's. I mean, it's not that far off. He is 3-19 versus top 10 teams. Every year he'll play Ohio State, Michigan, and just lose to them.
Not wrong.
Every year, and then when Mark D'Antonio had that thing going at Michigan State, he'd lose to them. When they were in the top 10, he would just.
Indiana in 2020.
Did he? Was Indiana a top 10 team?
Eventually that year.
Eventually.
For like a week.
I want them to lose. I really do. I want Boise to beat them. Penn State is, I think for how people view them, as it seems like they're a top 10 team. They play in a New Year's Day game every year, and as you would say, and we talked about in the break, they generally never beat a soul. But they always find themselves in that game because they know, all right, man, we'll play. If we could just beat Minnesota and Indiana and maybe Iowa, maybe there's a big one against Wisconsin. We just beat all these teams. Yeah, we're going to lose to Ohio State and Michigan, but that's all right. We'll get into the Peach Bowl. We'll get into the Cotton Bowl. It is so annoying. I hope they lose this damn game.
You look and it is a brand name. It is a brand name based off of what Joe Paterno basically did in the 80s. They haven't won a championship since 86. They won 2 in the 80s. They've got some. There were 94 before you had a national championship game. They finished second. They went to the Rose Bowl that year. They weren't really given the opportunity to win the championship. They finished third a few times the last few years with Paterno. But you look at James Franklin, finished 7th after losing the Rose Bowl. Won the Fiesta Bowl after going 11-2. They finished 8th. They lost in the Peach Bowl last year. They lose, like you said, they lose to Ohio State. They lose to Michigan.
Ole Miss and them. I don't even care about them bowls. I know they played Ole Miss. But they find themselves to get there.
And what's really frustrating this year is that Indiana and Penn State were basically in the same boat this season. One-loss teams, had not beaten anybody, but somehow Penn State gets to host a playoff game, and we got to go to Notre Dame? Based off of what? They did not beat anybody. They played Ohio State. They lost to Ohio State. They lost at home to Ohio State, yet somehow they're ranked ahead of Indiana when they had I don't think they had any ranked wins this year.
I think this is fair. Someone texted in, they're basically the A&M of the SEC.
No, they're better than A&M. They've won more relevant.
Fine, guys.
Listen, I don't know that I agree with that. A&M has Jimbo tricked up and beat Alabama
a couple times.
Jimbo tricked up. He doesn't beat anybody.
He beat Ohio State the one time.
He's got one. I mean, he's 3. I'm not saying he's 3-19 against top 10 teams.
Basically, Jimbo against Saban.
But that's just one of them, though. They tricked up. They beat LSU. They have beaten.
They don't beat LSU when LSU's good.
But I'll say this: if A&M were in the Big Ten and they got to play the schedule that they're playing,
they wouldn't hold up in the cold.
Where they got to play this. All right, now we're going to take weather to this. If they played it,
ask USC.
If they played it similar weather, if they played the same level of teams in the Big 12, like they in the Big 10, they would have gaudy records, except they would lose to Ohio State and Michigan too. Yes, A&M is a good. A&M has rolled through now. Some of those Jimbo, like that Appalachian State lost year. That 1 year they won 5 games. That was standing. But
it felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Those 8-4, 9-3 type A&M seasons. I don't know how many 9-3 A&M seasons they've had. Yeah, I'm just assuming in there. But I think there's some 9-3 seasons. Hell, they might have gone undefeated that 1 year where they were the 5th team in the country.
Penn State is closer to Texas.
No.
Yes.
No, I think A&M is right. I think they're closer to A&M.
You're overrating A&M.
I think they're close. No, I'm just not going to overrate the Big Ten schedule that they're getting.
Big Ten's a tough schedule.
I'll give you. No, it doesn't have to be like Indiana faced this year. It doesn't have to be. I mean, no offense.
I mean, we only played the defending national champions and the runners up from last year.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there you go. There it is. I'm just saying
that schedule was tough last year.
It was tough last year. Yeah, and you ran into really not having to play anybody. Penn State, they are.
See Nebraska in their bowl game?
They're not frauds, but they are top 10 play in a New Year's Day, Peach Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Sugar Bowl. They're those kind of frauds.
They're right on the outside of being
what is A&M? A&M has been a Capital One Gator Bowl,
Capital One Orange Bowl.
Whatever that Outback Bowl, whatever that used to be, that's the Range Bowl that they've been in. That should be the Range Bowl of Penn State. But because they're able to knock off everybody else in the Big Ten outside of the top teams, here they go.
A&M's wins 8, 7, 5, 8, 9, 8.
They'd be 10
9.
They'd be 10 and 11 win seasons
7,
in the Big Ten.
8.
They'd be 10 and 11 win seasons in the Big Ten. They would be.
Depending on which division they were in.
This year, Aggies started 7-1.
The Penn State one. It's Ohio State and Michigan, and then
Indiana and Michigan State.
Indiana is not a historically good football team.
We are now.
Historically, Indiana's a win.
We are now.
Quit throwing Indiana in.
They wouldn't be able to handle that cold.
Keep doing that. Tyler keeps throwing Indiana in. What was that division called? The Legends? Were they?
There was the Leaders and the Legends the one year, and then they scrapped that. It went to East and West.
Penn State frauds. All right, coming up, I want to pour one out and defend a guy who I'm certain won't be here next year, and it's not Bobby Slowick. We'll discuss that next.
Y'all dealing with chronic joint pain. Look, if you're losing sleep because of it, have you decided that you're just going to roll into 20?
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I want to keep it funky.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, Clint is out today, but Adam Spollane's in the building. Tyler is here as well. We will hold down Dirty's Daily as best we can. I want to start here. I like to pour one out. And I've been told to stop actually pouring things out in the studio. So naturally,
that's where all the mold's from.
Naturally, I'm going to anyway. No, I want to pour one out. Now that we're on video, I'm not going to do it. Pour one out and in a way defend a guy that I don't think is going to be here after this year, and that's old Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach. Shout out to Chris Strausser, whose days are probably numbered. I don't think there's anything he can do to maybe come back. Feels like he is going to move on. But it feels like he's going to lose his job, fellas, and this one is tough for me because, just like you and Adam and some of these relationships you've been in, if the same problems continue to happen and the same issues in your relationships continue to happen and she leaves you for the same reason that the other one left you, Adam, maybe it's you.
Usually is.
Maybe it's your ass. Maybe it's you if it's the same stuff.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Tyler, I've been here. This is my 5th season. And Chris Strausser's the 4th offensive line coach that they have run into.
Yep.
Like the 4th in 5 seasons. Like, and at the end of every one of them, and mind you, like, your 2 top guys on the offensive line, they've been through all of them. Titus Howard and Laramie Tunzel. All right, Kenyon Green's been through 3 of them. And then 2 of them, and then Shaq Mason has been here as well. And what we come away from almost all of them is there is a lack of physicality every time. And these are 4 different type ladies, Adam. That all come to you with the same issue. 4 different type guys from 4 different type systems. Mike Devlin, what was it? James Campen, George Warhol. Remember, sitting right here, Wade Smith, should be Texans Hall of Famer. Wade Smith was sitting right there, and he said, "Oh, I'm excited about George Warhol."
I was too.
I know George Warhol. He is physical. He is going to demand physicality. That is a physical dude. What happens every time? They seem to lack physicality. Seem to do that. Now Chris Strausser is the next one in line who's probably going to lose his job.
The biggest bugaboo.
And I'll just say, at some point, right, fellas? At some point, it's got to be them. At some point, it's got to be them. If you roll through this many offensive line coaches and the results seem to be the same, and especially with Titus and Laramie there, and someone on the text line just said it's been 4 head coaches. Okay, I mean, I guess we can count the interim head coach of Romeo Crennel. Nobody got fired in that case. They stay with the same staff.
Oh no, it's 4. It's O'Brien. Yeah, it's O'Brien and then Cully and
football
Lovey
playing
and
Jesse
and now D'Amico.
O'Brien, Cully, Lovey. Yeah, 4. So 5 with Romeo.
Yeah.
There's so many damn head coaches. I lose count.
It's really about the 69.
So you're right. 4 to 5, 4.5 with Romeo, but still within that. They've had the same running back coach.
Yeah.
Entire way. Same running back coach. It is wild to me that we just seem to just put it all offensive line coach. Because Chris Strausser's he's been getting called. I'd say maybe it started with him a little bit before Bobby, if not at the same time. I'm just saying, yeah, you might want to replace that, but I just will also say this is going to be the 5th offensive line coach they'll have since I've been here, and they've had 3-4 guys who have been here for multiple years, including their 2 tackles, who are their highest paid guys. They have been there for all what will be 5 of them. Some of it has got to be on. Much of this has to be them.
So I'm of one mind. I'm a couple minds here. Tunsil obviously has been here for all of it, but he's played at a decent level. He's not. He hasn't played at the level that he should be playing at, especially when you consider the contract. But he's still played at a high level. So when you look at Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and Mason this year and Titus this year, how much of that does fall on Strouser? How much of that? How much of the inability to develop the 2 guys that you drafted high in the draft with Green and with Scruggs? How much of that does fall on Chris Strouser? Because I think that's where you bring up Tunsil, and that certainly, hey, that makes sense.
But Titus has been here. Titus was here under Devlin, and
but Titus has been hurt too, and he hasn't been perfect by any stretch. But to me, the inability to develop the 2 young guys that you invested a first-round pick and a second-round pick on, I think that's what hurts than anything else. Because Tunsil's never going to play, I think, to the ability that you feel like he should be able to play at, but he's at least going to be good. He's at least going to be good. At least he's going to pass block. The rest of it, I think that does fall on Chris Strouser.
All right. I guess. I don't know. Did it fall? I guess it fell on Devlin, Campin, Warhop. I guess it's just all of these offensive line coaches are bad.
They all suck.
I guess it's all of them.
I don't know the reasoning why the others
like this
were let go.
Like Brandon, shout out to Brandon here on YouTube and Twitch. New OC, and let the new OC pick the new O-line coach for his scheme. Well, hell, that's what they've all been able to do.
Or the head coach has been able to.
or unless, except for the color year. I think that was all Nick. But making the decisions on that. But Lovey brought in George Warhop with Pep Hamilton. They brought in Chris with Bobby. Devlin was certainly a guy that Bill wanted to be here. I'm just saying, we've had at least 2 to 3 guys who have been here through multiple of these guys, and it just seems like the same. We get away at the end of it. Man, they're not physical. Man, they're not.
But one of those guys has performed at least.
Yeah, he's performed, but still within the same thing. Yeah. Like the run game has not they're not physical enough up front. They're not. It's the same things, and I'm to a point where let them bring in their new OC, but they got to let them maybe grab some more, make some more moves. Just people are annoyed by that, and I understand how much they have put forth into that up front. But to me, once you get me. Like in 5 years, man, they've got 4 offensive line coaches. In 5 years, running back coach stays the same. 4 offensive line coaches in the 5 years I've been here. At some point, it's these dudes up front, because like Chris Strouser, he comes from Indianapolis. They don't have a problem with physicality up front.
It's almost always the players. It is in all likelihood almost always going to be the players. And I think that they need to start looking at, well, why are we identifying this type of offensive lineman?
Oh yeah.
And then at some point they have to realize that they're doing something wrong. At least it would seem like they are doing something wrong when it comes to evaluating offensive linemen. Tunsil's fine. Titus was the previous regime, but Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, they fall on Nick.
And so,
but Mason's been okay. Mason was okay last year. This year he's fallen off this year. But they need to
but he's okay. And they still have the same issues.
He was older. He's also old.
But I'm just saying they're okay, and they still have the issues of not being physical.
And they need to, and that's something that when it comes to the draft this year or free agency this year, because it feels like the offensive line is getting overhauled at the end of this season. At least it should. So they need to probably.
I don't know. They've got. I think it should, but they've just. I mean, we do have to understand how much they have invested.
Yes.
Get the money side again.
And if the same person is to be here who made a lot of the decisions on them, and we know D'Amico's one part of that will be But if Nick's here, is Nick going to overhaul Juice? We moved up to get 2 years ago. Is he going to overhaul? Now, Kenyon, he might not have a choice.
That's
is he going to are they going to overhaul Shaq Mason? Are they going to keep both tackles? They just drafted one.
To me, it feels like, and again, we got a couple games here to try and figure it out. And I don't care how much he doesn't like playing guard. It seems like Titus Howard is going to have to stay at guard. And you have Tunsil at left tackle, Titus at left guard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. And then you fill in those interior spots.
That's tough to me, too, because Titus is not a good left guard. He's better than anything else right now.
He's better than what they have.
But I'm just saying, we go start to a season, we know, that is, the hope is that he climbs to average.
Or maybe he's a cap casualty. I haven't looked to see how much they save or if it counts against
Blake
the cap.
Fisher's a starter next year.
Yeah, and you know what? He hasn't been great so far.
I just don't know where he's going.
He's been okay. He's been more than serviceable so far. So to me, it feels like you're either breaking up the two tackles and one of them's playing elsewhere or one of them's playing guard.
Yeah, I want to follow where Chris Strouser goes next year and see if his offensive line is as physically.
Where have the other guys wound up? Warhop, I don't think wound up getting a job after here.
Probably not. They're just ending careers here from offensive line coaches.
One of them is with one of those 3 teams we recently played.
Oh, they did. Yeah.
Which one?
It wasn't the Chiefs.
That's Andy Heck. Andy Heck's
may have been the Ravens.
15 years.
They may have been the Ravens.
Right. Warhop is with the Ravens.
He's the Ravens offensive line coach.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. I remember somebody asking. I remember somebody asking Harbaugh about him for some reason.
George Warhop came over and he got that crew over there.
That's a rough one.
He got that crew over there.
Resume's looking tough.
George leaves. Damn, Tyler, thank you. George leaves and bounces because that's what Wade said.
Yeah.
Wade said,
I remember.
Wade said, yes. Oh, I love George Warhop's going to be here.
I remember they had.
Maybe it's you.
They had availability.
Titus.
They had availability.
Maybe it's you, Laramie.
They had media availability for all the assistant coaches after they hired, after they put together Lovey's staff. And I heard Warhop talk, and I'm like, wow, this guy's for real. This guy should have been an offensive coordinator or a head coach by now. The way that the way that he just kind of engages you.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Got fired, and now that offensive line is as physical as it gets. And they absolutely
and listen, they struggled to start the season,
but go look at what they did.
Added some new guys, some young guys they started, but somehow they developed them.
Go look at what they did to the Texans on Wednesday. Whew.
We don't like that. But hey, man, maybe it's Chris Strouser. I bet Chris Strouser sitting over saying, "Yeah, it is my ass. Let me get Quentin Nelson back over here, like I had in Indy. Let's see what happens at left guard if I have."
We can run the ball.
That's what George Warhop. Somebody talking about this is what y'all think I coach. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go somewhere where I have some guys that can fit what I want to do. Maybe it's them. Before we roll out of Dirty's or Daily's Dirty, is that what it's called? No, Dirty's Daily. These damn D's, man. I like double, triple, whatever. These D's get me every time.
That'll be a drop.
These double D's get me every time. That damn D gets me every time. I'm trying to really hone it in for you, Tyler.
I appreciate that. It makes it easier to get later.
Can we just
use the first one?
Hey, can we just? The Minnesota Vikings are 14-2. The hell? Are you one of the ones? Are you skeptical? Do you believe in the Vikings? You got to. They are 14-2.
I got to watch them whip the Texans' ass without a doubt up in Minnesota. I don't have any doubt.
I mean, I think there's a really good chance they beat the Lions.
Yeah, they're the 1 seed.
Yeah. Kevin O'Connell. Man.
I'm just sorry. Like Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings are 14-2.
Who's the next quarterback? Because they're
this is a deal now.
Every quarterback coach in the league is like, give me Darnold, I will.
Daniel
fix him.
Jones.
You know who I think it is? Zach Wilson.
Maybe Zach Wilson, a lot of talent. Daniel Jones, because how many is it? We've got Geno, who's pulled this off. The Carolina Panthers in 2022, fellas, had Baker and the pitcher together. And now both of them are leading potential playoff teams.
And they were both terrible in Carolina. And then they leave Carolina, and they're both going to win their divisions this year.
And not just win their divisions, but their numbers, they probably are top 5 in touchdowns and passing yards. Probably both of them, potentially. It's crazy. No, I think Daniel Jones could be one. Zach Wilson.
I don't know if he has the arm talent, though. Zach Wilson has the arm talent.
Yeah. No, Daniel's got arm talent, and he's got legs.
That helps.
He's got, Darnold was seeing ghosts. So, I don't. Yeah, it's out there. Now, Mitch Trubisky couldn't pull it off.
No. I think the ship has sailed on old Mitch.
We'll see. Hey, we'll see Sunday if Carson Wentz maybe the next one. We'll see Sunday. But no, it is though. It's the next way to find your quarterback. Is all right. If I can't get somebody in the draft, all right, who is the failed one that failed first somewhere that I maybe Justin Fields? Is he? I think there's still chance in time for Justin Fields because he wasn't awful with Pittsburgh.
Davis Mills?
Coming up next. I got you.
I'm sorry. That buckled me just a tad. Coming up next, is Davis Mills the next? No, a little Astros baseball thought. I want to see, and Adam, you're around this team as much as anybody. I want to see your thoughts about something that Christian Walker had to say when he had his press conference, being introduced as the newest Astro. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Mokaram Law Firm. They've been helping Houston, Texas for over 25 years now. Your consultation's always free. You pay nothing unless you win. And at Mokaram Law Firm, their goal is to help you get your life back on track and help you obtain the highest possible compensation for your injuries. Because here's the deal. You more than likely have a family. And when a car accident or any kind of accident takes you out of commission like that, the one thing that you almost feel helpless is you can't provide for your family. Well, Mokaram Law Firm wants to make sure that you get the highest possible compensation to make sure that is not the case. They know they need you to be able to take care of everything. Make sure you understand all your options for maximum compensation. That is what Mokaram Law is all about now. Man, personal injuries, car accidents, large truck, work accidents, Uber, Lyft accidents, motorcycle, bus, slip and fall, even wrongful death accidents. Any personal injury, call Mokaram Law Firm. Contact them right now, day and or night, 24/7, 365, 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law Firm, 281-222-2222.
The Texans closed down their regular season in a rematch against the Titans on Sunday. Hear all the action here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Join Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley from The Drive on Sports Radio 610 Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Enjoy ice-cold Bud Light, delicious wings, and unbeatable sports talk during the live broadcast from 2 to 6 p.m. For more details, visit sportsradio610.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right.
Texans sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't know. I want to get to the Christian Walker thing. You think they're going to sign? You think the Vikings are going to sign Sam Darnold to a contract?
It kind of feels like they have to, doesn't it? The way that
they just drafted McCarthy.
But what happens if they win? What happens if they win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl?
That would change things, I believe.
I mean, they're 14-2.
Well, hold on, real quick, and we'll get to Christian Walker here in a second. But this is fun. If let's say they get to the NFC Championship game. What is Sam Darnold going to get per year? Like if Sam Darnold on the market where he can sign a contract, what is he going to get? 50-something?
It might be something close to that.
I would think, right? If he got him to the NFC Championship game, and he's sitting here and he's probably going to get some MVP votes. I bet he not anywhere high, but
NFC Championship game, are they hosting it or are they on the road? Do they beat Detroit Monday?
Sure. Let's say it.
They're 15-2.
They're 15-2, and they are hosting it. They get the NFC Championship game. I mean, I get it. It's a very hard thing, but you did your quarterback there, and this is. I don't know. I guess you could treat this like the Rodgers and Favre thing, but God, I don't know if
Brady Bledsoe
how much he was making though.
It's that simple.
Like, I don't know. I guess you could look at Atlanta. Hell, Atlanta just threw $180 million, and they're going to move off of it. Like, they drafted McCarthy to be there, and he showed some promise in the time that he was there. Woo.
It's putting McCarthy in a tough spot, though. If you sign
Darnold, if you sign Darnold to a contract where he's making $50+ million, which I'm sure his agent's going to try to push for if he goes 15-2.
Woo! Love that money.
Then, I mean, it's going to be a couple of years for J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
So,
Or
yeah,
you look at these teams that are going to miss out on the quarterback class this year. Raiders, Saints, a few other teams out there, and you say, "Hey, here's J.J. McCarthy. We took him in the top 10.
Yeah,
give us a first-round pick for him."
Yeah, you telling me about Darnold, boy. Darnold or Shedeur Darnold or Cam, what's his name?
Ward.
Yeah, Cam Ward from Miami. Ooh, I'm gonna have to deal with old Sam. That'll be an interesting thing to see what they do because I think they're at it already. Hell, they're 14-2 right now. There's already a decision they've got to make. It's not a bad problem, but it is a.
And that team too.
Oh,
that's the other part. Like he owns that locker room now.
Yeah, they drunk his spit last night almost.
I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, you have to at least franchise Darnold, if anything, just to keep him from. And that's not easy because of what that does to your cap.
Yeah, your cap. Yeah,
because
you're franchising a quarterback,
which is what $50 million.
But it is just. But at least it's just 1 year. Like and then.
But it still kills what you can do in the offseason.
It does.
You get that settled.
Because then again, yes, he had this, but again, are you trusting that Sam Darnold, like this is what he's going to be the rest of the way? Like you
go by the first 5 years or the last one?
The last one, yeah. All right, Christian Walker, the newest Houston Astro, and I know you were there when he was brought in, and he said the winning culture, the winning expectation, everything about it is really exciting. He said it's one of the first things he thought about with the Astros is the winning culture. And man, my thought to you is, how much of that is still, because I think there was a mystique with the Astros that is very similar to teams that are on a run in any kind of sport. All right? Ever. That has that just, we got a culture. Everybody kind of falls in line. It's weird when, hey, certain players play somewhere else, they look like this, but then when they come to Houston, they look like this. You know, Kikuchi, for example, couldn't, wasn't lighting it up with Toronto. Then he gets here and bam. Thank you. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't light it up again. Where the hell did he go? Anaheim. God, I'd actually be more inclined to believe he won't. But how much of that? Because we're now probably going to go with life. We know Tucker's not going to be there. No. We know Bregman's not going to be there. Right now, of the guys who really built this culture, built it. Like it seems like Altuve, Presley, they're like the only ones that are left. All right, and I'm talking about Bill because I don't really put that on Jordan or Fromber, right? I think they were just guys who kind of continue. You still think they have this culture of just winning, even though a lot of the guys that it feels like the verbal voices to that aren't there anymore.
The verbal voices are all gone, but the clubhouse culture, to me, is set by Jose Altuve.
Okay, always has been.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you hear new guys say when they walk into that clubhouse is just how welcoming it is, and a lot of that has to do with Altuve. Because here's this guy, best player on the team, maybe best player in franchise history, one of the best players in the sport. He doesn't carry himself that way. So if he carries himself like the most humble guy in the world, then basically everybody else has to do the same. And so I think that the way that clubhouse acts and the professionalism that you see in there, it stems from him. And I think that, and he's always going to be in there, and he kind of lords over everybody, even though he does so quietly. But I think that's why that clubhouse is so strong, because of the way that he acts. And you still have some other guys that have been around for a little while, but to me, Altuve's been there the longest by far now. Altuve's been there, going back to
someone just texted in, as long as you have Jose, the culture is still winning.
Yeah, so to me, as long as he is in there, everybody else in that clubhouse is going to act the way they're supposed to act.
Yeah,
because of how good he is.
Because the GM has changed multiple times. The manager has now changed multiple times. Right, and Correa and Spring.
Oh, they're all gone.
Bregman, they're all gone.
Verlander's probably
gone.
But
he is the all right. The culture is with him.
He is not a leader per se.
But that's another thing, because he's not. It's not vocal.
Yeah, he's not a leader necessarily, but he's a culture setter just because of the way he acts. He does not act above anybody else, even though he has accomplished far more than anybody else in that clubhouse has accomplished. He just does not carry himself like that.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good to know, because I do think there is a bit of the Astros mystique. I think they do have an upper advantage, or an advantage, excuse me, over some teams when they see them, just because of it's not a feel of, I hope we can win today. It's a natural, we're gonna win. We know we're going to win. And a lot of that is with those guys that have been there that long. And I honestly wanted to hear that from somebody who's around this group as often as you.
Well, that's why when they were 12-24 last year, there was no panic within that clubhouse. Now, some of that is maybe not great, because you kind of get into that habit of, well, eventually we'll just turn it on. And sometimes
they did.
You go for the switch and the switch doesn't work. But that's why that clubhouse never panicked, and that's why a lot of you got mad. Espada wasn't throwing things all over the place, because he knew what he had in that clubhouse, and he knew that eventually they were going to figure things out, and they were a much better team than what they were showing. Now, can you count on that every year? Probably not. But I think that's been one of the strengths of their teams here in the last, however many years, is that they are never going to get too high. They are never going to get too low. And I think that helps them win a lot of games.
All right, the D'Amico Ryans coaches show coming up behind us. Remember, we're out early at 5 o'clock. He also spoke earlier to the media today, and kind of gave us a glimpse on maybe potentially what the decision looks like on Sunday about them playing or resting their guys. We'll let you hear that and discuss. And while you're thinking about that, do you think CJ, among others, is somebody who needs to get reps, who needs to play after the last two games, in particular the one against the Ravens? Do you think he needs to play on Sunday? We'll discuss that next.
Daisy Sour Cream. They've launched the French onion dip and their ranch dips, and I'm telling you, they're off the charts, man. I love dips, and these new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are
Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, going into this game, as I mentioned to all our guys, that everybody has to be ready to go, and that's where we are. Everybody will be out there playing, and we'll see how the game goes. But for us right now, we got to go play better. And our last outing on the field was not good enough, not representative of who we are defensively, offensively. It's not a good representation of our team entirely. So we got to go out. We got to play better football.
All right, there it is. It sounds like to me, fellas, that it is more likely that they play. Sounds like to me it's more likely that they are on the field and they will play against the Titans and their guys, not just the practice squad of the Houston Texans, but it seems like their guys. To you all, both of you fellas, you believe CJ and them need to play? Yeah. CJ said he was banged. There was some banged up he brought up last week. And I know D'Amico brought that up, and he kind of sounded like, hey, a lot of people are dealing with some stuff. Do you think for you it's more important that they play?
Well, so D'Amico said everybody's banged up. And if you're not banged up at this point of the year, it means you're not playing. And the fact that C.J. Stroud has been on the injury report once all season would indicate that he's okay. I think that it is important. If they want to go on any sort of a run this postseason, I think that CJ and the starters, most part, to be out there Sunday just to build up some good momentum, and B, find something that works. Because I think that right now you watch this offense, especially the last couple of months, there's nothing that really works. So if you can take a half, 3 quarters, maybe the whole game, if that's what you need to find something that can actually work moving forward, I think that helps you, and it maybe gives you a chance to make some sort of a run this postseason.
Yeah. No, I just, and I think, Tyler, we've discussed it. They have got as quickly as possible to get 31-2 out of that taste out of their mouth. And I think everybody around here needs to as well. Because that's all that you can think about.
Maybe see what it looks like to score a touchdown with the offense.
Nice. Yeah, or hell, a field goal.
Yeah.
At any point. But I just think that is important. Like sometimes, yes, it is for certain teams to stay healthy, to make sure they're healthy is more important. But I think for the Texans, the way that it is going down towards the end, I think they gotta play ball. And I know there are some people in the thought process of, well, what is 1 week going to do to make execution better? Their execution is so bad they need live reps, as many as they can.
What are we resting guys for? To lose by 3 touchdowns to the Steelers?
No, I mean to make sure that to make sure they're healthy. But the game.
You can lose by 3 touchdowns and be hurt the same as you can.
You could, but I mean, hey, you don't want to. Now, again, I said this Friday. If this CJ is banged up, a banged up thing where you really needed him to get some rest or to heal that up better, I get that. Or you don't want it to get worse, I get that. Some other guys, but for me, the offense sucked, the defense sucked, the special teams sucked. They all sucked on Wednesday, on Christmas Day. Yeah, and they got to get that taste out.
If they had played better against Baltimore Wednesday, I say, okay, you can rest guys. You accomplished what you needed to accomplish. You're playing at a decent level. You won the division. Good luck in the playoffs. But that's not where we're at right now.
And I think it's important. We saw him. He took Steve Sims' number. I think it is important that Deontay Johnson gets some run with C.J. Stroud and everybody else. And C.J. Stroud gets an understanding of what he's like in and out of his breaks in live competition, and not just in practice.
Were you surprised that he didn't dress Wednesday? I know he had been with the team for like a day.
Yeah, no.
But I felt like just to have him out there on the field and just to be in the huddle, you don't think it would have helped?
Okay. I just, a day is just not enough. Like, I mean,
run a 9. That's all you gotta do.
No, they don't have time to run a 9. So I don't.
That's true. Good point.
Like I don't know.
That's a really good point.
I did. Hey man, I watched. There was a route that Jordan Addison ran. No in hell the Texans could run that route. Jordan Addison ran that route for a touchdown. He ran 10, 15 yards, stopped, and did like an okey-doke to wait. And this was the route. Stopped, like full stop. Like he was running it like a curl. And then just broke off again to the end zone, and Sam had time to throw it to him. And never, ever in CJ's life this year would he have the ability to do that. Just crazy. All right, coming up, we'll get to T-Mill's best bet. Remember, coming up after us, it is the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans. And then following that, you'll get to hear, we'll see, a rematch of the NFC Championship game, Monday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One. It will be the Detroit Lions facing the San Francisco 49ers. And I do believe no matter what happens in this game, Detroit will still be playing for the number 1 seed, even if they lose to the Niners.
This game means nothing to the Lions today.
Really, yeah. It's next week for them. So that'll be a good game, though, tonight. If I know Dan will play everybody as if it does mean everything to him because he's a football coach. But let's get to best bets here in a bit. By the way, Tyler, I don't know if you've looked at this. People, if you looked at this thing, now when we look at the resurgence of this season, this 2018 draft is ridiculous.
Especially now. Like 2 years ago, not quite as good.
And I'm telling you, the tough part is there are football players in this draft, and if I have this right, like in the Texans, this is a year they didn't have a first-round pick.
Well, that went for Deshaun.
So, So now hell, they even drafted well in the second round, or was it the third round? Maybe they drafted third round. They drafted Justin Reed. You get Justin Reed in the third round. But now that we sit here, Tyler,
they had another third-round pick that year too, didn't they?
I didn't get as far as Justin Reed. I was trying to find the first time the Texans picked, because you said, who do the Texans take that year? And I told you I didn't want to do it. But then Justin Reed.
Because the first pick went to Cleveland for Deshaun, and then the second round pick went to Cleveland to get rid of Osweiler.
Oh yeah, that's right. In that same one. 1 is Baker, 2 is Saquon Barkley, Denzel Ward, Bradley Chubb, Quentin Nelson, Roquan Smith. That's 7 of the top 8 in that first round. Mika Fitzpatrick at 11, Vita Vea at 12, Derwin James, Jair Alexander, Tremaine Edwards, Lamar Jackson, by the way, was 32 in that draft. The 2 top MVP, the top 3 MVP candidates this year were all in that first round. Nick Chubb in the second round. I mean, this is Fred Warner's in the third round, 2 picks behind Justin Reed. It is. Yeah, that is a wild draft. How many guys are in Mark Andrews in the third round.
It's just interesting, though, just because Baker at 1, it took him a few teams to get it right. And then Darnold at 3, it took him a few teams to get it right. And so there are teams all over the league looking for that next guy, that next quarterback that was drafted in the top 5 and hasn't been able to find his footing in the league, and they're going to try and see if they can transform him too, because all these coaches think that they can.
Oh yeah, they can fix it, and especially when they've seen those and people want to do that. Oh, I'd rather try that than a flat out rookie that we wasted. I might lose my job if it doesn't work. All right, T-Mill, what's your best bets? Big Monday Night Football game, as we just talked about, coming up tonight.
That's right. Monday Night Football, Lions going to the 49ers. And I got 4 best bets for this game.
4?
If you've been killing these NFL bets throughout December. So if you want some money in your pocket on a Monday, follow these. Here are your 4 best bets. First off, I like the Lions -3. Last I checked, that was more so at 3.5 or 4. You can tease it down if you need to. Lions -3. I'm also on the under for this game, under 50 points in total. And then I got 2 player props, 1 for each squad for you. I'm on St. Brown over 72.5 receiving yards tonight. And I'm on George Kittle, 49ers tight end. I'm on his over 5.5 receptions thrown by Brock Purdy Those are your 4 best bets. Gentlemen, do y'all like any of those? Are you tailing any of these best bets?
Well, you're a gambler here, so I'm going to let you take this.
I don't like the St. Brown because I don't know how involved he'll be because it doesn't really mean anything for Detroit.
I kind of like it, though, because Dan does not believe in football that way. They're going to play. They're going to play straight up and play. That's how Dan Campbell is.
Bite a
And
kneecap off.
I don't like even with the Niners. I don't know how great they're going to run the ball tonight. So I think they may have to throw it some. So I could see the St. Brown one rolling. I definitely like the Kittle one.
I do wonder though if anything factors into the fact that Detroit will be going into that game on a little less rest. So does that change how you approach it if you're Detroit? So for me, I would stay away from
you overthink it.
Well, I'm just telling you how I would look at it as a head coach, where it's just like,
yeah, I know, but
the game doesn't matter for us. So do I want to kill my guys when they've got a short week?
You've got to make yourself Dan Campbell. Like you can't be Adam.
I can't
be.
You
got to make yourself. You got to make yourself the Aggie man.
I can't turn myself into an Aggie no matter how hard I want to try.
Campbell says, "Hey, we're up."
I do like the under though. I like. What'd you say it was? 50?
50.
Yeah, I like that one.
Dan Campbell says, "Hey, no, I don't like it. I think Dan's going to try to score 50 himself." The last time they lost that game to them last year. It's in San Francisco,
yes,
isn't it?
It's in San Francisco.
They lost that game there last year.
Levi's Stadium.
No, Dan's going for everything. I think Dan's going to try to score 4. This is a guy that they're up with 40 points, and they're throwing left tackle screens. Dan don't give a damn about this. They all mean something.
Is there a Penny Sewell anytime touchdown?
I'd take it. That's what he wants to get in. He wants to get him in. All right, Adam Spolane, we appreciate you. Great job as always. Thanks to Clint. Happy birthday to him. Should be back tomorrow. Tyler, great job as always. Coach's Show, D'Amico Ryan's behind us. I'm Ron Hughley as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
And the world's all right with me.
Stop it. He's been gone for weeks.
Quarterback doesn't run.
He is still the third. He's behind Stroud. He's the third leading rusher on this team.
Let's see it this week.
No. I mean right now.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was.
Ohio, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, call 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, call 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
All right, it's the D'Amico Ryan Show, and it's a modified version of the program. We really appreciate you listening. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you, because we are going to do two things at once. We can multitask.
Oh, no.
Yes, we can.
I don't know.
We are having the D'Amico Ryan's program, and we will have our visit with D'Amico featured here. But we are also at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. We're downtown. And it's going to be great because a lot of different people are going to be stopping by. Among others, Brian Kelly, the head coach of LSU. He'll join us at about 6:30 today.
Very nice.
And many others, several others, I should say. I don't know if we have time for actual many, but we have several. And the head coach as well. So two things at once. We're live downtown at the chairman's reception presented by TDECU. And we also are here to talk about the Houston Texans and the upcoming game against the Tennessee Titans, which will be Sunday at noon. And then you'll have the playoffs after that. The playoff schedule will not come out until Sunday night. When the games are done, they will release the schedule. And we think that the Texans will be in that Saturday afternoon till 3:30, so a week from Saturday, against either the Steelers, the Chargers, or the Baltimore Ravens. And I don't know what the Vegas boys say, but I would say Steelers in all likelihood, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Steelers, Chargers.
Yeah, that's the one. It's I don't want to say simple as this.
Actually, though, Johnny, if the Steelers, they have to face the hot, hard-charging Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes, that's going to be tough.
And the Chargers have who? The Raiders.
Now, the Raiders are playing well, too. The Raiders have done some good things lately. They played really well. They arrived late in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And by late, I mean like 10:30, 11, maybe later than that. Turn around in the morning, basically, played a game at noon Central Time, and smoked the Spencer Rattler Saints.
Yeah.
Smoked them. And
Which is
good
not
doing it.
a Super Bowl win exactly, but it was impressive considering they were late, and they're not a very good team themselves. It's not like the Raiders are loaded with talent themselves, so the fact that
Brock
they got
Bowers,
the job
though.
Yeah, and he set the tight end
good.
rookie record for receptions, breaking Mike Ditka's old mark. That's another thing. Can you believe the record goes back that long? I mean,
yeah.
We've had a lot to take away from Mike Ditka here, but we've had a lot of great tight ends. In fact, the whole position has been revolutionized when you think about the 80s with Kellen Winslow and what's the guy with the Todd Christensen, with the Raiders themselves.
Yeah.
And
then
I'm sure his name has come up a lot in this tight end conversation with Bowers.
Yeah, I mean, Antonio Gates and Tony Gonzalez.
I mean, my gosh, the list
so
goes
many
on.
of them. And then it's like, well, Travis Kelce had to have that record. Like, no, he didn't play as a rookie.
Yeah,
he didn't even play as a rookie. He didn't play till the following year, which is 2015, and then first game was against us, and well, there's been no looking back after that. But
it was opening day 2015.
2015. I remember 2 touchdowns, same route. I just see that route in my sleep against Kareem Jackson. Just run that little short post, get leverage, and I remember him throwing the ball, a la Lamar Jackson, up against the Texans logo on the wall. Then the next year, he got shut down, and he was crying and whining the whole time.
Week 2.
Yeah. The Kelce's don't have a favorable Q rating in the Harris household.
No?
No, not
because
at all.
of what?
My daughter and my wife do not like him.
Do they like Taylor Swift?
They're okay with her. They're okay. It doesn't really, they just think
nothing to do with that.
Yeah, they just think he's kind of a butthead. Okay. They like Jason though. They're okay with Jason. They think Jason's kind of funny, but they don't like Travis, which I'm fine with. But I think Travis is fine.
I'm in agreement with them that Jason is far more the TV personality type than Travis.
Yeah,
when Travis is done, I'm sure he'll have things to do, but Jason to me is far more marketable as a personality.
I think so too. But the Raiders have a couple wins in a row. They beat the Jags, Saints. Now they got the Chargers. So if the Chargers lose, And did the Chargers didn't play the Steelers this year, did they? I don't remember if they did.
The Chargers
they did early.
did, and they lost.
So if they end up with the same record, then the Steelers would have moved up in the priority, which would put them there. So if you're wondering, if the Chargers win and the Steelers win, the Steelers are coming here.
Right.
If the Chargers win and the Steelers lose, then the Chargers are coming here.
Yeah, they'll have 11 wins.
Yeah, so that's basic, and vice versa. If the Steelers win, Chargers lose, then the Steelers are coming here.
Now, if the Steelers win and the Ravens lose,
then
because the Ravens won't have 11, though, will they? Do they have 11 now? They do not have 11 now.
They do not have 11 now. They're going for win 11, and that's the thing, because the Ravens ended up beating the Chargers. The Ravens beat the Chargers, and so therefore they could end up with the same record. Baltimore would be coming here.
Okay. Well, we don't expect it to be
Those are the three teams that we could have an opportunity to play. Baltimore, Los Angeles Chargers, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Baltimore has the Browns at home.
That's right. They have the Browns at home featuring Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Boy, what are they doing? I guess they're trying to get a look at Dorian Thompson-Robinson because they know Jameis is not back.
And Jameis is banged up, too.
Watson's back, but is he really back?
I mean, not physically. He'll be back next year. I don't know what you do if you're the Browns. I mean, I really don't.
They made that deal with him. Ravens already have 11. I knew that. Okay, because it didn't make sense mathematically to me because I knew they only had 5 losses.
Yeah.
So they're 11-5.
And then our 10-6.
So the Steelers lose, they can't touch the Ravens. That's it.
That's right.
They need the Ravens to lose and them.
They need the Ravens to lose, and the Steelers have to win the AFC North.
They win the tiebreaker. Okay, we got all that sorted out. So basically, it's Chargers, Ravens, Steelers, and we'll see who it is. But the Texans have the little matter of the Tennessee Titans, and that stadium is starting to empty out after Missouri just defeated Iowa in the Music City Bowl.
The TransPerfect Solutions Music City Bowl.
Some of these bowl sponsors, but they're a Houston-based company, apparently.
Yeah,
so good for them. That's awesome.
And some of these bowl sponsors, I'm like, what?
We have Kinder's, which I love, for the Texas Bowl.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten a couple of Kinder seasonings and sauces that I've added to the pantry, and they work. I actually put them on a burger last night. It was really, really good.
See, if you have a transportation company, you're not getting anything. So at least you got something.
I'm definitely not. I live an hour and 15 minutes away from work, so yeah, I'm not getting there. Not giving me anything.
And you're calling this game tomorrow with Brett Dolan.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Baylor LSU is going to be great. Bryson Washington, running back for Baylor, is a stud. And, big-time player. But it was cool talking. We were talking to Jalen Petrie today out at practice for a little bit. He's a Texans nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year, and couldn't go to a better guy. And he's excited about Baylor. And, you got to be. And where Baylor is, what Baylor did at the end of the year to get here is, pretty amazing. Their offense was doing some things. And then all of a sudden, Sawyer Robertson, the quarterback, transferred from Mississippi State a couple years ago, and Washington just started going off. They were over 39 points, I think it was, 5 of the last 6 games. The only team to hold them under that was University of Houston, and that was a 20-10 game and a 20-10 win for Baylor. But Dave Aranda did a tremendous job with this team because if you think about the Chicago Bears for a second, they're 4-2. They got a bye week. They go to Washington. Washington throws that Hail Mary on them.
Yeah.
And Chicago hasn't won a game since.
That's amazing.
Baylor gets beat at Colorado. They got a 7-point lead at Colorado. They just got to knock a Hail Mary down. They got to knock it down. They don't do it, and they lose. And I remember thinking, whoa, this is not good. You lose a game on a – now, that game ended up going to overtime, but Colorado won it in overtime. And you think that's the kind of game where it's right there in your hands. You win the game on the road, and you're on your way. They lost, then lost again, and then they went on a run. They went on a 6-game winning streak at the end of the year, and they were playing as good as anybody in the country. So I give props to teams that can come back from a loss like that, even if it's a couple games down the road, and turn it around the way they did. It's incredible.
Awesome. Well, we will blend that into the conversation because, as we said, we are multitasking. We are multitasking tonight because we're at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. But let's get to our conversation, at least a big chunk of it, with the head coach. And this is brought to you by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Johnny and I catching up with D'Amico Ryans not too long ago, a couple of hours ago. Let's hear some of that.
Joining us in studio is head coach D'Amico Ryans. Coach, great to see you. Happy New Year.
Great to see you guys. Happy New Year to you as well.
All right, it is New Year's week, but we'll get into that later. Obviously, coming back from, we call it a mini bye. I don't know how you look at it. How did you feel getting back out of the practice field on Monday after a little bit of time off since the last game?
It's always good to get some time off, especially, after a rough outing, as rough an outing as we had versus Baltimore. It's hard to kind of sit and enjoy Christmas because it's just stirring, right? Yeah. What just happened on the field sat with me. It was hard to deal with, but, after a couple of days, you really have to just flush it, right? Learn from it and, took down some really good notes on what we were doing, how we can improve and get better, and then just took the weekend to really enjoy time with the family. And that's what that was about. And now coming back today, hitting the field was even better, of just getting back out, flushing it, right, getting our guys back to doing football. And we just got to continue to play football better. And so today was the start of that. And if we continue that focus as we go throughout the week, we'll end up in a really good spot versus Tennessee.
Coach, you said something in your press conference that stayed with me. You're like, get the ball right. Like, get right playing ball. And I like that saying because it is getting back to the blocking, the tackling, the fundamentals. And I know even at the NFL level, you still, at some sense, those things have got to be a focus, do they not?
For sure. It goes back, and I know it's like a broken record, but it goes back to the fundamentals of the game. Like, can we sustain a block and finish a block, and now we got a crease, right? Can we be at the proper depth on our route? Can we execute it the right way? Can we be more firm in protection? Can we have our eyes right defensively? Like to run the proper way, understanding the block recognition that we're getting. So all of those things it's football, right? If I step back and as I reviewed the game and I kept going through it, it's just for me, it's like, are we doing football the right way? Right. And that just goes back to, are my eyes right? Do I know knowing what to do, knowing how to do it, and then getting it done. So that's a lot of, like, what I talk about execution after the game. Like, that's what it comes down to, right? We had our opportunities to make plays, like, but are we going through the progression the proper way? Are my eyes the right way? Like, am I sticky in coverage? Am I finishing my rushes? Tackling, am I securing the tackle, wrapping up, or am I just throwing an arm out there? Am I running my feet once I secure? So it's all those little things that kind of goes unnoticed in games, and you kind of talk about the big plays in this moment, momentum, all those things. But once the ball is snapped, I want our guys to be hyper-focused on what they have to do and then get it done.
Is that one of the big keys in building confidence? Because I know you want to go into the postseason with some confidence, and whatever happens in the game against Tennessee happens in the game, but you have all these practices until you play a playoff game, right?
Yeah, for sure. That goes into that confidence. Like, confidence is earned, and I truly believe in it. Like, to gain confidence, you got to go do it right over and over repeatedly. Like, when you repeatedly do things the right way, that's how you get confidence in what you're doing. So for us, that's practice reps, that's walkthrough reps. Everything you do, is it the right way? Everything. If it's not, so I'm telling our coach, hey, start it over, redo it. Like, you got to bank good rep, and that's how you get confidence, and that's how you can step out there on Sunday knowing, like, whatever is thrown at me, whatever I've seen, like, I've already done it. I have that. My body knows it. Like, it's almost second nature, where I'm just pretty much coasting because I've done it right so many times.
Coach, how much at this particular point of the year after a game like that do you want/need your leaders on the team to step up and say, Coach, we're good. We got this. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. How important is it for those leaders right now, when everybody's tired, mentally, physically tired, to step up and be leaders of the team right now more than anything else?
Yeah, leadership is the most important thing. Like, the best teams are the player-led teams, right? It's only, as a coach, you can say it over and over again or say so many things, but when it comes from amongst the team, when it comes from the leaders, and guys, of course, listen to that better. They take it and receive it better because they're in this thing. It's all, and I always tell guys, right, I'm here to serve and help you. Like, it's your team, right? And we're only going to go as far as our team can take us, and that starts with our leaders and their message to the guys and making sure their groups are excelling and playing at a high level. And it's also, it's more when I can't let my teammate down. Right. That's when it means more. Every team that I've been on, and when I've kind of played my best and been more urgent, it's like, oh, I can't let the guy next to me down, right? That's when it means more. Not so much of the coach, but it's my brother in that locker room. And I think Aziz getting him back really helps with that leadership piece because he's one of our leaders, and we've been missing him the past 3 weeks. So I'm excited to see him back and just to see his messaging to our guys and to see them receive it and take off with it.
Yep. Usually it's week to week, and don't look past the opponent, but the situation is you won the division, you're in the postseason, so how do you address the team that way? That this is 2 weeks until we play a playoff game, but there's an important game Sunday because we want to play well in that game no matter how you handle it. How do you handle that with the team?
Yeah, it's a weird situation, right? But it's for me, I go back to what can we focus on, right? Focus on what we can control, focus on the present. And right now, the present is, we have to play better football. We got to go out, and we got an opponent versus Tennessee who beat us early in the year that we need to go out and play good against our division opponent. We need to go and win this game. Like, that's my focus. That's what's important right now. Like, in the playoffs, we'll handle that when it comes. But as of right now, how do we handle this? Like, it's all focused on Tennessee, right? We know we have ahead of us with the playoff, but to me, are we playing our best football going into the playoffs, right? You want to be kind of gain that confidence as you go into no matter who we play, who we face. We don't know that yet, so it really doesn't matter. We can't control that. What we can control is how we play versus Tennessee.
And you're probably not able to have the kind of practices you'd really want right now, which is full pads for 3 days in a row or something like that, Coach. I'm just guessing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Handle that. You said the fundamentals, things like that. You can still focus on those things without the pads and the hitting, right?
Yeah, you can. You can focus on those things. And it's been a while for us since we put the pads on because we had the short weeks, right, with the 3 games in 11 days. So there's only so much you can do with putting the pads on, and how much is on guys' body. It's a lot to play that amount of games in such short amount of time. So, now I think guys have had a little break. They're refreshed. So now it may be a time to go ahead and put the pads on to get back to the basics of blocking, tackling, just feeling it one more time before we go into our last game of the season.
Coach, like Tennessee, there's 16 games they've already put on film, but you did play them within the last, 5 to 7 weeks, seemingly. I mean, it feels like a long time ago, but it really wasn't. So, A, how much does that game give you an opportunity to look back and go, okay, this is what happened. They're going to probably do a lot of things that are similar. B, as you are going through that game and you're trying to take notes and do things, are you getting more frustrated going, God dang it, how did this happen to us on that particular day?
I'm happy I stopped that game before I came down. But I started to get a little frustrated with that game because it's some of the same, things that kind of show up that are all things that we can control. Right. And so going back to, I know they're starting a different quarterback now, Mason Rudolph, which was, we went against Levis. Who knows? You may see both guys. But for us, it doesn't matter what Tennessee does. Right. I think schematically, offensively, defense, they'll attack us the same. But it's about how are we showing up. Yep. And that's all I want to see. It's kind of throw out the preparation and all those things. We're not doing anything new. I want to see what we've done. Can we do it better?
Well, we were just talking about it as we are in the studio here. The Dolphins game was 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks and a day ago, and it feels like a month ago, right?
It does.
And yet a lot of activity between then and now. How good does it feel to be on a, quote, normal week, so to speak? You didn't even play yesterday, so you had that extra Monday practice.
Wow, so much time. I don't know what to do with myself. It's refreshing. I would say that it's refreshing to actually not feel rushed through preparation. So I think it'll help everyone, to actually get better at the things we need to get better on. We need to practice more. We need to spend more time meeting and those things. So getting a normal week this week is very beneficial to the progress of our team.
Coach, it's a division game. Newsflash. I knew you knew that. You played against them a number of times. Now you've coached against them a number of times. Do you have, what's the right way of saying this? I don't want to ask you if you hate the Titans, but do you get that feeling of kind of rivalry? This is a team that you really get up for. I know you guys, when you were playing against them, there was some bad blood between you, both teams at a point. Do you kind of have that with Tennessee? When you see them on the field, does that give you a little bit more of a little jolt because it is the Titans?
It does. Yeah. I've had my battles with the Titans. Yeah. They've gotten us, we've gotten them. So it's always been, I think, kind of bad blood with just the whole organization leaving Houston. So you feel that. Yeah. I felt that as a player. I feel that that coach well. So there is bad blood. Everyone knows that, and our guys feel that and let that fuel them to go out and play well.
All right, there is D'Amico Ryans. We have plenty more of the head coach coming up in this hybrid show because we are downtown at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl, Baylor and LSU tomorrow afternoon, 2:30 kickoff. It's going to be a weird day at work for me going into the building, and this is one of the interesting things and really fun things about NRG Stadium. You're just going about your work day, doing work things and doing shows and some administrative stuff. And I just get downstairs in the service level, the hallway, and there's a bowl game being prepared, and LSU's band is walking around, and it's like a This Is Sports Center commercial all the time. The one that really blew me away, and there have been so many, the Stones blew me away when they were using the facility to practice, because hearing them playing in the service level, the hallway, was just kind of bizarre to hear them practicing. But the Final Four a couple of years ago, just walking downstairs, opening the doors, and all of a sudden you're at the Final Four. It's just strange. I'm in my office, and the Final Four is a couple of steps away.
It was like the Beyonce concert at halftime the other day, because I just walked down the ramp. I always walk down the ramp with about 3.5, 4 minutes left at halftime, and there's a punter kicking a ball. There's kickers. I just kind of walk and wait, talk to you guys, and walked on the field the other day. There's the TSU band. There's Beyonce. There's a bunch of people dressed in white stuff and cowboy hats. I'm like, whoa. I don't know. I've heard different numbers about what Netflix paid for that performance. It was pretty awesome.
Oh, it was
pretty awesome.
I can't believe people actually criticize it. Come on.
Who's
They didn't go too far with anything.
No, that was.
I thought they did a good job, and it was entertaining. And what's the problem? I mean, I've seen a lot of things I can complain about. That's not one of them. Now, I could complain about only being able to score 2 points, and the head coach is not happy with that.
No.
Not happy with that, and also still talks about the defensive performance, and we were mentioning some things against Tennessee, and much more of that is coming up as we talk about the Titans. But, Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong, the coach has not said one way or another if he's playing, quote, the starters. It sounds like he wants to, but he sort of, during his press conference, talked about, we'll see how the game goes on.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And so you feel like if he's starting regulars, so to speak, then he could pull them as the game progresses. Based on, I feel like they got enough work. You handle it almost like a preseason game. Now, this is me talking, not him. But we'll hear more of what he has to say. You and I are in agreement that, hey, if Stroud is at all banged up and not 100%, maybe it's best to rest him. And I said this morning, it's like debate club. I could pick both sides of this little podium and make the case, because it's easy to make the case, hey, everybody in bubble wrap, the playoffs are too important. You cannot afford to lose one single individual. It's also pretty easy to make the case you got to find a way to get some rhythm and play better. And that word rhythm is big. I've been using that a lot. They need to get into rhythm. They had no rhythm against the Ravens, obviously, and very little offensive rhythm against the Chiefs. Although they the game in the third quarter, and if Dell just gets up from that reception, I would love to see what the universe would look like after that. I'm not saying you win the game, but maybe you do. Maybe you find a way to get over on the Chiefs, or at least keep it very close. It was close anyway, but we'll never know.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll never know. And I think that's unfortunate. It's such a significant injury for Tank, too. I think that's the other part of it. Once we get to the offseason, we start thinking about, what there is going to be next year. I think it's going to be, I remember, when Deshaun got hurt in 2017, we were like, oh, yeah, he's coming back in 2018. Like, you just knew, like a torn ACL, he's coming back. With Tank, it might be, man, we don't even know if he's going to come back for 2025. And I think that part of it, too, sinks in. Like, man, this isn't just, MCL tear. Like, he'll be okay in March. Like, holy smokes.
What's the receiver crew going to look like no matter what? Because he can't be 100% by camp, you would think.
Exactly.
And Diggs is not signed. Nico is. Right. So what is the crew going to look like? They're not going to just stand pat. They're going to add to this.
Yeah,
they like to add things, like they added Diggs last offseason, in a bit of a surprise for us. I wish he stayed healthy. Obviously, that could make a big difference for them right now. But they've got what they've got. And Deontay Johnson was out there today at practice. We'll talk more about that and hear more from the head coach, our conversation with D'Amico Ryans. It's all coming up as we are live from the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl downtown. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew grew up doing. It's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses. Because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amegy Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A. member FDIC.
Texans fans stand for the heart of a champion. That's the desire to be the best. Folks, this is D'Amico Ryans. Desire is at the heart of your best in Texas Ford dealers to make it easy and affordable to buy a new Ford. Easy to own one, too, with Ford mobile service and pickup and delivery. Services that come to you and help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's your turn to host the game. And with Whataburger's help, you're going to outdo Greg. Last week, Greg had that new leather sectional and he gave away gift bags. Is that even a game day thing? But you have the What a Wings Party Pack. Your choice of 18, 36, or 72 boneless tender bites in buffalo, honey barbecue, honey butter, sweet and spicy, or new Nashville hot with fries and plenty of sauce. Your move, Greg. Your move. The What a Wings Party Pack, now available at Whataburger.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access, you're in. Woo! Learn more at verizon.com/access.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans and D'Amico have a decision. Should they rest guys and get prepared and stay safe away from injury?
There's no way D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Bobby Slowick, any of these guys that are making decisions, there's no way they watch that game on Christmas Day and say, yep, that's the last thing I want to see from my team before I go play in the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
So I just heard that little promo with Clint mentioning that. There's no way that the coaches, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, everybody, there's no way they want to say, yeah, I've seen all I want to see from my football team. But I think both things can be true. I think you could say, I am not at all happy with what I just saw against the Ravens.
Right.
Yet, I really don't want to risk anything. So I think that could be true as well. And I'm not saying they're going to go that way. It sounded, if anything, like D'Amico Ryans wants to play his guys, whatever that means, on Sunday at noon against the Nashville Titans. No, they're the Tennessee Titans. Does Nashville sound better now?
Nashville Titans. Phoenix Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals.
The Nashville Strings. Should they have named the team something else? Especially since they're so enamored with being the Oilers still. Maybe they should have just named the team something that they would take more pride in being,
I guess,
and feel good about. Because if you don't feel good enough about that you keep calling it the old name.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say?
Or dressing
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
Yes. Now, I don't mean to talk like this during the D'Amico Ryan show. I always try to keep in mind this is the coach's show.
Put them up.
That's Andre at the end of last year's game. I gotta say though,
they're gonna wear them again. They didn't learn their lesson.
I could get worked up into a little lather about this thing on Sunday again. Them wearing the uniforms. Let's go. Can we wear the H-Town stuff there?
Ooh.
No, can't do it. Can we come up with a new jersey, the same or at least more of that H-Town blue trim, and just take a big fine? Let's go.
Yeah, who cares? Who
Well,
cares at this point?
It's easy for us to say. It's Cal McNair that we have to worry about
We're
here.
spending Cal's money over here. But, yeah, Clint's point about seeing what you saw against the Ravens, not wanting that to be the last thing you see. I mean, look, you have to also be. I mean, nobody liked what we saw. Nobody liked. Nobody that was in H-Town. In H-Town was happy with that. But you can't also go to make a point in a game that's seemingly irrelevant.
Right.
And just to make a point, like, we're going to make a point that you've got to be, there's got to be, you have to be intelligent about how you're going to go about it. Mm-hmm. So I said this morning what I said. I still, with CJ, I would be ultra careful if he is having physical. Now, let me go back. If a guy's healthy, a guy plays. That's the way I look at it. If a guy's healthy, he plays. But that's forever. The quarterback, it's a little bit different, especially when your quarterback has been taking the hits that he has. I want to be very, very, very careful. But I remember last year we were going to week 2. Remember we played the Colts at home. And CJ popped up on the injury report.
That's right.
And we were like, "Oh my God,
what happened?
We can't play him. We can't play him. He's banged up. We can't play him.
Too risky."
But he was healthy enough to play. You play him, especially in game 2 of his career.
Threw for over 300 yards.
Yeah, and that's what we started looking around going, I think we got the right guy. So I think you just have to be, to me, with CJ, got to be very, very, very careful with him and how you go about it. But do you want to have or find out what kind of synergy you might be able to have with Deontay Johnson?
Is that really
I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, I don't think it's of the ultimate importance. I think some people will say that as a reason they want CJ to play.
Yeah.
I want CJ to be healthy for the damn playoff game.
Yeah,
and if playing against the Titans gets dinged up and all of a sudden you're playing on a shorter week, one day, because you're playing on Saturday in that afternoon Saturday game, I mean, you've just hosed yourself. And, that's just not – I don't want to do that. So I want to make sure we're very careful with CJ. Not as if everybody else just gets a pass, but I think it also kind of how the game is going. You could kind of, one guy comes out after a series or two. Maybe a guy comes out after 2 or 3 series. Maybe a guy comes out after a half. But football game. I mean, if you end up letting the Titans have 2 over you in the 2024
I know,
season,
that stinks. Yeah. But guess what? We are going to be sitting here a week from today, and none of it's going to matter because the world wipes itself clean. It's an Etch-a-Sketch.
Let me give you another.
And you got to be healthy that Monday because, hey, it's playoff week now. Whatever happened doesn't matter. You won 13 games. Congratulations. You got to go beat the team on Saturday, Sunday. Otherwise, you're out. You're done. And you could pull off the upset. Look at the Giants and what they did to the heavy win total Vikings a couple of years ago. They go into Minnesota and they knock them out. And it was, oh, my gosh, what just happened? How many wins did the Vikings have? 13 that year? So they learned a tough lesson that day that, hey, anything can happen. We all see that lesson learned very many times in the NFL. All right, let's get back to D'Amico because this is segment 2 of our nice Monday visit. We love sitting down with the head coach of your Texans, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Here's D'Amico Ryans, and we're going to pick it up with the Tennessee conversation.
Take nothing away from what they did here at NRG Stadium, but when you look at that tape, do you see a lot of mistakes made and correctable things? You like to point out things that the Texans can control, and if you clean that up, things should go better.
Yeah, that's it. We have to clean up our house, right? First and foremost, and we clean those things up. That's what happened in that game. Like, we're up in that game. We're in a really good spot, and we allow just a simple crossing route to go the distance for a touchdown, which shouldn't happen. So if we make a play there, the game is completely different. And there are several other plays in the game, but that one just sticks out to me the most of things that we can control, just playing with better eye discipline, right, and being in the right spot, erasing the play when it does happen, taking better angles to the football. So those things, it still eats at me a little bit when I go back and watch that game, but it eats at me, but I'm encouraged because it's like, I know we can do better in this regard. If it's something else that happens and they get us on a play, great. But if it's something that I know we've worked, things that we've done before, like let's go out and let's do ball better, right? And then let's see what happens. That actually gives us a chance to actually compete. And that's what kind of eats at me a lot too, is like, man, are we really competing? It's like, no, we're going back to the basics, fundamental of eyes. Where am I looking? Where should I be? Like, let's nip that in the bud and let's line up. Man, I know where I am. I'm sticking on a route now. Let's make a competitive play and get the ball out.
Coach, we talked about this a little bit, but Kamari makes that big play the other day for the safety, and we talked about rookies and hitting a rookie wall. And it doesn't feel like he's hitting a rookie wall. Now, he might be feeling it, but it doesn't look like it with the way that he's coming up and arriving at the football and making plays. Are your young guys at this point of the year, are they staying pretty strong, even though this is week 17 on top of 3 preseason games and a trip to Ohio and starting practice on July 17th? You seen your rookies kind of hanging with it and staying pretty strong at this point of the year?
Man, I commend our rookies. I think they've handled it really well. They're handling it strong. Kamari has been doing a great job. Kamari probably tackled the best in our game.
Right.
Yesterday versus Wednesday versus Derrick Henry. He did a really nice job of creating a spark for our team, getting a safety, huge play for us. He's continued to get better, and he's handled the season well. Kalen, Blake, Cade, all those guys, they're handling it well, even though I know it's weighing on them. It's hard. It's the longest you play, longest season you've had, the most football you've played, but those guys aren't making excuses. They aren't complaining. They're going out, they're working, and they're continuing to try and improve.
Yep. Coach, what can you tell the listeners and viewers about the ground game and what it's going to take to improve there? Because I know you want to see yourself run the football better. We talk about this from time to time. You've seen some good things. You've seen some things you want to clean up. What can you do to make it better at this time of year?
And the main thing with the run game, I think it's just sustaining blocks. Like we're targeting, we're in the proper place, but it's sustaining blocks for longer. I think we start the down really good and we're on guys, and then at that moment of truth, guys are, I call it exiting off blocks or shedding blocks, getting off of blocks to make plays, and they're getting off of us, making those plays, and we aren't sustaining. So I think if we can sustain blocks a little bit longer, press forward more, just going more downhill, like allowing Joe to get started, I think will open it up in the run game. Just finding those creases like we had earlier in the year, which when we give Joe the right crease, I think he can hit it, but it gets muddy at times when we're starting outside, we cut the ball back, and it's a little muddy where we're not sustaining blocks as we should. So the more we can do that, I think that'll be the main thing.
Acquiring Deontay Johnson off of waivers and bringing him here, what are your thoughts about how fast he can get up to speed, what you might be able to see from him? What are your kind of thoughts about bringing Deontay here at this point of the season?
Yeah, no, it's late in the season. Our last game, we add a new guy to our roster, but I told the guys, throw the kitchen sink at him. Let's see what he can absorb, see what he can handle, and go out here versus Tennessee, and let's see what he can do. We know he's a talented player. He's proven that at multiple stops. It's just a matter of him just coming in and, man, how much can he pick up and how can he come out and help us? Yep. And we'll see that this game, try to give him some opportunities there. And as I mentioned Deontay, man, it's a fresh start with me. Yep. Every guy that I get is fresh start. Really don't care what happened in the past. Like, it's about the present and how do you attack it and how can you come and help our football team.
Well, it's a great opportunity for the entire group, right? Because you're still looking for that production. It's not that long ago you lost Tank, and Stephon was a while ago, but there's still catches to be made for the whole group, right?
For sure. We need the depth in our receiver room. Those guys probably run the most out of anybody during a game, right? They run a lot of yardage, a lot of high-speed yardage, so we need that depth. We need the rotation. And add a guy like Deontay, I think, who's shown playmaking ability, big-time playmaking ability, like to have another threat, I think is huge for us. With us losing Tank, losing Diggs, we know we've lost 2 of our top guys. And to make any hay, right, as you go into the playoffs, you need guys who are a threat on the outside. And we know Nico and what he's been capable of doing throughout this entire year. He's had a year. But can we just find more guys to help him? And that's what we're looking for.
Coach, I want to ask you about a guy that unfortunately will not be playing this weekend and won't be playing the rest of the year, but I want to ask you about him for a particular reason. That's Jalen Petrie. We've talked about Jalen on the field and what Jalen does on the field and how dynamic he is in the plays. We talked about how we've missed him on the field, but off the field, he's an incredible human being. He's obviously a local guy from Stafford. He's the Texans nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year. I just wanted to ask you about that and kind of earning that honor, if you will. And we talked to him before practice, and we've always loved Jalen for a number of reasons. But how great was it to see Jalen be the Texans nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year?
Man, it's outstanding to see Jalen and him receive the recognition of the Walter Payton Man of the Year. Very deserving, right? What he does with his free time, going out, providing meals for kids, just seeing a video of him going back to his old, the Stafford Cobras and helping out, seeing the kids, how excited they were, just to see him volunteer his time to help others. It's really cool to see it. Jalen is one of the best guys, I've been around. Not talking about the play, but just the man that he is, the person that he is off the field. He has such a great heart to help others. His family are outstanding people. Have an opportunity to talk to his parents during training camp. They're always around. And once you meet his parents, you see.
Get it, yeah.
And man, he comes from a really great family. He's a great kid, a guy who, man, I wish nothing but the best for Jalen. And he's very deserving of the award. Hopefully he wins it all because he's done a lot to help the community here in Houston.
For sure.
All right, speaking of Walter Payton, running back, classic, outstanding, all-time great running back. And Johnny and I are going to be at the Kinder's Texas Bowl chairman's reception, and Eric Dickerson's a Texas gridiron legend going in. So he's another classic. Who was your favorite running back growing up? Did you have a guy that you really admired? Because Walter Payton and Eric Dickerson, a little before your time. You're a little kid maybe at the end of their careers, but discuss that for us.
Wow, man, so many great running backs when I was.
Other than Arian, of course.
I think just looking back at the old film, it was Bo Jackson, just seeing what he was able to do. And, man, with such a force he ran with, just – kind of sad that his career was shortened due to injury, but he was the best guy on the field. And
even though he's an Auburn guy.
Even though he's an Auburn guy, I'll give him a pass, but Bo Jackson was the guy for me.
Bo Jackson was. Who's the best running back you've ever faced? I don't know if you know this, but there have been plenty of videos that have been out there from podcasts, and these former players have been asked, who hit you the hardest? I'm sure you maybe got this forwarded to you. Marshawn Lynch said that you were the one that hit him the hardest in a particular game. Who was the running back that you, A, loved facing, or B, hated facing, maybe for the same reason that they were that good?
Love facing. Always loved facing Joseph Adai. It was always fun going against him.
Kid,
hometown Houston kid. The tough. Maurice Jones-Drew. He was always tough because I always say he was so short, but he was so powerful. As soon as I got off a block and saw him, it was like he was almost knocking you back because he was so powerful. Who else we had? Oh, the guys from Tennessee. Oh,
Chris Johnson.
Chris Johnson.
Oh yeah.
Man, you talk about. That's the fastest guy I played against. There's probably a whole highlight of him running like an 80-yard touchdown with me. I'm not catching up. He was definitely dynamic, and man, that's the fastest guy I ever played.
This is when you start feeling a little bit older. Maurice Jones-Drew's son just committed to UCLA.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, that's too much. It's too much.
Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. It is New Year's week here. And a lot of people have New Year's resolutions, but I'm going to give you this. You have to give up one of these things for New Year's.
All right.
You have to. These are foods. You have to give up either Tex-Mex, Texas barbecue, pasta, or fish.
Ooh.
I don't know if you're probably not a fishitarian or whatever, but you like fish. They have fish here in the players' cafeteria. Man. But you tell me of those four, which are you going to drop?
Probably to do better, I'm dropping barbecue.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop. I got to do better. I do love barbecue.
Yeah.
Probably going into 2025, I need to set it aside.
Okay. All right. But you're gonna keep the pasta, the carbs.
Yeah. You need a little pasta. Give you some energy. How about you guys? What do you?
That resolution would last like 2 days. It'll be like 2 days, and then they walk up, and they've got it upstairs in the press box for lunch before a game, and be like, okay, got to end the resolution. I probably would give up pasta, and that would be a killer.
Me too. Me too.
Pasta would be an absolute killer, but I'd do it.
I'll keep the barbecue. Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys.
Is Casario in the dietary habit world?
I don't know if you can get to that level. I love Nick. I love Nick a lot.
No, that is elite of the elite.
I can't even.
He has like a piece of grass for lunch or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what he does.
I don't know how
the man's
he does
like
it.
solid muscle. Anyway,
Total.
And D'Amico is too, by the way. D'Amico's like, I got to cut down. Really, Coach?
What? He could play tomorrow. When we had some guys banged up at linebacker, I
Suit
thought,
up.
Like
Player coach.
He probably could play. Ted Johnson used to say it all the time.
What?
Play 3 plays. I could go out there and play 3 plays.
Oh, yeah. I think Andre Johnson could give you some red zone.
Drake could give you a slant.
But you just don't want to do it every week and then, 50 snaps and then it's over. So
we're at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl tomorrow. Yeah. And so we got a big TV in the room that we're in, and they're showing Saquon Barkley. And it got me thinking about our conversation a little while ago about that. Remember 2015? There were like 9 things that had to happen for us to get bumped out of winning the AFC South. But you still didn't have it locked down, so you decided to play everybody in that final game.
Oh, if you'd lost to the Jags,
You're playing the Jags. If you could still get in with
a
losing
loss
to the Jags, and like 5 other things had to happen.
Right.
What happened in that game? Do you remember?
We lost somebody?
Dwayne Brown was pulling around on a run, and his leg got shattered. Just shattered. I mean, it was just
But it all went great the next week against Kansas City. Never mind. 30-0.
So
really, are you serious?
I remember that.
I remember so many things, but I blocked that out.
That he gets hurt in that game in 2015, and we did not have it for the playoffs. Now, it did not cost us because our offense didn't even show up.
You tell that to D'Amico, he's not going to. He doesn't like to hear those things.
But that's the thing. I mean, it was one time, but still, one time can impact what you think and how you think. All it takes is one time.
It's exposure.
It can change everything for you.
All right, coming up, one more segment here on the D'Amico Ryan Show, which is coming to you from the chairman's reception downtown. But D'Amico's not here. You just heard from him. But what did D'Amico have to say from the podium about would he play his starters? And also C.J. Stroud's health. That's coming up here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 9th consecutive year. This program is designed to help 6th grade students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math fun for everyone. Last year, over 340 teachers and 4,500 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com. Go Texans!
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game that, more so than any game all season, where it looked like CJ just wasn't right. These sacks that he's taken, sometimes in taking those sacks, guys just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to throw it away without it being a grounding or without it being an interception. And it screws up their decision-making just that much.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgandTurf.com or stop by One of our Texans gear up for success.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best grills at the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Arriba Texans! Join Somos Texans now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. By being a part of Somos Texans, you will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Yes. Mark Van Harris with you from the chairman's reception downtown, the D'Amico Ryan's hybrid program. Little did the coach know that his show was being shared tonight with this chairman's reception program.
I'm sure he's okay with
it. He's fine with it.
He's fine.
I mean, he loves we talked to him about it. He loves the Kinder's Texas Bowl and the fact that it's kind of cool. Like we mentioned, you see these college teams in the building. I'm looking at LSU and these Baylor Bears, and I'm thinking Nick Caserio should do some up close and personal scouting.
Trust me. When every Texas Bowl I've been to, I have seen him down on the sideline. So they want to. It's interesting because they want to get a good look at guys.
Yeah.
So they'll warm ups for them, pregame for them. That's a big time when they go down.
Oh,
they
really?
want to see how they look
on the hoof.
Yeah, because they've seen them on film. They want to see them up close and see how they interact in pregame. So that's when I see Nick a lot, and I see a lot of the scouts at that point. And then they go watch the game, and maybe they'll watch a half or whatever the case might be, and then they'll just get the film later. But they want to see how these dudes look, and that's one of the cool things about like being at the Senior Bowl, like being down on the field. And I remember Tyler Guyton last year from Oklahoma, who we saw, who gets beat for the sack. And I just looked at him and went, oh, my God. Like his arms are like 37.5-inch arms. They just go on for days. And you're like, God, these dudes that make the NFL are freakazoids.
Yeah, they are.
Absolute freakazoids.
Freakazoids.
And so it's
good word.
Yeah, so Nick will be there for sure.
Okay.
And I'm sure D'Amico doesn't mind. So, yeah. But my story, you were talking about running into people and all that. So in 2015, I'm going around the corner. I'm kind of flooded. The game is the next day. And I'm doing the Texas Bowl stuff, and so I'm like trying to get out of the building so I can get home, get ready, and all that kind of stuff. And I turn a corner, and I almost run right into Texas Tech's quarterback, like from me to you away. I was like, whoa! And I'm like, oh, man, sorry. And he's like, no, man, that's okay. And it's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I just remember like, oh, wow, that's Mahomes. He's not as big as I thought.
You could have taken him out then, Johnny.
I know.
You could have Woody Hayes his career. But
and then I watch that dude from the sidelines do things, and I'm like, that's different.
No, it is different.
That's different what
he's
doing.
He's special.
I mean, when he was doing an LSU defense, it was loaded with players.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, let's get to this now. D'Amico Ryan's at the podium today. Here's the question fired from the media. I forget who asked it, but it was a question everybody wanted to ask, which is, are you going to play your guys, your starters, against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday?
Yeah, going into this game, as I mentioned to all our guys, that everybody has to be ready to go, and that's where we are. Everybody will be out there playing, and we'll see how the game goes. But for us right now, we got to go play better. And our last outing on the field was not good enough, not representative of who we are defensively, offensively. It's not a good representation of our team entirely. So we got to go out. We got to play better football.
All right, I'm thinking there's some room for adjustment in that comment.
Yep.
Plenty of it. Everybody's got to be ready to go. We're going to play our players or whatever he said. Look, but I get it. You want to see what you have at the end of the week, who's healthy, who's not.
make your go on from there. I can tell you this. You played that gauntlet without 4 of your starters, right?
Right.
You know, once Jimmy Ward goes out, you don't have Jimmy, you don't have Aziz, you don't have Petrie, and you don't have Foley Fatukasi. Right. And those are really important players for your defense. Foley is an underrated, important player at defensive tackle.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking of health, what about C.J. Stroud? The coach was asked about the health of his starting quarterback.
The piece about CJ being banged up is, I think that's real, and that's real for everyone in the league at this time of the year. Everybody is banged up. The amount of games, guys that played, the snaps that they play, like everyone is banged up. That's what it is. That's NFL football this time of year. You try to manage it as best you can, but it's also we all have to fight through, push through, and a lot of guys are fighting through a lot of things, not only CJ, but a lot of guys are fighting through, and that's the nature of what we do. And it also shows how resilient these guys are, with what they go through and what they battle through, that a lot of people would never know that they're fighting to go out there and still go perform and ask to perform at a high level.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot. There are things that maybe don't show up in the injury report that people are dealing with. Yeah. And believe me, after the season is over, whenever it ends, you have a lot of players getting a little procedure here, a little surgery there. They'll fly somewhere to visit some expert. They'll get this tweaked or whatever. 30,000-mile checkup on the knee, the shoulder, whatever the case is. There's a lot of that going on because it's not enough to keep you out of the game.
Right.
Because you're paid professional football, but it's plenty that has to be repaired so you're fresh going into the following year's campaign. Okay, that's going to do it for the D'Amico Ryan Show. But the fun doesn't stop here downtown at the chairman's reception because we'll catch up with some of the gridiron legends. Brian Kelly is scheduled to appear. See, you never know who's going to show up, who's not. Not that he's not going to show up, but he's pretty busy.
Yeah.
The coaches over the years, we've had them on. We had Lane Kiffin on. I mean, we had a lot of great coaches here on this particular program during the chairman's reception, so we plan on doing that again. And we want to thank Tyler for producing. Santiago will produce the next hour, and we'll be live from the chairman's reception up until Monday Night Football. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
Oh, phooey! Tickets are almost gone for the Kinder's Texas Bowl Showdown, happening on New Year's Eve at 2:30 p.m. inside NRG Stadium. Do not miss out on the Texas-sized matchup between the Baylor Bears and the LSU Tigers as they battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown. Included with your admission, you'll enjoy free country concerts, tailgating competitions, exclusive events, and more. Visit KindersTexasBowl.com for tickets and group discount opportunities now.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide. the sense of the holiday season? The bells? The sleighs? Woohoo! If so, your holiday's now even more magical, because now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, you can take home your favorite Hyundai with some of the season's greatest savings.
Drive away now in one of our most popular models with 0% APR and 0 payments for 90 days. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Take your fandom to the next level and experience the most chances to win like a Texan. Sounds pretty good, right? Join the Stampede, a Houston Texans e-newsletter for the best fans in the NFL. Stampede members will receive the latest in Texans news, upcoming events, and contests. We're talking lots of contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 nights a week. We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go! Intercepted! Here we go! Touchdown, Houston! Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball! Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access, brought to you by Mattress Firm.
Okay, we are live here at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. As joining us right now and we just had the D'Amico Ryans Hour. We talked about that being a hybrid. This is Texans, but look, we have control of the bowl at NRG Stadium, and we have Texas gridiron legends here. One of them is Ken Houston, Hall of Famer. How's it going today, Ken?
It's going real well. You know, it's good to have this game in Houston, and it's good to see Houston doing as well as they're doing.
Well, it's great to see you, and yeah, we hope the Texans do well in the playoffs, but it's always a pleasure to catch up, and I know we've done several shows together over the years, and it's just wonderful to see you out here. What does it mean to you to be a Texas gridiron legend? Because you're a Hall of Famer, you've done so many things in your career, but to be a member of this group that gets honored at the bowl game every year as somebody special from the Lone Star State who played football at the highest level.
Well, it's guys that deserve it. You know, and they may not be the Hall of Famers or whatever, but they're the ball players. Mm-hmm. And it's a lot of players that are in that position who should be, who may not be. So anytime we see somebody, they're ball players, and it just helps with their legacy.
Ken, you're wearing the maroon coat with the 100 as one of the 100 greatest players in the NFL. What does it mean to wear a coat like that? Like Mark said, you went to the Hall of Fame. You've done a lot of great things.
Well, I really wear it when I wear it because it's not a Hall of Fame, and everybody don't know who a 100-year player is.
Right,
you know? Yeah, but a Hall of Fame is instantly recognizable.
Right.
You know, but the players know, and it's not, it just fit me better.
Well, it fits you very, very well. No. One thing, when you walked up, the one thing that I kept thinking in my mind, just watching all the highlights of you playing, you were big for a defensive back then. You'd be big now for a defensive back.
Yeah.
How did you get to play defensive back as opposed to them trying to move you to receiver or even linebacker at that point? You're a big guy.
I'm going to go real quick because it's really unbelievable.
Okay.
I was an offensive center and a middle linebacker at Prairie View.
Yeah. Wait. You have to repeat that. Offensive
center
and linebacker.
And middle linebacker. And that's what I played all the way through college.
Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't a starting center, but that was my scholarship. It was my scholarship in high school. And when they drafted me, Houston drafted me, they drafted me as a safety. I'd never played safety in my life.
Ever.
No, not before I got here.
Wow.
We got to Houston. And they had some good coaches, some good teaching, and I would always hit.
Yeah.
And the reason I would hit, I was a lineman.
Yep.
So I couldn't distinguish the difference in what I was doing. But I think about it, I was learning to play safety the day I retired.
One of the greatest players in the history of the NFL joining us, Ken Houston, Pro Football Hall of Famer. And I want to get your input, your take here on the rules, the way they are now, because you could hit some guys then, and now you see some players that get penalized for similar hits, and it's not like every hit was a vicious hit that you would lay on somebody in the secondary. But what do you think of the evolution of the game, Ken?
They can't take the hitting out of it.
Yeah.
They can if they put the seconds back in it. You used to have 1,001, 1,002, 1,003. That ball better be released.
Okay.
Nobody was full speed at that point. They were getting to it. Now when you let a guy run 1,006 and a quarterback can stand in one place and stuff like that, they'll allow the game to get out of hand by allowing more time in the game. If you like the quarterbacks that throw the ball 5-yard passes, 4-yard passes, they don't get hurt.
Not as bad, right?
Yeah, not as bad. They don't let them hit them and allow it because they moved it from the knee and stuff like that. So they're going to have to relook the game. People want to, and I hope I don't say anything wrong, but I see this happening. And I tell you what, the Houston Texans, they're a special breed of cat. There's no team in the league hit harder than the Houston Texans.
Than DeMeco Ryans.
I watch him on TV. I watch how he hit because this is unbelievable. I mean, all the players are doing it, and it's the way that they hit people. I mean, and it's how you're supposed to make a tackle, and I like that. And we had a conversation on the way over about how do you take the injuries out of the game.
Right.
And the only way you take the injuries out of the game, you slow it down.
How do you slow it down then?
Get rid of the ball. They're hitting the ball. They're not hitting anything but the ball.
Okay.
So you can hold the ball and expect not to get hit. You can run with the ball and expect not to get hit. So, I mean, you got to take your place. You just got to do it.
Ken, who was when you were playing, who were a quarterback or two that you played where you're like, oh, boy, this guy always gave me issues? Who are a couple of the tough quarterbacks that you played against in your time?
Well, I guess you would have to go to John Hadle.
Right.
Sonny Jurgensen was the guy who get rid of the ball to control it. He was very pure with it. Pastor, I played with Pastor Rainey. He was a long ball thrower, whatever. But you had to go with the people like Lenny Dawson.
Yep.
Yeah, and the teams, the Kansas City team now is almost like the Kansas City team was then.
Yeah.
They had a great receiver. They got rid of the football. They were tough. They were big, stuff like that. So football hasn't changed. The bottom line is still blocking and tackling.
You're right.
If I can out-hit you or outrun you, then this is what it is. You shouldn't expect the rules to make up for the natural ability.
All right, I don't get to ask this kind of question very often, but what was it like going up against Joe Namath? Because I know that he threw more interceptions than touchdowns, and the record wasn't that great, but he did have one of the most impactful wins in the history of the league.
Yeah.
We can debate that, but that's phenomenal.
He's a real good friend of mine.
Okay.
A very great guy. I mean, he's a nice guy. Joe Namath was a nice guy. And he had the charisma. He believed. I remember the first Pro Bowl game I played in, I was a defensive back, but the tight end was missing. So they moved me to tight end at the Pro Bowl game.
Things they do in a Pro Bowl game.
Yeah. And I caught balls for Joe Namath.
Right.
Yeah, and he fascinated me. I remember we were walking, and everybody was trying to get in touch with him. Hey, Joe. We walking this place deep. And he wouldn't say a word. He just kept walking, a real shy guy. And somebody said, hey, Joska. And he stopped. I mean, we all this was happening going to the rest. So the next day they wrote a newspaper, and the title of the article was, hey, Joska. And he halted. And he stopped. He was Hungarian.
Okay.
And so he just had this was it.
Yeah.
He wasn't the greatest quarterback, but he had that it factor.
Right.
And so it happened to some people.
What
did you think Pro Football Hall of Famer? The Texans just got their first player into the Pro Football Hall of Fame last summer, and Andre Johnson. What did you think of that as the Texans finally got one in Canton?
I mean, there are a list of guys. And see what happened when you look at the Texans, you look at the Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you look at the amount of guys they've had since that time, then you got the numbers. You got Bethea and you got all the rest of the guys. And so you got that number. What I didn't agree with, don't use that word, disagree. Andre Johnson should have been in much earlier.
Yeah.
He was as pure as I've seen a receiver.
Yeah.
He was as good as I've seen a receiver in personality-wise. And he had everything that you want in a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just happy to see him get in, and hopefully there'll be a lot more.
Yeah.
Ken, what was it like for you to get the call that you were in the Hall of Fame? Was it a sense of joy? Was it relief that maybe you've been waiting for a little bit? What was that like getting a call that you were going to be a Hall of Famer?
Well, back then they did it a little bit different. They didn't give you a call, and it only took 5 guys, so I had no idea. I mean, absolutely no idea. And then they called me one time and said, you're being considered or something like that. And the morning I got the call, the shuttle exploded up in East Texas.
Oh, yeah.
So they had to put it on hold.
Oh.
And so it never did impact the game. And it was only 5 guys.
Yeah.
The hall was different then. It was not a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of guys deserve to be there that are not there now. And I can understand that. It'll never be occasionally you get a guy like Houston just got in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's a no-doubter.
Yeah.
I mean, you ask anybody, is he a Hall of Famer? You go, yeah. And that's like, you guys know Hall of Famers. You see them play every Sunday.
Yeah.
You see some guys that, not that they're not good, but they're just better than others.
Yeah.
And so you look at the amount of guys that, it's like, I know it's a lot of controversy at the receiver position.
Right.
A Hall of Fame receiver to me is a receiver plus.
Yeah. And that was Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I go back to a guy who's not in there, Otis Taylor. I don't know if you remember him. He was from Kansas City.
Yeah, sure.
Otis, number 8 and 9.
Yep.
He was an Andre Johnson to me.
Okay.
Andre Johnson was an Otis Taylor. It's just no doubt. But it's so many people. You can't really blame anybody because everybody got their no doubter.
Yeah.
And it'll be, and they're cutting back now in the amount of people that they put in the hall. And they got different groups and stuff like that.
The veterans group and all that. All right, one more for you. Ken Houston with us, Pro Football Hall of Famer. The Texans are playing the Titans this weekend in Nashville, and the Titans will wear the Oiler uniforms for the second straight year. The Texans. I just wanted to know, and I'm not looking for any specific answer here, but I just wanted to know your thoughts.
You just got your answer, Bob.
On them wearing the old Oiler uniforms as a Nashville franchise. Yeah.
Something happened to my mic.
We're still on the air.
Something happened to my mic. No, that's interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
yes.
no.
That's what I feel.
I still get the when you look at the Evan Bethea, Pastor Rainey, and all that group. Robert Bazile. To me, they are part of the all tradition.
Sure. Yeah.
And you look at the group that's here now; they are the Texans.
Yeah.
And it's fortunate that we have 2 groups. And it's really fortunate that we have this group that, because the group that's here now, this is a special team. I don't think people realize how special this team is.
The Texans.
The Texans.
Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, right now I don't think there's no doubt between the 2 teams.
Okay.
We watched the Titans when they played the Texans. And it's a special group, but.
So you're saying it's good that there's a Texans family and many of the players are included in that as gridiron legends and so forth.
They've done a good job of being inclusive because they don't have to be. Right. This is their city, their team, this whatever. for the players to have an open hand, into that.
Yep.
That I don't think that's been done before. You know, so and it's like when you talk about it on TV, you just do a good job of filling everybody in. So I think it's good. It'll be different, but it'll be good.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. You guys keep it up. I watch you all the time.
And you came into the reception, and I grabbed you. And, I love always catching up with you, and it's just such a pleasure.
Well, I had my wife with me.
Yep, and she's an angel.
I got my cane up, get my ears off.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ken Houston, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Oiler, Washington player.
Former center and middle linebacker.
For Prairie View.
How about that?
Outstanding. And we'll keep it going here. We're at the chairman's reception during this Texans All Access special program downtown in advance of the Kinder's Texas Bowl. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Are you an annoying know-it-all? Answering questions no one asked of you? Do people often ask you, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts specifically trained to help match you with the right mattress. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology tips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Your Houston Texans are now AFC South champions and heading to the playoffs. Get your tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets. Plus, never miss a game next season and become a season ticket member. Join our priority list for the 2025 season now to be the first to know when tickets become available next year and receive incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to playoff tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texas Team Shop at NRG Stadium, and more. Get playoff tickets or join our priority list now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership to serve. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Long week? It's time for a smooth Tito's handmade vodka cocktail. Staying in or going out, serving cocktails for two, or mixing drinks for the party. Barbecuing in the backyard, or snagging your favorite bar stool. No matter the occasion, just add Tito's to kick off the weekend just right. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, 40% alcohol by volume, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game that, more so than any game all season, where it looked like CJ just wasn't right. These sacks that he's taken, sometimes in taking those sacks, guys just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to throw it away without it being a grounding or without it being an interception, and it screws up their decision making just that much.
with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
This is Texans Radio.
Yeah, we are live at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Aaron Raybould is our engineer. And we're on YouTube. We're on the YouTube channel. And I keep forgetting that, so I'm probably like tucking in my shirt and, doing things that I'd be doing in my bathroom, basically. So speaking of things that I would do in my bathroom, but the video that came out from that NFL 33 and they captured me doing my vocal warm-up on the way to the stadium, that I knew they were shooting that. Oh, you haven't seen that yet?
No.
What?
You got to tell me these things.
Oh, that's good. No, please don't watch it. It's on YouTube, NFL 33. It's on our YouTube channel. Came out last week, and it's everybody getting ready for the game. It's called 24 Hours to Kickoff. So it's Juan Rodriguez who runs the building, and it's Toro and how they set him up, and it's a bunch of stuff that they set up for the game. And they interviewed various people about what they do, and I told them I'd do a vocal warm-up on the way to the game. They said, we want that.
Yeah.
Like, they really wanted that bad. And I thought, all right, I'll do it for the good of the feature. And then when I saw it, I thought, oh, my gosh, I cannot believe I included them in this. I cannot believe it. And there it was on video, and it felt like something so personal that I only do when I'm alone. You know, I've done it in front of my kids, but I only do it when I'm alone, and it's there on video. It's just crazy. It's at the 7.5-minute mark of that video. Anyway, you can watch that later, but it just reminds me of
this. I got to find this.
Yeah, we expect to be joined by, are expecting Dave Aranda, the head coach of Baylor, and also Brian Kelly, the head coach at LSU. The two teams participating in the Kinder's Texas Bowl, 2:30 kickoff, NRG Stadium on Tuesday, New Year's Eve day. At night you have, after that you have a couple of playoff games, right? You got the quarterfinals. That's a big day in football.
It's
My
a huge
goodness.
day in football. So tomorrow you've got the Kinder's Texas Bowl.
Yeah.
Baylor and LSU, which is going to be awesome. Then after that game is over, and there are, I think, a couple games that go on before that. Then you've got Boise State, Penn State.
Yeah.
First ever quarterfinal in college football playoff history at the Fiesta Bowl, where both – how about the fact that Penn State is 7-0 in the Fiesta Bowl?
Yeah.
And Boise State had its greatest win ever at the Fiesta Bowl, so that'd be fun. And then the next day it's New Year's Day.
Wait, Penn State did not win the national championship when they knocked off Miami at the Fiesta Bowl
That was
in
Fiesta
80.
Bowl. 86.
But
86
that was
season.
86. That was that great Miami team. They wore the fatigues,
That's
that
right.
legendary story. But that was not the championship year for the Nittany Lions, was it?
It was.
All right, so that's what enabled them to.
They were
I thought they
12-0,
wanted.
12-0.
Okay.
11-0, 11-0.
All right,
back
so
then. Yeah, in that game, 5 interceptions for Vinny T, and Penn State ended up winning the game 14-10.
Oh, very good memory, Johnny. You remember that like I remember Texans
remember
games.
Stuff. Yeah, I remember
like
stuff.
I remember Week 7 of 2012 and stuff like that. And speak of one of the coaches who's participating in the game tomorrow, it's Dave Aranda from Baylor, who we are pleased to be joined here at the chairman's reception. Coach, Mark and John with you. How's it going?
Really good. Good to be with you guys.
All right, well, great to have you here. First of all, playing in a bowl game in Houston like this, and it's not the first time for Baylor, but the opportunity to take on LSU at NRG Stadium must be special.
It is. Our guys are way excited about it when, there is some speculation that it could be this bowl and it could be this matchup. So excited. And then when it was formally announced, it's like, let's go. Now that was over a month ago. So we've been practicing and getting ready. I'm glad that it's right around the corner.
Yeah, it definitely is right around the corner. As in tomorrow. Wow. Coach, how did you not let the loss at Colorado sink your season?
Yeah, I don't know. You're probably born that way. Probably be my most honest answer. I think, there's certain people up and down. There's certain people that are just like this. I mean, when, the fact that we ended up winning, I think helps.
Yeah.
I think you get criticized when you're losing and you're like this. And so I think that's kind of just who you are, and you have to kind of make it as best you can a strength. You got to get your guys to see who you are and know kind of, hey, man, this is the message that's being sent. And you got to get it received and all of it, and we were able to do that. And so that was a deal of like, hey man, everything matters, every detail matters.
Yep, exactly.
There's not one thing that doesn't matter. You could argue we outplayed them for the majority of that game with the last play, with the exception of the last play. And so, that's what's great about our game. It's even though it rips your heart out like that.
Tough. You're flying back with kids. You have those kids, in the locker room afterwards, and there you are having to deal with the emotions. And these are kids, Johnny and I every week. Well, Johnny's a big college football guy, and I used to be more. But, these are professional athletes when they have a heartbreaking loss. What about dealing with kids like that? And what has gone right for you during this winning streak? What's the theme, if you will, following that?
Yeah, I think, in that locker room, when it's like that and you're dealing with, and it's with kids, they're looking for the light. When they're way in the dark, they're looking, man, is this how we're going to act? Right? Okay, this is how we're going to be, or hey, are we going to be, or hey, this is what the standard is. Okay, this is how we're going to use this, or hey, look at him, look at how he's doing it. Okay, I'm going to do that too. That's totally what it is, and it's hard because when your heart's ripped out of you like that, it's hard to walk around without a heart in there,
Yeah.
And so, but I think that's I think that's always the test, and that's one of the things I love about the sport is that it pushes you to those positions where you can be better. And I'm a better coach now than I so much was a year ago, or 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, with things like that. But with the team where we're at right now, it's like confidence. We've had all these guys that are making all these plays. We had them back when we were in 2 and 4, but they didn't believe they were good enough to make the plays, or they didn't believe that I'm capable of making the plays, or they didn't believe that, hey, when the play comes to me, I can make it. And what happens that's not in a vacuum. Talks about we're losing, hey, you suck, hey, this and that. Then people see it in their phones, and then it's just a cycle that goes, and you can get sucked down into all of that. And so to not go that route, but to believe in themselves and then have a little bit of success, that as tiny as that is such a huge thing, because now it's not coach's words. Now it's not, hey, do you trust your coach, or do you trust your parents, or do you trust your people that love you? Now all of a sudden I saw that I did this, and I'm going to do it again, and this is fun. Man, whoever thought this would be fun, really?
Yeah.
And then it just takes off from there. And so winning's so much better than losing. Having been,
I love that quote.
Yeah, so
that's
much
my
better.
quote.
Yes. Isn't that Nuku from Bull Durham? Winning is so much better than losing.
This is my formula for success, coaches. Win more than you lose.
That's it.
I mean, that's usually
that's what we're trying to do.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Winning's better than losing. And you've won, Coach, for a number of different reasons. But it felt like the jolt you got from Bryson running the football meant a whole lot to you guys. I mean, he's piling up a ton of yards. He gave you explosive plays. How much did he mean to your offense last half of the year?
A ton, yeah. Offensive line was a big factor in that, too. We had a bye after Iowa State, and we were running the ball somewhat decent in that game. Iowa State has a lot of three-man rush and drop eight, and we were able to throw it probably better than we ran it. Defensively for us, that was our worst game. It was a nightmare night. And we had to bye after that, so it stings. Your record is what it is. The last year's record is what it is, and just you're dealing with all the things about the talk and that. But to focus on, hey, man, this is where we're at. This is how close we are. This is what we're capable of. Keep the outside, and let's focus on what we got in here. The first play of the game for Tech was a 7-yard run, and everyone on the sideline was 7 yards.
Yeah.
And then we ran it again. We had like 6 yards.
Yeah.
And then I think we ran for 200 yards in that game. Yeah. And so there is nothing remotely close to that at any point of the season so far. But it just, I think there's a credit to guys that just like pound the rock, stick with it. Is it this hit that's going to crack this thing, or it could have been the hit 50 times previous, but keep at it. And I thought to do that, you got to stay way, way focused. It's hard to do.
Dave Aranda, head coach of Baylor, with us. John and I were at Texans practice today. We talked to Jalen Petrie. He's recovering from an injury. He's also Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Texans. And he said there's just something special about Baylor, being in Waco, the environment. If you can, for the listeners, sell them on Baylor. Yeah. What is it that is special? Because you could see the glow in his eyes talking about his alma mater.
Yeah, I think people really care, and I think when you're in big time college football at various spots, it can just be where, hey man, this is the Game of Thrones. Right, this is a power grab. Right, I'm throwing names around. I'm maneuvering through, and that's never really kind of outward facing. That's always hidden under the cloak of, hey, how's it going? How's your family doing? Oh, and that never. There's, when you're kind of settled and your feet are planted and all of it, you can sense that this is not real. I don't really think they really care. And so when you get to Baylor, they really care. And it's just unanimous all the way across the board. And people remember your kids' names. They remember the dog that you mentioned. They remember your birthday. They remember and they care, and they're invested in you. And I think, when you're playing to win, which is way important, like we're talking about, you want to be able to know that, hey, man, when I come back, people are still going to see me for me, regardless of the wins or the losses. And I think you get that at Baylor, and I think it's a way special place because of that.
Coach, bowl games have changed. This just in. They've changed over the last couple of decades. We know you want to win a football game. There's no question about that. But is this football game more about your 2024 crew, or is it getting ready for 2025, or is it kind of a mix of both in this game tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think, with this group right here, we had some transfers that were kind of last chance guys that really good players that are playing a lot for us and have a chance to come back maybe for another year or are going to go in the pros. But, this was their whatever school. They came to Baylor, and they're good players, but no one else really wanted them. They came here, and we were in a position where we needed really good talent, and we're going to take a chance on them. And I probably looked at it as a last chance coach, in this role. I think we've got players that played last year in 3 games. That was their first year ever starting and winning 3 games. Last chance, to ever start. And so, there's when all that happens, if you use that right, there can be a humongous chip on your shoulder. And so to use that to motivate and to use that to, good, and not to use it to kind of sit and whatever else, I think has been kind of the storyline underneath with this year. And so I think this game has you want to be able to finish what you started. Yep. Then I think for next year, the narrative and the stories are just always just so compelling with all of it. And, we want to change the story with Baylor, that we can win and that we care about football and then we're in it to try to win, and then winning is better than losing. And so I think all of that is in this game we're about to play.
Absolutely.
Coach, I know the focus is on tomorrow, and I know you get a lot of questions about this NIL portal, everything like that. But can you share with us some thoughts about where it could be going or where it should be going, or just developments that could be occurring in the near future regarding NIL and the portal and the future of college football that way? Yeah, well, I wish I knew. Something has to be done, though. I think there's agents. The kid will sign with an agent, and the agent will promise him, hey, you jump in the portal, I'm going to get you this amount of dollars, which is a falsehood. And as coaches, we can go and, let's say the agent tells the kid, hey, I've talked to this school. Now, the kid's not in the portal yet, but this school, they're willing to offer you this much money. We have called that school. Right. And we hear about it and go, hey, are you interested in this kid? He's on our team, and the report is he's going to get paid this much money, and they laugh at me, right? They laugh at us because there's no such thing. Yeah. That was just a made up story to get the kid in the portal, and then so the kid goes into the portal to make, hey, I'm going to make this amount of money that's way up here, and now he's looking for a spot and with money that's way down here. And I just think that is just so unregulated, and it's all over the place. And obviously Coach Kelly's in there, and he goes, like, Dave, I don't know. We're talking about what are athletes worth? Like, what's their worth, and all this other thing. And the agents seem to know. And so I just think that has to be regulated because it's just a shame. Not only for the kid who's trying to figure it out, but his family and just all the loved ones involved. It's the Wild West as far as that goes right now.
So you had a chance to see your buddy Corey today? Yes. Did you see him? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does he want to come coach for you for this game?
No. Just really good people, man. The whole time at LSU, whether it's been Tam Davis, seeing Doug O'Quinn in the video room, Jack Marucci, just all these guys, just quality, just A-listers through and through. And so I just know, like, my time, just to see those guys, and those are pros, and this is how you do it, and this is how you care, and this is how you invest in kids, and this is how you grow, and all of it. And so great education from me with me with them. It's cool to see them again.
Yeah. Coach, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck in the bowl game.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Dave Aranda, Baylor head coach. He's in the Kinder's Texas Bowl against LSU tomorrow. Kickoff 2:30 NRG Stadium. It'll be live right here. And, of course, ESPN's got it, right, Johnny? Because who else would have
TV's ESPN, but you want to drive around in the car and listen.
Of course you do, because you're going to be driving around like I will, and I want to be listening to John Harris and Brett Dolan calling the game. All right, coming up, we expect to have Brian Kelly with us. You never know how these things go, so we'll let you know. When we return here, it's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Houston's hospitality market is on fire, and with Bayou Hospitality, your official partner of the Houston Texans, you can invest in hotels in the Houston area. Enjoy a 12% targeted return, with opportunities starting at just $25,000, something you definitely won't get from your bank. It's a smart, exciting way to grow your investment in a thriving city. Visit bayou.fund to get started today. Investment subject to risk. See website for details.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans and D'Amico have a decision. Should they rest guys and get prepared and stay safe away from injury?
There's no way D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Bobby Slowick, any of these guys that are making decisions, there's no way they watch that game on Christmas Day and say, yep, that's the last thing I want to see from my team before I go play in the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, you may have noticed that NFL players are big and strong and that playing football requires them to be pretty tough. But that doesn't mean they haven't had to deal with bullying before. If you or someone you know is being bullied, be yourself, use your voice, leave, and look out for others. Join Toro and the Texans as they take the bull out of bullying. Presented by NOV. For more information, visit HoustonTexans.com/bullying.
Your next celebration starts at the new David's Bridal. You'll find unforgettable looks, including the world's most luxurious wedding gowns and bridesmaids dresses, plus fun styles for homecoming, date night, prom, and more. Planning your big day? Pearl by David's turns your dreams into reality. It's all things wedding planning all in one app. For 15% off, sign up for emails and texts at davidsbridal.com. Because your next celebration starts at the new David's.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
This is Texans Radio.
Here we are at the chairman's reception for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Of course, it's Texans Radio, but we've got the bowl. 2:30 Kickoff, New York Stadium, and we've got the head coach of LSU joining us right now, Brian Kelly. Coach, how's it going? Welcome.
Hey, well, it's great to be here. Great to be with you guys.
Happy to be in Houston?
We are. I'll tell you what, we love the city. I mean, listen, anytime you're in a position where you don't have to worry about weather, we love it. And we had some bad weather in Louisiana. We came over here. We had some great weather, and the kids really enjoyed it. It's centrally located. They could get down, get a chance to do some shopping, get some good food. We've had a great week.
All right, so I have to, Johnny, will you allow me?
Of course.
Okay, so I'm formerly, before you were there, the voice of Central Michigan University. I was the voice of the Chippewas in the early 90s.
Before Dick Enberg.
No, after Dick Enberg.
I'm kidding.
No, I know. But I met you once, very briefly. Stan Shingles, a friend of mine, introduced us.
Oh, yeah, Stan, what a great guy.
And you were coaching, and I was just there for a quick visit. I was the voice of the Texans early on in my career here. But you were so nice to me then. I just got to say, that always left a great impression.
Thank you.
I've always followed your career with great interest, and here you are now at LSU. Amazing.
Well, it's a full circle, and look, I mean those times, like even when you were at Central Michigan, they serve you well today, right? I mean, because you didn't have all the resources back then, and so you treat people the way you want to be treated, and so whether I was at Grand Valley State where I had 2 full-time assistant coaches and I had to learn how to do the laundry, or you're here at LSU where you have a lot of resources. You take all those things with you.
What do you tell young coaches who are trying to break in? Because guys might break in at the Grand Valley State level or whatever levels there are, and more that way, or you might be serving a role in a bigger program, and that could be good too. But there are many different paths. So what do you tell young coaches?
Yeah, I think I think do the job the best you can where you are, and don't have your eyes looking somewhere else. I think it's we get so focused on the next job or the next opportunity instead of being focused on what you're doing. And I say this now today to these kids, it's like, don't be chasing the next contract or the next big payday. Let that chase you. Right. And you do that by doing a great job at where you are. And if you do that, I think you're going to be in good shape. So I think I've always lived by that.
Coach Garrett Nussmeier, your quarterback. Yeah. He's done some really good things this year. Give us your thoughts on what you saw from Garrett this year.
Well, I think it was a year of development for him. Look, what I love about him is he used the thing that we don't use anymore in this world. It's patience. He waited for his chance, and nobody has patience anymore, right? And anything that we do, right? I mean, you don't see that anywhere, but he had patience. He waited behind Jaden Daniels, who, by the way, is pretty good at this football thing.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
And he waited 2 years for his opportunity, stayed at LSU to get his chance, and this year had some really great moments. And then he had some where he fell. But as I tell him, I said, listen, remember the valleys. The valleys will treat you better when you remember those. And I think he's coming out of those. In the last 2-3 games, he's been really, really good. I think in 2025, you're going to see some great things from him. I'm excited for him.
Pardon me for not knowing all the facts here, but as you've evolved as a coach, obviously the game has changed. So many programs, general managers, these departments, if you will, to deal with the portal. How do you handle that at LSU? What can you tell the listeners?
Yeah, I think you have to have the resources internally. The infrastructure has to be different now. It's not, look, as I said earlier, when I was at Grand Valley, it was a one-man show. You did everything, right? Now it's such that you need to have a personnel office. You need a general manager. You need to have, now it can still be head coach centric where the buck stops there, but you need all of those other collateral pieces, because I would never get out of my office. I would never be able to have a relationship with my players if I didn't have that infrastructure. And not everybody's going to be able to do that. We're very fortunate. Austin Thomas is with me as a veteran in this business, is our general manager, and has put together an incredible front office for us that has allowed us to really succeed in the transfer portal.
What's the personality type for a general manager? Is there an ideal yet, a prototype? Because we have Andrew Luck going back to Stanford, and in basketball, Adrian Wojnarowski going to St. Bonaventure. I know he's dealing with health issues right now, but it seems like a lot of different types of people with different skill sets are trying to become general managers.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think what I was trying to figure out myself was what that profile needs to look like. You need to know the game. I think you need to look at film and look at somebody and say, that player fit a need in our program. I think the other thing is you have to have the art of negotiation. You've got to be able to sit down with people and have an interaction, and it can't feel like it's strictly transactional. There has to be a way with you that this could be a guy and a person that I trust.
Right.
That's a hard game right there. And so finding that person is not easy, and that's why the GM positions, there's only a few of those guys that do it really, really well.
Coach, I know A&M was a tough night, but you finished strong the last 2 weeks, beating a good Vandy team, beating a bowl team in Oklahoma. How important was it to close with those 2 wins at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think it was really important for our guys to finish games. We didn't finish, right? We're up 17-7 at the half against A&M. We knocked their quarterback out in the third quarter. We think this thing's over, right? Yeah. And then we fall apart. Same thing happened against Florida and certainly against USC. So for us, the last 2 weeks was really about finishing football games, and we finished both those games. Yeah. And so I think it was much more about that than it was anything else, and that was the development of this football team. We played 7 freshmen on defense. We played a bunch of young guys, and they needed that more than anything else to kind of springboard them into 2025.
How important is the bowl game for not just finishing this season strong, but propelling you into a good 2025? And I know things change with transfers and such, especially these days, but what about that part?
Yeah, it's not a rocket ship to the moon, but it's certainly something that you can build off of, and you want to feel good going into the offseason. There's no doubt. But a lot of teams, and we saw this with Indiana, right? That team took 40-something guys in the transfer portal and came out of nowhere, right? So you can build this thing after whatever happens in your season. But momentum is a real thing, and getting momentum and winning the game is really important. Look, we worked hard. I mean, we prepared for this game. The good part about this game is both teams want to be here.
That's right.
Yeah. There's a great morale on both teams. They want to play this game, and in bowl games, and I've been in a lot of them, I think over 20 of them, these teams want to be here, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you won the Rodeo Bowl, did you not?
Listen, it was almost mercy ruled.
I know,
but they got into math with the last thing, and we're not great at math at LSU. You know, we're not the Harvard of the South.
That's okay.
But we play good football.
Just be the Brown of the South. That's okay. Coach, you've been there at LSU 3 years.
Yeah.
And we followed it because we're in Houston, so we followed SEC football for a long time. What was kind of one thing that you learned about being at LSU and being in the SEC that maybe you didn't know before you came down?
Being on the road. When you go on the road, it's real.
Yeah.
It is real. Look, I was 44-6 on my last 50 games at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And when you're on the road, you might get a half-filled stadium, right? You may get kind of an average kind of environment. You go on the road, it doesn't matter if that team's won 3 games or 10 games. Yeah. It is unbelievable. And that's the difference with the SEC. The fan base, the passion. So when you go on the road, you better be ready to play your best football.
Outstanding stuff. Coach, thanks a lot for joining us.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Brian Kelly, head coach of LSU, joining us. It's the Kinder's Texas Bowl, and it is at NRG Stadium with a 3:30 kick. The reception is going on right now, and we'll be in there ourselves in just a few moments and get to the final thoughts here on the program, Johnny, as I know you're going to call this game.
Yeah.
And we've had both head coaches on. And I think Coach Kelly said the best thing you could say about this bowl. Both teams want to be here and want to play well.
That's exactly right. And we've seen over the years, the 2021 season, I believe it was, before right as Coach was getting hired, LSU played against Kansas State. Well, because there was a coaching change, and then they had a lot of NFL players, future players. They had guys in the portal. They had guys that had declared for the NFL already and were off doing training for the draft. And so they came with a skeleton roster, and you could just tell they were playing wide receiver, quarterback. And it was like we're doing everything we can to just show up and compete, but it wasn't the same. You're not going to see everybody LSU had in 2024. You're not going to see Will Campbell, left tackle. You're not going to see Emory Jones at right tackle, 2 future NFL players. But you're going to see a good majority of that roster. And both these programs have talked about they want to be here. Houston's a great spot for them. We just gave both of them an opportunity, recruiting-wise, to talk to people out there that might be driving around with high school par and deciding, going, you know what, I like that Coach Kelly. I like that Coach Aranda. At least listening to him at least gets that process started for them. So I just love the fact they both want to be here. So you're going to see both teams, not full cupboards on both sides, but pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. And, I mean, you think about LSU last year. I mean, he mentioned his quarterback, Jaden Daniels. But how about the fact that Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas both go over 100 or go over 1,000 yards receiving?
Yeah.
And Jaden Daniels is doing what he's doing.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they've had. So I love that. And you heard Dave Aranda talk about facing former school. He was defense coordinator at LSU for a while. So there's just a lot that goes with it. But you hit it. It's both teams want to be here.
Did he say 44-6 in his last 50 games at Notre Dame?
Yep, absolutely. You know what I was thinking about when you were saying that?
Yeah.
That's the difference in being in the NFL and being somewhere other than the SEC. Like if you think about some games on your schedule, like Penn State's schedule. Look at Penn State's schedule. I'm just using them as an example. Like which games do you get up for? Like when you were at Miami, you got up for like 2 games a year.
Yep.
The rest of them were kind of roll out the balls. We'll win this thing 42-6.
Or when before they got to that point again, they were, I think the team was up for some games, but the fans weren't.
Right.
You know, I mean, the Orange Bowl, to fill it up, you had to have a tremendous opponent in there. Penn State, Florida State, obviously Florida State because they'd bring a bunch of fans as well. But yeah, you're exactly. Look, the college game to me, it's awesome when it's a big game.
Yes.
And the SEC has more of them by and large. But look, all right, UT and A&M, they're now in the SEC, and they deserve to be with the fan base they have and the location and all of that. But there's just something about it. You have to have that crowd in order to make it a big-time college atmosphere. And in the NFL, every week you're going to get, we talked about this, the best pass rushers. As other teams got stud defensive tackles. Right. I mean, we kind of joke about that in a dark way. Every week we're facing some behemoths up front that are going to try to, shoot their way up the middle and wreak havoc on our quarterback, never mind the edges. And in college, you're going to have some teams that just cannot deal with your offensive line at all, or vice versa, whatever the case is.
Run right over them. And, I mean, but when you play, you've never been to a big environment SEC game. I mean, go. Find one and go. If you really enjoy the game of football, go. Because you're going to see – I'll never forget, I went to the 2012 SEC Championship game. It was in Atlanta. I was up in the press box, and Georgia was number 3 in the country. Alabama, I think, was number 2. The winner was going to face Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl for the championship. That was back then was the BCS.
Right.
So the winner of that was going to play in the championship game.
Brian Kelly.
Yeah, that's right. And it was incredible. I'll never forget when the game was over. I mean, there was just this release. It was incredible. I got on MARTA after the game, and I'll never forget. I get on MARTA, and I'm kind of tired of my state around for all the stuff. I looked, and there were Alabama, Georgia fans all around me. They looked like they had played in the game. Exhausted. Just completely gassed
good stuff
from what they had just seen. And I'm like, that's hopefully what a sporting event like that, does for you. So should be a fun game tomorrow. Baylor, LSU. I think the Texas Bowl executive director, Dave Fletcher, would tell you got the teams he wanted. I think these teams want to be here, and hopefully we'll have a fun game. And then after that, it's playoff time.
Wait, is he executive director or general manager?
I think he's both.
Okay.
He's the Grand Poobah of the Kinder's
Grand
Texas Bowl.
Poobah.
The Grand Poobah of the Kinder's Texas Bowl.
All right, one more minute or so before we say goodnight and get you ready for Monday Night Football. And ESPN was running highlights of a Dan Campbell lookalike contest, so that's pretty fun. I don't know if anybody's having more fun right now. Never mind the wins, more fun right now than the Detroit Lions fan base with everything they're doing right now.
Absolutely.
So that's cool. I want to have some fun, and the Texans are certainly capable of doing it in the postseason as we get going there a week from probably Saturday. But the regular season finale is coming up. It'll be Sunday, and it'll be against the Tennessee Titans, and we'll find out how they handle the situation.
We need the Texans to win.
Mm-hmm. We do. Oh, we do need the Texans to win.
We do need the Texans
because you know people who have projected, a 10-victory season, and they want that 10th win.
That's
Look,
right.
I still feel like no matter who they play, they got a great shot to beat the Tennessee Titans.
Absolutely.
I mean, the Jags just beat them with Mac Jones and company. Now, teams that have been out of it for a while, it's just a weird dynamic like bowl games at the end of the season. Right. With the Texans, this is a weird situation because, you're in and you are coming off those back-to-back losses and you want to get right and feel better. I don't know what it means against the Titans. What really is meaningful is playing your first playoff game at home at NRG Stadium. All right, that's going to do it from the Chairman's Reception, Kinder's Texas Bowl. We are so glad you could listen. Thank you, Aaron, for engineering, and thank you, Chris Santiago, for producing. Have a great night. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now it's your turn with